Chapter 2193 Bloodline Tez. T. How is this possible? Feng Tianyun was speechless. Even he did not have the strength to deal with Feng Su and the others. In fact, even the god kings of the clan would face some difficulty trying to subdue such a powerful lineup of cultivators. Yet, how long did Feng Zhuge take to pull it off? 5 minutes? In less than 5 minutes, all 9 of them were already pummeled enough to fear Feng Zhuge and run away from him so desperately. Was there not something very wrong here? Feng Danqing was similarly bewildered by the sight before him. Subconsciously, he had already decided that Feng Zhuge would suffer a tragic defeat in the trial. Yet, events had not unfolded as he expected. Looking at the dueling ring, it was Feng Zhuge's opponents who were running away from him as if he was the devil. All of you, squat down on the floor, hold your heads, and declare that you have lost the duel. We have lost the duel. The trembling Feng Su, Feng Jiang, and the others immediately did as they were told. Their faces had been punched so badly that one could hardly tell them apart. That's more like it. Feng Zhuge nodded in satisfaction. After that, he leaped out of the dueling ring and walked over to Zhang Xian's side before bowing deeply. Teacher, I have managed to clear the trial. Words could not begin to describe how just much he respected his teacher at that moment. Through his teacher's impartation, he had been able to easily predict where the next attacks would come from. Not only so, he had even managed to figure out the weaknesses of the formation. By exploiting the weaknesses of his opponent, he had defeated them easily, just as his teacher had told him. Before Zhang Xian could respond, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Congratulations, Zhuge, for clearing the 9 Phoenix Stellar Formation. I welcome you back to our clan. Following that, first Elder Feng Danqing and second Elder Feng Tianyun walked over. Even though they had no idea what had caused Feng Zhuge to change so much, there was no denying that he had indeed become strong. First Elder, second Elder. Feng Zhuge quickly clasped his fist to greet the 2 elders. The 2 elders nodded in response to Feng Zhuge's greeting before turning his gaze to Zhang Xian. I heard that you are a descendant of our clan, Feng Danqing said. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and replied, Yes, I am Feng Xian. Good. Let's test your bloodline together with Zhuge's. As long as you are able to reach the level of purity expected of an external member, I'll accord you the title and privileges of a core member, Feng Danqing said. Based on what they had heard so far, the changes in Feng Zhuge likely had something to do with Zhang Xian. Furthermore, the strength that he had displayed thus far was definitely not beneath that of Feng Zhuge's. As long as the other party possessed the bloodline of their clan, it would be foolish for them not to nurture such a talent. After saying those words, the first elder flicked his wrist and took out a round stone. We call this artifact the Phoenix Resonance Stone. It's even more accurate than the blood reservoir in testing out one's bloodline, Feng Danqing explained. If a person possessing the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan drip their blood on the stone, a fire phoenix will surface on it. The clearer the phoenix, the purer one's bloodline. I understand. Feng Zhuge nodded as he took the Phoenix Resonance Stone from the first elder's hand. In the previous test, it had been found that his bloodline had completely vanished. Due to that, he had been expelled from the clan. He could not help but feel a little apprehensive as to what was going to happen. He took a deep breath to calm himself before nicking his finger and dripping a droplet of blood on the Phoenix Resonance Stone. Wong. The brilliant call of a fire phoenix echoed in the air. The outline of a fire phoenix swiftly formed on the stone before becoming clearer and clearer. Despite its miniature size, one could see its wings fluttering as it flew around the surface of the stone. It appeared so lifelike that it seemed as if it would soar out into the sky at any moment. Formation of the phoenix, convergence of flames. The purity of your bloodline has reached the 8th level. Not only did you regain your bloodline, it has become even purer than before. Feng Danqing was shocked. All in all, there were 10 levels to the bloodline of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Over the years, their bloodline had become sparser and sparser, such that those who could reach the 3rd level were already eligible to be considered a part of the core lineage. As for the side family, due to frequent intermarriage with humans and other beasts, there were some of them who would struggle to even trigger the Phoenix Resonance Stone. Feng Zhuge's bloodline had been tested for the first time shortly after his birth, and it had been found that the purity of his bloodline was at the 6th level. That was more than enough to put him at the forefront of the clan. Who could have known that he would overcome his previous record, reaching the frightening 8th level? With such a level of purity, he was practically set to become a god king in the future. Feng Zhuge was also a little taken aback by the results. His bloodline had become even purer after he regained it. He subconsciously turned to look at his teacher once more, and if it was possible to materialize his emotions, Zhang Xian would have been drowning in an ocean of admiration. He knew right away that it was the doing of his teacher. There was no way his bloodline could have become purer for no reason. To achieve what was thought impossible, it seemed like his teacher's capability had really reached an unfathomable level. Feng Danqing turned to Zhang Xian and said, "It's your turn." To be honest, he was quite curious about how this Feng Xian would do in the bloodline test. Without the support and backing of the clan, he had still become a high-tier celestial god at such a young age. Could his bloodline possibly be even purer than Feng Zhuge's? Zhang Xian took the stone from Feng Danqing's hands, but he did not prick his finger to conduct the bloodline test right away. Instead, he turned his attention to something else. Wang, the disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him, began to work its wonders, turning his bloodline into that of the Inferno Phoenix clans. Only after that was done did he take out the God King sword and create a small incision at the tip of his finger. He had made sure to conceal the God King sword to make it appear no different from any other sword, so as to avoid stirring a commotion. Unless he wielded it in battle, even a God King would be unable to tell the difference. A droplet of blood fell onto the Phoenix Resonance Stone. Nothing happened at all. There was no fire phoenix or anything else appearing. It appeared that Zhang Xian's blood was completely ineffective. "Are you sure you are from our clan?" Feng Danqing asked with a frown. Feng Tianyun was also confused. Unless a person was absolutely certain that they were from the Inferno Phoenix clan, they would not have dared to walk right into their home turf, claiming to be one of them. Zhang Xian was dumbstruck as well. If one could peer into his mind, one would probably see a mountain of question marks piled up. Could it be that the Inferno Phoenix clan's bloodline was too advanced for the disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him to emulate? Ha, this sure is weird, isn't it? Should I try again? If he could not get the Inferno Phoenix clan to recognize him, he would not be able to enter Spirit God Palace. If he could not enter Spirit God Palace, how was he supposed to find Luo Ruoxin? You can only test your bloodline once. Halfway through Feng Danqing's words, the stone in Zhang Xian's hand suddenly flickered a little as a brilliant phoenix abruptly surfaced. It was not shrouded in flames, and it was unable to soar freely. Instead, it seemed to be swimming weakly on the surface of the stone. The flash of a phoenix, a deficiency in vigor. This is the mark of a 3rd-level bloodline. You barely qualify as a core member. Feng Danqing announced as he patted his chest in relief. While it was not as amazing as they had hoped, a 3rd-level bloodline was decent. After all, Feng Danqing himself only had a 4th-level bloodline. Congratulations, Feng Xian, for having returned to our clan. From today onward, you shall be a member of our core lineage, and you'll be entitled to all the privileges of a core member. Feng Tianyun proclaimed loudly. Then, he passed a token over to Zhang Xian and said, "This is the token that represents your identity. With it, you can receive stipends and cultivation technique manuals from the clan every month." "Thank you." Zhang Xian accepted the token. While the results were not as amazing as when he had disguised himself as Luo Tianya, it was perfect for him. The disguise amulet might have sensed his inherently low profile and humble disposition, so it had adjusted itself accordingly so that the results were just enough for him to join the Inferno Phoenix clan. In any case, all that mattered was that he was finally there. In this moment of celebration, no one noticed that the fire phoenix, which was soaring freely around the stone, had flown to the bottom of the stone and suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. It had abruptly lost all its strength. At the same time, the old ancestor of the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Feather conferred God King, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2194 Melodramatic. the bloodline test of the Inferno Phoenix clan was designed to test the similarity of a descendant's bloodline to that of the fire feather conferred God King. The Phoenix Resonance Stone was actually an artifact created from his bloodline. That being said, the testing of a descendant's bloodline usually would not faze him at all. But for some reason, his heart suddenly began pounding quickly in agitation. It was like something was squeezing his soul tightly, leaving him breathless. Your sovereignty? The fire feather conferred God King widened his eyes. He was a conferred God King, and there was only one type of existence in the world that could leave him feeling like that. But the God Monarch of the sky of spirit origin had already breathed his last breath. So why was it that he could still feel the other party's aura? I might just be thinking too much. Even if our God Monarch revives, the process is unlikely to be so quick. The fire feather conferred God King shook his head as he remembered the words that the God Monarch had told him back then. Still, I should check on it just in case. So, the fire feather conferred God King closed his eyes and focused his attention on that sensation that he had just felt. It was a fleeting feeling that had disappeared as quickly as it appeared. He tried to grasp onto the feeling, but for some reason, it felt like something was standing in his path, something reminiscent of the heavens. Even with his strength, he was still unable to trace the origin of the feeling. Eventually, he could only shake his head and give up. Since that was the case, there was no point in him thinking too much into it. His time would be better spent raising his cultivation. The firmament was in an unprecedented era. It was an era in which even God Monarchs could lose their life if they got careless. If he, as a conferred God King, did not try his best to raise his cultivation, he could very well lose his life in the next flood of spiritual energy. The old firmament was as calm as a lake of stagnant water. Most conferred God Kings lived their lives peacefully before coming to the end of their time. Everything had changed so quickly within such a short period, be it the receding of spiritual energy, the occurrence of the flood of spiritual energy, or the rise of the heaven subjugation monarch. It was no longer a safe haven for conferred God Kings. For this reason, most conferred God Kings devoted their time to cultivating if they did not have anything else to do. All they wanted was to become strong enough to survive through this turmoil while protecting their clan. With his official acceptance into the Inferno Phoenix clan, Zhang Xian received the right to participate in the internal selections for the tournament. All in all, the internal selections lasted 3 days, and the results were pretty much determined right from the start. There was no one in the Inferno Phoenix clan who was a match for Zhang Xian, so he easily took first place. As for Feng Jioge, he naturally claimed second place. When news started spreading that the person in first place was an unknown figure who had just returned to the Inferno Phoenix clan and the second place was a young man who had once been expelled from the Inferno Phoenix clan, a huge commotion broke out in Spirit Origin Royal City. Those two dark horses were indubitably strong contenders for the champion seat of the upcoming tournament. Zhang Xian knocked on Feng Jioge's door and said, "The tournament among the 3 clans will be held on the day after tomorrow. Since there isn't anything today, I hope that you can lead me to the abyss where the mishap occurred." The Inferno Phoenix clan had set the date of their internal selections to end 2 days before the official tournament so that their candidates would at least have a day to rest properly. Since he had some free time, Zhang Xian hoped to take a look at the abyss to uncover the mystery behind the bizarre gray congregation of energy. Feng Jioge was a little apprehensive at heading to the abyss once more, but recalling what his teacher had said about the possibility of a relapse occurring, he bucked up his courage and nodded. It had not been easy for him to regain his bloodline and cultivation. He was not ready to lose it once more. The two of them were core members of the Inferno Phoenix clan, and after the internal selections, their reputation and prestige were currently at their peak. In terms of standing within the clan, they might even be higher than the elders. As such, there was no one who stopped them leaving the clan. The two of them got onto an aerial celestial beast, and in less than 2 hours, they were standing right beneath the floating city. The floating city that seemed to block out the entire sky was being propped up by a single feather. This feather emanated a light golden glow and seemed a little reminiscent of the sun's rays. Curious, Zhang Xian activated his eye of insight to examine the feather closely, and he realized that it looked surprisingly familiar to him. He tried to jog his memories, but somehow, he was unable to recall where he had seen it before. Eventually, he shook his head and put that matter to the back of his mind. Beneath the floating city was a pitch-black abyss that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. It felt like terrible things were lurking within the cryptic darkness. "Teacher, I went down from here before," Feng Jiuge said as he pointed to the cliff by the side. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and saw a small man-made passageway right next to the cliff. It circled the walls of the abyss downward. "Let's head down to take a look." Zhang Xian instructed the aerial celestial beast to wait for them by the side before walking over. The passageway was narrow enough to allow only one person to pass at a time, and by the side was an abyss that was unimaginably deep. All it would take was one misstep for one to fall into oblivion. Following closely behind Feng Jiuge, the two of them slowly made their way down the abyss. The abyss commanded a powerful presence that suppressed even his heaven's path Shenqi, making it difficult for him to drive his cultivation. Fortunately for him, though, the pathos of heaven that he had cultivated seemed to be impervious to that. Just like that, they traveled downward for 2 hours amid unnerving silence, but they were still nowhere close to reaching the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up, and he took out the pendant hanging around his neck. Feeling the slight warmth that it was emanating, he muttered, "It seems like Ruoxin has been here too." The two of them continued walking for a while longer, and sometime later, Feng Jiuge finally came to a halt. He glanced backward and said, "Teacher, we have come to the end of the path. Back then, I also came to this point before falling into some bizarre location. It was then that my cultivation began falling rapidly." He had nearly lost everything the last time he was there. He was not willing to let it happen to him once more. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian looked forward and saw that the narrow passageway had indeed suddenly vanished. Most likely, the cultivator who created this passageway had either passed away at this point or returned along the path. "It doesn't seem like there's anything special here. What was the content of the mission that led you here?" Zhang Xian asked curiously. Like the 6 sects of the Azure, the clans in the firmament often sent their members to carry out missions so as to temper their strength and character while gathering more resources for the clan. However, the abyss was completely barren. Other than the endless darkness that followed them everywhere they went, there was nothing there at all. It did not make sense for a member of the Inferno Phoenix clan to head down there for a mission. Legend has it that there is a herb in the abyss that can help a cultivator become a god king, and that herb is known as the grass of God King, Feng Jiuge explained with a reddened face. "I thought that the rumor was true, so I came here to give it a try." "Grass of God King?" Zhang Xian pondered for a while before shaking his head. Putting aside whether such a thing existed or not, even if it did, it would not be so simple as to allow one to become a god king just by swallowing it. Becoming a god king required one to have a thorough grasp over the powers of nature, and that was not something that a medicinal herb could help with. That being said, even if the grass of God King only increased one's chances of making a breakthrough, it was still more than enough to draw countless cultivators over to try their luck. After all, becoming a God King was a great honor in the firmament. There were just slightly more than 100 God Kings in the firmament, so the temptation of being able to rise to a position that others were unable to was particularly alluring. "Wait here for a moment. I'll head down to look. If I don't return within 4 hours, I want you to head back up without me. Don't attempt to come down to find me," Zhang Xian instructed sternly. If Feng Jiuge headed down with him, it was likely that his cultivation would get sealed by the gray congregation of energy once more. Since that was the case, it would be better for Zhang Xian to proceed alone. "Teacher, you must stay safe." Seeing how his teacher was venturing on fearlessly despite the dangers in order to resolve the possible complications of his condition, Feng Jiuge's eyes reddened in gratitude. He was just an ordinary student, but his teacher was willing to go so far for his sake. This was an expedition that could possibly cause one's cultivation to vanish, but his teacher did not show the slightest hesitation. With such a teacher, what else could he ask for in life? Zhang Xian responded with confusion. He could not understand why Feng Jiuge was looking at him with eyes so filled with passion that he actually felt goosebumps all over. "What is wrong with this child? I'm just heading down there to take a look, and I'll return as soon as I encounter danger. Is there a need for you to be so touched? Please." We're not shooting a melodramatic soap opera over here. Chapter 21 95 Grass of God King. Grabbing onto the face of the cliff tightly, Zhang Xian slowly climbed his way down the abyss. There was an unnerving pressure that came from the depths of the abyss that seemed to threaten to swallow him whole, so he did not dare lower his guard. Proceeding downward, the pendant lying in front of his chest grew hotter and hotter, to the point that he felt like it would meld into him. It was also becoming extremely arduous for him to drive his heaven's path Shenqi. It felt like this abyss was the very antithesis of his cultivation technique. Pathos of heaven. Finally, it came to a point where Zhang Xian was forced to circulate the even purer pathos of heaven Jinqi, and the pressure vanished. Heaving a sigh of relief, he continued downward. Tzz. After advancing a little further, he suddenly felt surges of gray energy flowing discreetly into his body. So, this is where it came from. Having expected such a situation in advance, Zhang Xian was able to keep his cool. He quickly channeled his heaven's path Zhenqi toward the gray energy, and the collision of the two produced a brilliant green light within his body. The glowing Zhang Xian amid the pitch-black abyss made him seem as though he was a deity descending upon a land of doom. As he went deeper, the surges of gray energy grew more numerous, and the rate at which he had to expend his heaven's path Zhenqi increased at a terrifying rate. The surrounding space also began showing hints of instability, wavering a little here and there. It might get dangerous if I continue like this. Zhang Xian's hands and feet finally came to a halt. He was capable of flight, so he did not have to worry about falling into the abyss. What he was really concerned about was the instability in space. If he ventured deeper in, he could become mired within spatial turbulence and vortices. With his current cultivation, it would be hard for him to withstand such powerful forces of nature. I'll stop here for a moment and refine all of my Zhenqi to the pathos of heaven Zhenqi first. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian took out the God King sword and gouged out a small cavern in the cliff face before sitting down in it. He had spent a few hours getting down to this point, so he was reluctant to leave without having uncovered anything at all. Since the gray surges of energy were able to neutralize his heaven's path Zhenqi, it would be good for him to use them to refine his Zhenqi, such that only the pathos of heaven Zhenqi was left. He began drawing the gray surges of energy into his body and channeled his heaven's path Zhenqi against them. It took roughly 2 hours for him to expend all his heaven's path Zhenqi, leaving behind only the pathos of heaven's Zhenqi. I don't even have 1/100th of the amount of Zhenqi I used to have now. Previously, when the two types of Zhenqi were still fused together, they formed a massive ocean within his dantian, supplying him with an almost never-ending source of energy. However, with the neutralization of all his heaven's path Zhenqi, the amount of energy left within the ocean was not even 1/100th of before. He had no idea whether it was a good thing for him to have refined all his Zhenqi so quickly. In any case, with the absence of his heaven's path Zhenqi, the pressure from the gray surges of energy also vanished, so it seemed like it was doing him some good at the moment. He walked over to the entrance of the cavern and glanced downward contemplatively. It was a while before he made up his mind and continued to climb downward. Soon, he arrived before a spatial vortex. This was a region where space flowed as easily as fluid, making it impossible for even God Kings to pass through such a region normally. Zhang Xian took out a high-tier celestial god artifact and stretched it toward the spatial vortex. Wong. The sword immediately began bending along with the flow of space, as if it had fallen into a distorting mirror. Alarmed, Zhang Xian quickly took out the sword from the vortex. Examining the sword's condition, he realized that the bent areas could not be fixed anymore, and the spirit within the sword had been destroyed as well. Stability of space is one of the fundamental requirements for life to exist. Even if it was possible for a life form to adapt to such an environment, it would also be distorted to become completely different from what it was before. Zhang Xian knew that he would likely end up like this sword if he got caught in the spatial vortex. Heaving a deep sigh of helplessness, he was just about to start climbing when he noticed something bobbing up and down within the spatial vortex, forming ripples all around. Perplexed, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight to take a closer look. Within the spatial vortex, There were a few intriguing plants rooted on the cliff face. They would move alongside the flow of the spatial vortex. It's actually possible for life to thrive in such an environment? Zhang Xian was shocked. The spatial vortex was filled with many different currents that flowed in different directions, such that any life form that fell into it would be pulled in innumerable directions, causing their form to distort. Even with his current cultivation, Zhang Xian had no confidence in defending against the forces of the spatial vortex. Yet, those plants were able to survive under such circumstances. Why was that so? Could it be that the plants over there is the grass of God King? Is that it? Previously, when he heard about the existence of such a herb from his student, he had thought that it was impossible. However, he was starting to see the plausibility of it now. One of the distinctive traits of a God King was his comprehension over spatial laws, and the fact that this grass was able to survive amid a spatial vortex showed that it had adapted to distortions in the spatial laws. If one could forge this grass into a pill and swallow them, it would indeed boost one's chances to become a God King. The only problem is that how can I obtain them? Zhang Xian frowned. Those plants were not too deep within the spatial vortex, but the problem was that he could not even afford to get in contact with it. How was he supposed to retrieve those plants? If he could not obtain them, it would be futile no matter how valuable those plants were. Little chick, I have something I need you to help me do. Zhang Xian began communicating with the little yellow chick in his dantian. The latter had already reached the God King realm, and it possessed an undying body. It might be able to get those plants for him. I was sleeping. Little chick exclaimed grudgingly before coming out of Zhang Xian's dantian. It looked at the sight beneath it, and its beady eyes narrowed in confusion. This place. I seem to have been here before. You have been here before? Zhang Xian frowned. Did you remember something? All this while, Little Chick had been saying that it was a legendary beast that ruled over the lands, but it had never been able to figure out what it was exactly. Even after it made a breakthrough to God King, it had still been unable to recall anything related to its heritage. Could this spatial vortex be the key to triggering its memories? Not really. I just find this sight particularly familiar. Little Chick cocked its head to the side as it racked its head to form associations. In the end, it threw its tiny wings into the air in frustration and cried, "Nothing is coming to me at all. Forget it, I shan't think about it anymore. I'll surely recall everything once I regain my cultivation." Alright, so why did you call me out here? If there was nothing up, its master usually would not disturb it. I suspect that the plant within the spatial vortex is grass of God Kings, herb that can help one to make a breakthrough to the God King realm. I can't retrieve it with my current level of cultivation, so I'm wondering if it's possible for you to do it. The plants over there? Little Chick pondered for a moment before nodding a little. It seems possible for that to be the case. The plant is indeed a little bizarre. Are you able to get it? Zhang Xian asked. I just need you to harvest it, not to eat it. Little Chick was known to be extremely greedy when it came to food. If it rushed over and gobbled up all the plants, well, he could not possibly put his hand into Little Chick's mouth and dig those plants out, right? He would rather remain a celestial god for life than do something as disgusting as that. Little Chick looked at Zhang Xian and replied, Of course, I am already a God King realm expert, you know? That thing is no longer useful to me. Don't worry, I won't eat it. I'll just try one blade of grass to see how it tastes. If it isn't nice, I won't eat it anymore. Why are you looking at me like that? There is more than one blade of grass down there, right? Zhang Xian looked at Little Chick speechlessly before eventually nodding helplessly. All right, go and do whatever you need. However, this spatial vortex seems a little odd. If you encounter any danger, make sure to retreat at once. That grass of God King was nothing in comparison to Little Chick. If obtaining the grass of God King would place the latter in danger, he did not want them at all. Chapter 2196 is Little Chick the Deathless Monarch? Sigh. I have been wanting to die for a long time now. If this thing can kill me, I'll be more than glad to do it, Little Chick said as it flapped its wings. The previous time it transmogrified, it had retained its chick head for some reason. If the spatial vortex could kill it somehow, it might just be able to pull off a full transmogrification. Zhang Xian nodded. He would be lying if he said that he was not worried. But when he recalled how little Chick could come back to life even after it had been blasted to bits, he decided to let things be. Flapping its little wings, little Chick dived right into the spatial vortex. In an instant, its body began warping like a reflection in a distortion mirror. Its small golden body bloated up to the point that it resembled the fire phoenix that he had seen on the phoenix resonance stone. Wait a moment, could it be that little Chick is from the phoenix tribe? Such a thought suddenly arose in Zhang Xian's head. There were not many legendary beasts in the world, and there were even fewer of those whose bloodline was so powerful that they could not fully transmogrify even after becoming a god king. If that was the case, how powerful a beast was little Chick? Was it a conferred god king, or a god monarch? It can't be that it is actually the deathless monarch, can it? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. In the first place, it was weird that the deathless monarch, known for its ability to defy death, had passed away just like that. He recalled the first time he met little Chick. He had still been on the master-teacher continent, and little Chick had still been a mere gourd. It had grown swiftly through absorbing his heaven's path Shenqi. While in the azure, when they were before the tomb of the deathless monarch, little Chick had mentioned that he wanted to devour the skeleton that was guarding the grave. Furthermore, when little Chick revived after it was killed by Kong Shi's clone, there had been a sudden outpour of air of degeneration from the city of collapsed space to fuel its growth, and how it was able to absorb the concentrated air of degeneration with ease as well. Other than that, there was also a feeling of familiarity when he saw the massive feather propping up Spirit Origin Royal City, as well as little Chick mentioning how it found this abyss familiar. Most importantly of all, conferred God King Qi Ming had addressed him as a god monarch back when he was at the lucid lunar lake. Most likely, it was due to little Chick's blood seeping into it. Due to absorbing little Chick's blood, his body had also gained a portion of the deathless monarch's undying attribute, allowing him to swiftly recover regardless of the severity of his injuries. Did I really take a god monarch as my tamed beast? The more Zhang Xian thought about this matter, the more his face twitched in horror. During his time in the firmament, he had come to learn about just how highly respected the god monarchs were. Even Kong Shi had to receive the recognition of the other 9 god monarchs if he wanted to become one. A mere high-tier celestial god like him had taken in a god monarch as his tamed beast. For the time being, little Chick had not recovered its memories, so it was not able to say anything about it. But once it remembered its past, would it try to kill him to erase this humiliating history? But this doesn't fully make sense. Ruoxin, as the spirit god of the otherworldly demonic tribe, should be the successor of the deathless monarch, and she met little Chick as the Dongshu gourd while we were still on the master-teacher continent. Thus, she should have recognized it and made a move. According to what he had heard so far, this was the first time that a god monarch had died, so it was understandable how no one was certain what had become of the deathless monarch. However, as the successor of the deathless monarch, Luo Ruoxin should have been able to recognize the deathless monarch even if it was in a very different state. Of course, everything was just his conjecture at this point, so he could not say for sure. Even god monarchs were bound to have their enemies. If someone found the death monarch in a severely weakened state, there was a good chance that it might be killed before it was able to grow back to its peak. Luo Ruoxin might have chosen to intentionally turn a blind eye to it in order to conceal it from the eyes of the others. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about it now? Zhang Xian muttered to himself. The mystery should unravel itself once I meet Ruoxin tomorrow at Spirit God Palace. Casting aside his miscellaneous thoughts, he turned his attention back to the spatial vortex and saw the little yellow Chick having a great battle with the grass of God King. This herb, being able to survive in a spatial vortex and help cultivators reach God King realm, was not weak at all. While its fighting prowess was not on par with that of a God King, it would be wise not to underestimate it. It was just unfortunate that little Chick happened to be a God King, and a considerably powerful one at that. Soon enough, it defeated the grass of God King, and holding onto it with its beak, it swam back up to where Zhang Xian was. Its body remained distorted even after it left the spatial vortex, but this degree of damage was not enough to pose a threat to it. It passed the herbs over to Zhang Xian before diving into his dantian and returning to sleep. All in all, there were 4 stalks. There should have been 5 of them, but little Chick had eaten one while it was fighting, only to realize that it tasted horrible. So, it had left the rest of them to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian took out a jade container and stored the herbs inside it before sealing it off with his zhenqi. Heaving a sigh of relief, he quickly flew back to the top of the abyss. He had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check the medicinal herbs when he received them, and it was exactly as he thought. They were indeed the grass of God King, and they had the effect of increasing one's chances of becoming a God King by 50%. Furthermore, the effects could be further enhanced if the herb's medicinal properties were complemented with other medicinal herbs. With this, as long as he could come up with a God King realm cultivation technique for his pathos of heaven, he should be able to make a breakthrough easily. Teacher, are you fine? Upon return to the place where he had parted with Feng Jioge, he saw the young man looking at him worriedly. Zhang Xian nodded. Let's head out first before talking. They had proceeded down slowly in case they encountered any danger, but there was no such worry now that they were heading upward instead. In less than an hour, they were already back on the surface. Zhang Xian called for the aerial celestial beast, and the 2 of them returned to the Inferno Phoenix clan. I found the reason your cultivation plummeted, and you can rest assured that you will not face the same problem in the future, Zhang Xian said with a smile. I also managed to find the grass of God King that you spoke of. I'll have it forged into a pill and give you one. So, make sure to cultivate diligently so that you can become a God King soon. You managed to find the grass of God King? Feng Jioge exclaimed in shock. He had been a little skeptical about the existence of the grass of God King when he went down the abyss as well, but who could have known that it really existed and that his teacher would even manage to procure some of it? Not only so, his teacher was going to give some of it to him. His eyes reddened once more as he gazed at Zhang Xian with gratitude. Zhang Xian shuddered a little when he saw Feng Jioge looking at him with such sparkling eyes yet again. He quickly glanced away as he said, "Focus on your cultivation for the rest of the day. I'll be heading out for a while, and I should be back in time for tomorrow's tournament." There was still half a day before the tournament, which should be plenty of time for him to get the grass of God King forged into pills. With those pills, he would be able to make a breakthrough as long as he could come up with a corresponding God King realm cultivation technique. Of course, the problem was that a pill that increased one's chances of making a breakthrough to God King was not easy to forge. It would be highly testing on one's skills as an apothecary, and the first person that came to Zhang Xian's mind was none other than Fu Jiangchen. Fu Jiangchen was reputed to be the #1 apothecary of the firmament, and he was a powerful God King as well. It should be safe to entrust the grass of God King into his hands. Most importantly of all, he had interacted with Fu Jiangchen, and he felt that the latter was a trustworthy person. Otherwise, if news regarding the grass of God King leaked, it would surely cause an even larger uproar than the breakthrough pill. After all, each God King was an invaluable asset to any clan in the firmament, and this included clans with conferred God Kings. He would surely face yet another wave of even more powerful assassins once that happened. Teacher, stay safe. Feng Jioge clasped his fist. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He strictly instructed Feng Jioge not to tell anyone about the grass of God King before riding the aerial celestial beast all the way to the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. Through such a convenient tool of travel, he should have more than enough time to head to the sky of Linglong to look for Fu Jiangchen, have his pill forged, and make it back within half a day. Chapter 2197 Sky of Linglong. 2197 Sky of Linglong. It was a peaceful journey to the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, so there was no God King to deliver dinner to Little Chick and provide him with free weapons and pills. To be honest, Zhang Xian was a little disappointed by that. Roughly an hour later, he finally arrived at Linglong Royal City. Sky of Linglong, whose name was derived from the phrase Linglong Heart of 7 Apertures, stood at the southwest of the firmament, and its land was shaped like a 7-sided polygon. Its monarch, Fairy Linglong, was a female god monarch. Fairy Linglong was reputed to have a ravishing appearance that was unrivaled. Her cultivation had also reached a terrifying level, not paling in comparison with the powerful Cloud Dragon Monarch or Deathless Monarch at all. The two conferred god kings serving under her, Shangguan Yunwan and Bei Qinghong, were known to be gorgeous beauties as well. Rumor had it that there were many conferred god kings and god kings who had expressed their fancy toward those two, only to be rejected. Unexpectedly, the mature-looking Fu Jiangxin was a loyal fan of those two as well, and they were the true reason he had chosen to settle down in the sky of Linglong. After all, with his top-notch skills as an apothecary, he would fare well no matter where he went. A fallen flower parts from the tree of its own volition, only to be swept away by the heartless river. Just like their god monarch, these two conferred god kings viewed the courtship of any men with nonchalance. As such, they had never gotten a companion over the years, and there was absolutely no history of them even getting close to any men. Zhang Xian knew that he only had half a day and no time to waste, so he quickly entered Linglong Royal City and sent a message to Fu Jiangxin. It did not take him long to receive a response. He waited on the spot for a while, and soon, he saw the number 1 apothecary of the firmament flying right in his direction. "My friend, Zhang Xian, I didn't expect you to visit me so soon." Fu Jiangxin stroked his beard with a smile. Before they parted at Drifting Spectre Royal City, they had exchanged their contact information, and Zhang Xian had promised to drop by when he had some time on hand. It was just that Fu Jiangxin did not expect to reunite with the young man so quickly. Fu Jiangxin had been looking into the breakthrough pill over the last few days, and the more he examined the breakthrough pill, the more impressed he was by its effects. His pill forging skills was definitely top in the firmament, but even so, he was unable to figure out the pill formula of the breakthrough pill. No matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be completely identical to a middle-tier god essence pill. In fact, there was even a period of time when he wondered if Zhang Xian had given him the wrong pill. Yet, when he tried out the effectiveness of the pill, it was indeed able to repair a cultivator's internal traumas and help them overcome the bottleneck of their cultivation. In the end, he could only conclude that the young man's mastery of pill forging was far beyond his. It was also due to this that he felt particularly excited to see the young man once more. "To be frank with you, I came here because I have a request of you." Zhang Xian clasped his fist as he spoke. "Oh." Fu Jiangxin was slightly surprised. "There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. I would be glad to help you with any trouble you are facing. Allow me to thank you in advance, Brother Fu." Since the other party addressed him as a friend, he would appear to be too formal if he continued addressing the other party as Apothecary Fu Star. Switching over to Jinshi telepathy, he said, "To be honest, I need you to help me forge a pill." "Forge a pill?" Fu Jiangxin was a little surprised to see Zhang Xian acting so cautiously. A moment later, a thought struck him, and he nodded comprehendingly as he replied via telepathy as well. "Your pill forging skills are far beyond mine. If you need my help, are you intending to forge a God King Realm pill?" As someone who was able to forge something as incredible as the Breakthrough Pill and Beauty Pill, it went without saying that the other party's comprehension of pill forging far exceeded his. Yet, the other party had traveled so far to ask him for such a favor. That likely meant that the pill he needed to forge was beyond his current capability. "Yes, that's indeed the case," Zhang Xian replied frankly. In strict terms, the God King breakthrough pill forged from the grass of God King was unlikely to reach the level of a real God King realm pill. Nevertheless, its value would not pale in comparison to any God King realm pill. "Come, let's head to my manor first before discussing the details." Knowing that such a pill would surely draw unwanted attention to them, Fu Jiangxin embraced Zhang Xian with his shenqi, and the two of them swiftly flew toward his manor. Fu Jiangxin, known as the top apothecary of the firmament, had an exceptionally high standing in the sky of Linglong. Despite only being a god king, the manor that he lived in was on a scale comparable to that of the Qi clan. With the massive number of disciples in his lineage, he was practically a sect leader at this point. Fu Jiangxin led Zhang Xian into his private room in the manor before activating the isolation barriers. Once it was all done, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Brother Zhang, to be frank with you, due to the limits of my cultivation talent, I am only able to forge 8 types of God King Realm pills at the moment. If the pill you wish to forge isn't within these 8 types, I fear that there isn't much I can do to help you." Due to the nature of God King Realm pills, The success rate of forging a God King Realm pill was highly dependent on the apothecary's ability to manipulate the power of nature, and his comprehension of the God King cultivation realm itself played a huge part. There was no doubt that Fu Jiangxian was a talented apothecary, but his talent as a cultivator was not particularly exceptional among God Kings. As a result of that, the types of God King realm pills that he could forge were limited to only 8 types. 8 types. Zhang Xian frowned. He did not know how many types of God King realm pills there were in the firmament, but if one thing was for sure, there were definitely way more than 8 of them. However, it was already too late to search for other apothecaries, so Zhang Xian got straight to the matter at hand. The pill I would like to forge is a God King breakthrough pill. May I know if you have heard of such a pill, Brother Fu? God King breakthrough pill? Fu Jiangxian was taken aback. Is there such a pill in the world? Even with his vast knowledge of pill forging, he had never heard of any pill that could help one make a breakthrough to the God King realm. I came up with the pill formula not too long ago, and I haven't gotten a chance to test it yet, Zhang Xian replied. With his current mastery of pill forging, he was already capable of changing a pill formula flexibly so as to suit his needs. Along the way, he had studied the attributes and potency of the grass of God King, and through that, he had devised a formula that best brought out its medicinal properties. However, all of it was still in a theoretical stage. He had not tried it out in practice. That being said, he had already verified the plausibility of it through the Library of Heaven's Path, and there were no mistakes. As long as the pill formula was strictly followed from the start to the end, the pill forged should be able to help a high-tier celestial god become a God King. You came up with the pill formula? Fu Jiangxian looked at Zhang Xian with his mouth agape for a long while. He had thought that it was already amazing enough that the young man was able to come up with the breakthrough pill that allowed a cultivator to overcome the bottlenecks they faced in the earlier stages of their cultivation. He did not think that the young man would be able to go so far as to even deduce a God King breakthrough pill. That was sure a terrifying talent that the young man had. Indeed, Zhang Xian nodded. However, my cultivation is still severely lacking at the moment, so I'm unable to forge the pill. Thus, I came here hoping to ask for your help. As long as you are able to help me forge the pill, I'm willing to compensate you accordingly. You are too courteous. It would also be the utmost honor for an apothecary like me to witness the birth of such an amazing pill. Fu Jiangxian replied excitedly. Is it fine for you to show me the pill formula first? I have never forged anything like this before, so I'll need to take a look at the pill formula to know whether it is within my means. Here you go. Since Zhang Xian was there to ask Fu Jiangxian for help, there was no reason for him to be stingy. He took out a jade token and infused the pill formula that he had come up with into it before passing it over. Fu Jiangxian accepted the jade token and quickly took a look at the contents. His eyes widened upon seeing the details of the pill formula, and he quickly turned to Zhang Xian to ask with an incredulous tone, "Are you certain that this pill formula is feasible?" The one, Linglong Heart of 7 Apertures refers to a mystical heart that has 7 apertures, and it's said that someone who has such a heart must have an innocent nature, and they can hear the voice of nature and communicate with it. Chapter 2198, A Perfect Forging Method. The pill formula that Fu Jiangxian had seen was simply horrifying. Even as a top apothecary in the firmament, he still felt his heart pounding anxiously at the thought of it. He dared not believe that someone would dare use all those medicinal ingredients together. The main ingredient of the pill formula, Grass of God King, was a medicinal ingredient that he had never seen or heard of before, but the other complementing medicinal herbs left chills running down his spine. Putting everything aside, the 6th complementing medicinal herb, Spittle of the Green Serpentine Dragon, was known to be one of the most potent poisons in the firmament. Even a God King would be unable to curb its poisonous properties. To actually use something like that to forge a pill. Subconsciously, Fu Jiangxian was already starting to calculate the chances of a cultivator surviving if they consumed such a pill. And the 14th medicinal herb, the 100-leaf violet scent flower, despite possessing no poison at all, had the ability to freeze a cultivator's xinqi, preventing them from exerting their cultivation. Should a breakthrough pill not be filled with ingredients that were rich in spiritual energy so that the cultivator could gather sufficient momentum for a breakthrough? But this medicinal herb would halt a person's zhenqi. How was someone supposed to cultivate like that? And the 21st medicinal herb, pure-blooded dragon blood. Was that something that a normal cultivator could endure? Putting aside a single drop, even half a drop of it would be enough to make him explode. With his many years of experience in pill forging, Fu Jiangxin's conclusion was that this was not a pill formula but an enigmatic hot pot filled with sketchy ingredients. It was similar to how a cook might add pepper, onion, ginger, and anise into their meat in order to elevate its flavor. But if he added in a teaspoon of ash, a pinch of dust, and 3 spoonfuls of wood shavings into his cooking, could it be eaten? That was just how illogical the pill formula appeared to Fu Jiangxin. I have already revised it once, and there are no problems with it, Zhang Xian replied. You have revised it once? Fu Jiangxin was on the verge of clawing his hair out. Was the young man that confident, or did he misunderstand what pill forging was? Even the most skilled apothecaries he knew of would make sure to revise their new pill formula dozens of times before attempting to forge it so as to prevent wastage of medicinal ingredients. In fact, there were some who went to the extent of simulating the process hundreds of times to ensure that it was errorless before daring to move on to the forging process. Yet, you only went through it once? Are you sure that this is fine? It feels like you are making light of everything. Rest assured, I am confident in the pill formula. We'll definitely be able to forge it. Zhang Xian replied with a chuckle to assuage Fu Jiangxin's fears. Even the Library of Heaven's Path had given him the green light, so there could not be any problem with it. Seeing how certain Zhang Xian was, Fu Jiangxin knew that he would not be able to talk him out of it. So he sighed deeply and said, Well, since you have already put it like that, I guess we can give it a try. However, I'll need to give you a disclaimer beforehand. I have never forged such a pill before, so there's a chance that all of the medicinal herbs might end up going to waste. If the pill forging process failed, it would usually result in all the medicinal herbs going to waste. The medicinal herbs required to forge something as potent as a God King breakthrough pill were bound to be incredibly valuable. Even with the vast fortune that Fu Jiangxin had at his disposal, it would still take a huge toll on his finances if so many precious herbs of his went to waste. Don't worry, it won't go to waste. Zhang Xian smiled. Brother Fu, as long as you follow my instructions carefully, there won't be any problems. All right then. Fu Jiangxin nodded. The other party's mastery of pill forging was clearly higher than his, so it could be possible that the other party was seeing a very different picture from him. He was there just to help out anyway. Shall we begin then? Zhang Xian asked. He only had half a day, and 2 hours had already passed so far. If he did not rush things a bit, he might fail to make it in time for the tournament. With a flick of his wrist, Fu Jiangxin took out a cauldron. Then, with a wave of his hand, a burst of flame descended from the sky and fell right into the cauldron, setting it alight. The cauldron that he used specifically for pill forging was God King tier, and the flame that he used was a type of celestial flame. With these, he could refine even God King tier medicinal herbs easily. You have my gratitude. Seeing that Fu Jiangxin had the equipment required to conduct the pill forging, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. That happened to be something that he lacked. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of medicinal herb materialized before him, floating in the air. He had managed to procure quite a lot of medicinal herbs back in the sky of Drifting Spectre through Qi Ling. Furthermore, when he devised the pill formula, he had altered it according to what medicinal herbs he had on hand so that he would not need to go looking for them. Fu Jiangxin looked at the medicinal herbs floating around the room before asking with a frown, Brother Zhang, you only prepared a set of medicinal herb? It was pretty standard for apothecaries to prepare 3 sets of medicinal herbs before beginning to forge their pill. This way, they would be able to quickly make adjustments if a problem occurred. However, if there was only a set of medicinal herbs and a problem cropped up in the refinement of a certain medicinal herb, they would not be able to correct the problem right away, and this could lead to the entire cauldron of medicinal herbs going to waste. Just a set is enough. To be frank with you, I'm pushed for time, so I can only attempt the forging process once, Zhang Xian replied. You are pushed for time? Fu Jiangxin was rendered speechless. That, too, was a taboo of pill forging, especially for such an advanced pill. Presenting me with a completely messed up pill formula that has only been revised once, preparing only a single set of medicinal herbs and being in a rush before the pill forgings even begun. Are you sure you are here to ask me to forge a pill for you? It was not too long ago that Fu Jiangchen had been completely impressed by Zhang Xian, and he had even thought that the latter might be most capable apothecary in the firmament with the exception of the heaven subjugation monarch. But looking at it now, how could an apothecary be this unreliable? Let's begin right away. As Zhang Xian said those words, Fu Jiangchen saw the young man grabbing one of the medicinal herbs and tossing it into his cauldron. For a moment there, Fu Jiangchen nearly flipped his cauldron over, and he might have done so if not for the fact that they were in his manner. The cauldron hasn't been heated properly, but you have already started tossing a medicinal herb in, and the way you did it somehow appeared so amateur, almost as if you have never forged a pill before. Fu Jiangchen felt his confidence level reaching a new low. I'll pass it over to you now. Follow my instructions strictly, all right? Nearly having burnt his hand while tossing the medicinal herb in, Zhang Xian immediately took a step back and held back his urge to continue tossing the other medicinal herbs in. With a deep sigh, Fu Jiangchen said, "The cauldron isn't warm yet. There are some medicinal herbs that don't require the cauldron to be too hot. On the contrary, if the temperature is too high, it might have adverse effects even," Zhang Xian swiftly explained before following up with the next set of instructions. In 2 breaths' time, place the woodleaf grass and gold gazelle leaf in. Increase the temperature of the flame by 7% right away. After that, use the wood reversal spirit resurrection forging technique to place the soul leaf grass in. The procedure for forging the God King breakthrough pill was incredibly complex, and there were many details to take note of. In order to ensure that his words could reach in time, Zhang Xian used his Zhanqi telepathy to relay his instructions. You know of my wood reversal spirit resurrection forging technique? Fu Jiangchen had been filled with uncertainty a moment ago when he suddenly heard those words, and his heart skipped a beat. The wood reversal spirit resurrection forging technique was a particularly obscure and profound forging technique. It had taken him nearly a decade in order to fully grasp it. However, after he learned it, due to how obscure it was, there were hardly any pill formulas that necessitated its use, so he had ended up shoving it aside. A lot of time had passed since then, and he had nearly forgotten about it. He did not think that Zhang Xian would be aware of that pill forging technique, as well as the fact that he knew about it. In any case, Fu Jiangchen knew that this was not the time to be asking questions. Without a moment's delay, with his right hand, he quickly did as what Zhang Xian instructed and threw stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs in with precise movements at precise timings. As for his left hand, it was busy infusing spiritual energy into the cauldron in order to raise the intensity of the flame. Tzz. While placing the medicinal herbs and according to Zhang Xian's instructions, Fu Jiangchen could not help but notice that the medicinal herbs, which looked as if they would burst into flames at any moment, would somehow melt together with impeccable timing and fuse perfectly together with one another. Could this be a perfect pill forging technique? Fu Jiangchen thought in disbelief. The reason fire was required in pill forging was to fuse the individual medicinal herbs together better. However, due to certain incompatibilities in terms of flames and forging techniques, it could prove difficult to fuse some medicinal herbs together. For most apothecaries, it was fine as long as they could mix the 2 medicinal herbs together to some degree. However, by following the timing and forging technique as the young man instructed, he was actually able to make all of the medicinal herbs fuse together perfectly. This was a perfect forging technique. This was a legendary feat that even god monarchs would find hard to pull off, but it was happening right before his eyes from the words of a young man. Chapter 2199 Need to break through. As the #1 apothecary, Fu Jiangchen's skills in controlling flames and his grasp of medicinal properties were indeed top-notch. All Zhang Xian had to do was verbalize the timing and the steps, and Fu Jiangchen would be able to pull them off with an amazing level of precision. It did not take long for over 100 medicinal herbs to be added into the cauldron, each of them perfectly fused with one another. All in all, they formed a sphere of medicinal fluid that was roughly the size of a fist. At the start, Fu Jiangchen was still getting shocked each time. He saw medicinal herbs that were usually hard to mix together fusing together perfectly, but there eventually came a point where he got numb to the shock. It was starting to feel like as long as he followed Zhang Xian's instructions, he would even be able to fuse even the heaven and earth impeccably together with one another. He had been a little doubtful at the start about why that would be the case, but eventually, he had come to realize that the young man's grasp over medicinal herbs had reached a level where he had an absolute grasp over each and every one of them. For example, at the very start, he had been extremely skeptical about adding the spittle of the green serpentine dragon into the pill since the medicinal herb was renowned for its domineering poison. However, by abruptly raising the temperature to L 300 degrees within a single breath, it was possible to make the poison disappear temporarily for half a breath. As long as he fused the densewood flower together with it in this interval, not only would the poison not reappear, it would even have the beneficial effect of stimulating the cells in one's body. The same went for the 100-leaf violet scent flower. It was known for its ability to freeze a person's zhenqi, but by mediating it with certain medicinal herbs at a specific temperature, it would instead reinforce the cultivator's meridians, thus allowing the cultivator to drive their zhenqi with greater vigor than before. The young man had managed to draw out the beneficial medicinal properties from these herbs perfectly without wasting anything. Fu Jiangchen had thought that he was nearing the peak of pill forging, but that day, he had witnessed something that he had never thought possible. He felt like the ceiling above him had shattered to reveal a brand new sky. Wait a moment, this isn't right. Just as Fu Jiangchen was going to heave a sigh of relief after seeing that nothing had gone wrong so far, he suddenly recalled something and anxiously turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian. I have already refined and fused the 107 medicinal herbs together, but why aren't we adding in the main ingredient yet? He had been so preoccupied with the forging process that he had not noticed it before, but once his workload finally lessened slightly, it immediately struck him. According to the pill formula, there was a total of 108 medicinal herbs, and he had already fused 107 of them together. So, why had the main ingredient not appeared yet? The main ingredient was usually the crux of the pill. Like the foundation of a building, its presence served as the structure to build up the final product. For most pills, the main ingredient was the first one to go into the cauldron, and the other medicinal herbs would be added in subsequently to mediate and fuse with it. Yet, strangely enough, he had forged 107 of the medicinal herbs already, and they were all just side ingredients. Are you sure that this is going to work out? This was similar to fried rice almost being ready to serve, but all that was in the bowl were onions, ginger, pepper, 13 spice powder. Somehow, the main ingredient was nowhere to be seen. Could the young man be pulling an elaborate prank on him? There's no need to worry. Continue raising the heat in the cauldron. Zhang Xian replied with his eyes still staring intently at the cauldron. All right. Fu Jiangchen was perplexed, but he did not dare go against Zhang Xian's instructions out of fear that his mistake would cause the failure of the pill forging process. So, he continued infusing his zhenqi into the cauldron, causing the flames to intensify furiously. The temperature in the cauldron was rising at a terrifying pace. Soon, the medicinal fluid started bubbling, but Zhang Xian did not give the order for him to stop. Before long, it looked as if an explosion was on the verge of occurring. Fu Jiangchen turned to Zhang Xian and worriedly asked, "Is this enough?" The medicinal herbs had already fused together, so there should be no need for the flame anymore. Furthermore, if they continued raising the heat, an explosion would really occur. That would render all their previous efforts futile. It isn't enough yet. Continue raising the heat, Zhang Xian instructed. Fu Jiangchen gritted his teeth as he channeled his zhenqi into the cauldron furiously, causing the flame in the cauldron to surge rapidly once more. I have already raised the temperature to the extent of my limits. It was just a short 5 seconds, but the number one apothecary of the firmament had already started sweating. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, he could only intensify the flame within the cauldron to this extent. Running out of zhenqi would be a problem if he went any further than this, but more importantly, he could also lose control of the flame and cause an explosion. The temperature is still slightly lacking. Zhang Xian frowned. The grass of God King was a medicinal herb that could thrive even within a spatial vortex, so the temperature needed to be extremely high in order to properly refine it. Even though Fu Jiangchen had managed to raise the temperature considerably, it still was not enough. I can't go any further than this anymore, Fu Jiangchen said with a pale face. Furthermore, I only have enough energy to sustain the flame for 30 seconds. Beyond that, my zhenqi will dry up. He was infusing as much zhenqi as he could into the cauldron already, so it went without saying that this would take a huge toll on both his zhenqi reserve and his spirit. By his estimations, 30 seconds was truly his limit. Once he ran out of energy, all his previous hard work would have gone to waste. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly upon hearing those words. Despite all his planning, he had failed to plan for Fu Jiangxin's sorely lacking zhenqi capacity. Furthermore, if they could not reach the required temperature, it would be futile even if the other party held on for another 30 minutes. I guess I have no choice then. With a solemn look on his face, Zhang Xian finally turned his gaze to Fu Jiangxin and started speaking. You are currently at God King Realm Advanced Stage, and you are already on the verge of making a breakthrough. While that won't increase your zhenqi capacity by too much, it should increase the purity of your zhenqi considerably. That will allow you to further raise the temperature of the flames inside to meet the requirement. This was a very dire situation. From the looks of it, there was only one way to prevent the pill forging process from failing, and that was for Fu Jiangxin to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As long as the latter reached God King Realm Pinnacle, he would be able to raise the temperature within the cauldron even higher. With that, he would be able to refine the grass of God King and complete the pill. Otherwise, all their hard work thus far would go to waste. Breakthrough? Fu Jiangxin was rendered speechless after hearing Zhang Xian's words. Now isn't the time to be kidding around. Fu Jiangxin knew where his limits lay, and if it was possible for him to make a breakthrough, he would have long so. He would not have waited so long. Furthermore, he was in the midst of forging a pill. It was taking everything just to maintain the flame within the cauldron. Yet he was supposed to make a breakthrough under such conditions? I'm not kidding with you. This is the only way we can avoid the pill forging from ending in a failure, Zhang Xian said. The reason your cultivation has stagnated thus far is due to your over-reliance on pills. That has resulted in pill poison accumulating within your body, and no matter what you did, you aren't able to rid yourself of it. As the saying went, no medicine is devoid of poison. Even the best pill would still leave all kinds of poison within one's body. This would not pose much trouble in the short run, but as one's cultivation rose through the ranks, and the requirement on the purity of one's zhenqi grew more and more stringent, even the slightest hint of pill poison would make a world of a difference. As one of the top apothecaries of the firmament, there was no doubt that Fu Jiangxin had greater access to cultivation resources compared to other god kings. In fact, it was mostly through pills that he had been able to reach his current realm. It was inevitable that a huge amount of pill poison would accumulate in his body after consuming so many pills. I will help you clear your pill poison right now. There's no need for you to think of anything except advancing your cultivation, Zhang Xian said. Dozens of silver needles appeared between his fingers with a flick of his wrist. Wong. With a gust of wind, all of them flew straight toward Fu Jiangxin's acupoints. Fu Jiangxin was initially taken aback by his movements, and his first instinct was to resist the needles. However, he suddenly changed his mind and closed his eyes instead. Screw it. Just like that, the silver needles pierced right into his body. Chapter 2200 Pill King. From the moment they started forging the pill, Fu Jiangxin's respect for Zhang Xian had been increasing exponentially. He could not think of a reason someone who was so skilled in pill forging would want to hurt him. Money? Fame? The other party could have all of that just by revealing a sliver of his true skills. Therefore, he chose to hold himself back and allowed the silver needles to pierce his body. He knew that he was taking a gamble, but he felt that this gamble would work in his favor. Pu. Surges of zhenqi flowed into his body through the silver needles, and under the gush of energy, the meridians that had been clogged up due to the accumulation of pill poison were swiftly blasted open one after another. With this, the sealed zhenqi within his body immediately gushed forth, reminiscent of a flood crashing down in the wake of a collapsed dam. Kacha. The sudden influx of energy elevated his vitality and his zhenqi to a higher level. At the same time, his disposition became more refined and powerful. With this, he successfully took the last step forward to reach the pinnacle of the God King realm. I made a breakthrough? Fu Jiangxin was a little stunned. The bottleneck that he had struggled for so many years to surmount was overcome so easily. He had once used a favor that he had received from Fairy Linglong to request for her help in curing his condition, but even she was helpless. Yet, the young man before him had done it so easily? It has already been 20 breaths. Stop hesitating and quickly intensify the temperature in the cauldron. Zhang Xian bellowed anxiously when he realized that Fu Jiangxin had allowed his mind to wander. Those words snapped Fu Jiangxin out of his thoughts, and he quickly infused his newfound strength into the cauldron. All in all, he could only last for 30 seconds, and he had already spent 20 seconds on making a breakthrough. If he did not speed up the process, he might run out of zhenqi before the cauldron reached the required temperature, and that would effectively spell their failure. That being said, even if it ended in failure, it would still be fine since they had not added the grass of God King yet. Of all the medicinal herbs within, the one that was nigh impossible to procure was that. Furthermore, the pill formula could always be altered according to what Zhang Xian had on hand. The real issue was that Zhang Xian simply did not have that much time to spare. They had spent nearly 4 hours trying to refine the other 107 medicinal herbs, and they would not be able to make it in time if they had to restart. Not only would they have to waste time gathering a new set of medicinal herbs, Fu Jiangxin would also need some time to recover his energy. He would not be able to make it back to the sky of spirit origin in time. So, he had to succeed by hook or by crook. All right, Fu Jiangxin replied determinedly. Even though he had managed to make a breakthrough to God King Realm Pinnacle, he had not managed to cultivate yet, so the amount of zhenqi he had within his body was still roughly the same. He was not too sure why Zhang Xian was so adamant about raising the temperature of the cauldron, but he knew that the most important thing that he had to do was follow Zhang Xian's instructions. Xiong xiong. A purer surge of zhenqi rushed into the cauldron, causing the flames to burn with greater fervor. With this, the temperature within the cauldron began rising. Another 5 breaths passed, and beads of perspiration flowed down Fu Jiangxin's head. He glanced at Zhang Xian and said, "I have reached my limits again. I won't be able to raise the temperature any higher than this." While he had managed to make a breakthrough, he had not had the opportunity to reinforce his cultivation. If he still had not met the required mark after that, there would really be nothing he could do anymore. The temperature is high enough. Maintain it, Zhang Xian instructed. He was starting to feel a little tired. He should have known. A drug junkie's cultivation foundation was bound to be weak. He had thought that the other party would be able to easily raise the temperature of the flames beyond what was required after his breakthrough, but in the end, the other party could only just raise the temperature to what was needed. This, what was needed, referred to the minimum temperature required to melt the grass of God King, but it would not be enough to facilitate a perfect fusion. Due to that, he no longer had complete confidence that the pill could be formed properly. Forget it. Knowing that he could not afford to hesitate at this point, Zhang Xian took out 4 stalks of grass of God King and infused his pathos of heaven zhenqi into them before tossing them into the cauldron. Boom! As soon as Zhang Xian's zhenqi came into contact with the boiling medicinal fluid, the flames within the cauldron suddenly intensified. With this, the temperature rose to a new high. Voila! The resilient grass of God King began melting and fusing with the medicinal fluid. 3 breaths. 2 breaths. Hurry up! Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. It would take some time for the grass of God King to fuse perfectly with the medicinal fluid, but it was clear that Fu Jiangxin was already at his limits. 1 breath. I'm sorry. I really can't hold on anymore. With a ghastly pale face from overexertion, Fu Jiangxin's body swayed weakly like a noodle before collapsing to the ground. He had used up the very last droplet of zhenqi he had within his body. Losing its source of energy, the flame in the cauldron immediately died out, and the temperature within began to plummet. Hong Long. Fortunately, the instant that the Fu Jiangxin collapsed, the fusion between the medicinal fluid and the grass of God King had been successfully completed. An intense rumbling echoed from the cauldron as 4 pills dashed out of the cauldron. The God King breakthrough pills had been completed. I don't have the strength to chase the pills anymore. Looking at the pills rushing out of the cauldron, Fu Jiangxin felt a little excited yet helpless. He was glad that he had managed to pull through at the very last moment, and successfully fused the medicinal herbs together to form the pills. It had been a long time since he felt such a sense of accomplishment when he forged a pill. But due to him running out of strength, he was unable to seal the cauldron with his energy to prevent the pills from escaping. Pills of such tier possessed their own spirit, so if they did not catch them quickly and erase their spirit, they might walk out of this pill-forging process empty-handed. The young man before him, Zhang Xian, was only a high-tier celestial god, whereas these 4 pills, despite not having reached the God-King realm yet, were already not too far from that. Even Fu Jiangchen himself would face some difficulties trying to capture those 4 pills prior to his zhenqi running dry, let alone Zhang Xian. In other words, even though they had successfully formed the pill, they were doomed to watch helplessly as the pills that they had painstakingly forged flew away. Woo! Just as Fu Jiangchen thought, those pills immediately breached the barriers he had set up around the room beforehand and escaped into the sky. Why are there so few pills? Zhang Xian frowned. Based on his estimations, with 4 grass of God King stalks and Fu Jiangchen's precise pill forging technique, there should have been at least 10 pills. He did not think that there would only be 4 of them. However, this was not the time for him to be brooding. He swiftly took out his sword and leaped into the air. Hula! Countless surges of sword chi burst forth to form a massive net in the air. A heart of intertwined threads. Zhang Xian knew how formidable the pills were, so he did not hesitate to use one of his strongest sword arts against them. This was the sword art that he had comprehended back when he was in the Azure, but as his comprehension of the pathos of heaven deepened, its conceptualization and prowess were enhanced as well. Furthermore, he was executing it with a God King tier sword. In an instant, a massive net had already spread loosely all over the sky, encircling all the escaped pills. Then, with a tug, the net of sword chi immediately began to retract back to Zhang Xian. Jijijiji. The pills struggled desperately, but they were not able to escape the net. Under the effects of the sword chi, their spirits were swiftly vanquished. With a swipe of his hand, Zhang Xian collected all the pills and stowed them into a jade container. Done. After capturing all the escaped pills, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to walk over to Fu Jiangchen to check on his condition, a shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes. Another pill had emerged from the cauldron, and it bolted away at a speed so fast that before Zhang Xian could react, it had already dived into the clouds, becoming no more than a black in the sky. T. There's actually a pill king. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Usually, the pills forged within the same cauldron would have the same level of medicinal potency. However, there were exceptions. Too much grass of God King had been added to the cauldron given the short fusion process due to Fu Jiangchen running out of energy. This resulted in an unequal distribution of medicinal energy across the pills. As a result, one pill, otherwise known as the Pill King, ended up taking up the lion's share of the medicinal energy. In fact, the medicinal energy of the Pill King was several times that of the other pills. In terms of energy, it was already on par with the God King. Chapter 2201 Bei Qingha. It was no wonder he had only seen 4 God King breakthrough pills when he estimated there to be at least 10. It turned out that the bulk of the medicinal energy had gone into the Pill King. Not only so, the spirit of the Pill King was more developed. It possessed wisdom that was on par with that of a human. That was why it had chosen to hide inside the cauldron while the other pills attempted to escape, choosing to bide its time for the ideal opportunity to run. Then, just as Zhang Xian let his guard down, it had immediately dashed out. Its patience and ability to gauge the right timing were indeed remarkable. If Zhang Xian allowed the Pill King to escape, he would be missing out on the true treasure. Do you think that I'll let you escape? Zhang Xian scoffed as he channeled his zhenqi into his feet and leaped powerfully into the air. Boom! He swiftly flitted in the direction of the Pill King, leaving behind ripples in the air. Having driven the red dust heaven ascending steps to its limits, he was able to fly at a speed even faster than that of the pill. A high-tier celestial god is actually flying? Fu Jiangchen widened his eyes in disbelief. It was an unchanging law in the firmament that only god kings were capable of flight. But this? It was one thing for the other party to be able to subdue those 4 pills with a single move, but to think that he would be able to fly at a speed that was not any slower than him. How in the world was the other party doing this? For a moment, Fu Jiangchen was really wondering if he was seeing things. The escaping Pill King was also taken aback to see the high-tier celestial god chasing after it so quickly. Seeing that the other party was going to catch up with it soon, it swiftly morphed into the appearance of a ferocious-looking young man and turned around to slap the other party. It was a simple move, but it harnessed a terrifying amount of power. In terms of strength, the Pill King had already reached a level comparable to God Kings. Humph! With an awful look on his face, Zhang Xian halted his footsteps to dodge the attack before counterattacking with the sword in his hand. He realized that even though he had rid his body of his Heaven's Path Shenqi, his fighting prowess did not fall. Instead, he was stronger than ever. The only issue was that the amount of Zhenqi he had was much lower than before, so he could not afford to use his Zhenqi recklessly. Thus, he had to end the battle as quickly as possible. Furthermore, this was not just an issue of his Zhenqi running out. More importantly, the escape of the Pill King had caused quite the commotion, such that he could feel dozens of people's spiritual perception gazing over there in just a few short breaths. If he did not resolve this problem quickly, the situation might go out of control. Only on demise will a silkworm run out of thread. Only as ashes will the tears of a candle dry up. Zhang Xian executed the sword art he had comprehended from the pathos of heaven, and a thin thread shot forth from his sword and wrapped itself around the Pill King. As if the final spark of flame before a candle died out or the last yarn of thread a silkworm produced, this thin thread carried a heavy sentimentality and tied the Pill King down, preventing it from escaping. The Pill King was astonished. Celestial gods and god kings should have been 2 beings of different levels of existence. It thought that it would be able to get rid of the young man easily by retaliating with its full strength, but who could have known that it would be bound even before it could finish its attack? Were the high-tier celestial gods really this powerful? Knowing that he would not be able to keep this up for too long with the limitations of his Zhenqi, the earlier flight at his full speed and the 2 sword arts that he had executed had really sapped a lot out of him. He quickly pulled the thread made out of sword chi toward him to capture the Pill King. Arg! Amid its cries of agony, the Pill King, from its form as a young man, slowly grew smaller and smaller until it was no more than a round pill. At the same time, the spirit that had BOM within it had been vanquished as well. Having finally subdued the Pill King, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Reaching out, he was just about to grab the Pill King when his body suddenly froze in place. Not only so, even his flow of Zhenqi disobeyed his will and screeched to a halt. What's happening? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. Following that, he saw a beautiful lady walking toward him a step at a time. With her dainty hand, she picked up the Pill King lightly between her fingertips. Friend, this pill is a medicine that my barrel grass gazebo paid a heavy price to forge. Thank you for capturing it in my stead. I am very grateful for your assistance, the lady said with a smile. The barrel grass gazebo? Zhang Xian asked with narrowed eyes as he channeled his Zhenqi to break the seal cast on him. The Pill King was a medicine that could possibly aid one in making a breakthrough to the God King realm. There was no power in the firmament that could resist such temptation. As such, Zhang Xian had been worried all this while that someone would attempt to steal the Pill King away from him, and it seemed like the worst-case scenario had happened. This one sure was greedy. She was there to steal his possession, yet she still wanted to claim the moral high ground and retain her reputation while doing so. The firmament was a lawless place. In the end, it was the one with the strongest fist that called the shots. Indeed, the lady replied gracefully as she whipped out her jade token. This is the insignia of our barrel grass gazebo. Given that you have done us a great favor, it's only right for us to reward you accordingly. With this insignia, you will be able to choose any cultivation technique manual of your liking at our barrel grass gazebo. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she passed the jade token over to Zhang Xian. Is this the story you have managed to come up with to steal my possession? Zhang Xian sneered as he sliced the jade token in 2 without any hesitation. Do I look like a pushover to you? It was one thing for the other party to seal his movements and steal his pill, but to think that she would even dare claim that it was hers. Zhang Xian had never seen such bullsh*t before. Steal your possession? That is a pill that I paid a high price to forge. Anyone with the slightest common sense will be able to tell that this is beyond a mere high-tier celestial god's ability to forge. The lady flung her sleeves back and sneered coldly. Think before you speak. It's indeed beyond my ability to forge this pill, which is why I engaged Master Fu Jiangchen's help. I provided him with the medicinal herbs and the forging technique, but the pill ended up escaping just as we completed it. You said that you were the one who forged it, so why don't you tell us what medicinal herbs are used in it and what the respective steps required are? Zhang Xian asked. Fu Jiangchen? The lady burst into laughter. It seems like you do know quite a bit. Indeed, I was the one who instructed him to forge the pill on my behalf, and I provided him with the medicinal herbs in order to do so. Little boy, it isn't right for you to claim possession of something that isn't yours. But sure, I'll go with you for the sake of fairness then. Let's call Fu Jiangchen over here and have him testify who the true owner of the pill is. After saying those words, the lady turned toward a manor and bellowed, Fu Jiangchen, hurry up and get over here. Her words were swiftly transmitted over to Fu Jiangchen through her zhenqi. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian quickly reassessed his situation solemnly. There was no one else in the area, but he could feel dozens of people's spiritual perception observing the happenings intently. The reason the lady had claimed that the pill was hers right from the start was to claim the moral high ground. This way, no one would be able to legitimately compete for the Pill King with her. Otherwise, they would risk sullying their reputation. Based on this, it could be seen that the lady before him had quite the standing in Linglong Royal City. You sure are brazen enough to not feel the slightest bit of embarrassment even after snatching your pill. Tell me, who are you? Zhang Xian harumphed. You know of the barrelgrass gazebo, but you don't know who I am? The lady chuckled softly. I am Bei Qinghong. Bei Qinghong? Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. A conferred god king? Chapter 2202 Judgment. When he arrived at Linglong Royal City, he had inquired about the general political situation within Royal City from the guards at the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. From them, he had learned that other than Fairy Linglong, the two people that he should look out for were conferred God King Shangwan Yunwan and conferred God King Bei Qinghong. Those two of them could be considered equals, and each dominated over half of Royal City. As one of the few ravishing female conferred God Kings of the firmament, she had many loyal and powerful followers pursuing her. Zhang Xian had thought that the shameless person who was trying to snatch his pill would just be a God King at the very most, but to think that it was a conferred God King. On second thought, however, it was not all that surprising for a conferred God King to want to claim the Pill King for herself. Each God King breakthrough pill could potentially create a God King, and the Pill King's effectiveness was far higher than that. If one used it sparingly, it could at least give rise to 4 additional God Kings. Even conferred God Kings would not be able to hold back their greed when there were great profits at stake. Seeing that the other party finally knew of her identity, Bei Qinghong placed her hands behind her back, putting on airs reminiscent of a queen. Glancing downward, she saw a weakened Fu Jiangchen flying over slowly. He had expended all his energy earlier, but he was still able to swiftly recover a bit of his energy by consuming the pills he had with him. Fu Jiangchen pays respect to conferred God King Bei. Fu Jiangchen clasped his fist and bowed deeply, not daring to show the slightest breach in his etiquette. Bei Qinghong nodded slightly in response. The reason I called you here is so that you can clarify to everyone who the owner of this pill is. Am I the one who provided you with the medicinal herbs and pill formula to forge this pill? Fu Jiangchen's face froze upon hearing those words. He anxiously glanced over at Zhang Xian before biting his lips hesitantly. Yes, Apothecary Fu, you. Zhang Xian did not think that Fu Jiangchen would betray him at this crucial moment. The way he addressed Fu Jiangchen also changed back from Brother Fu to Apothecary Fu. Apothecary Zhang, it's indeed true that conferred God King Bei is the one who instructed me to forge this pill. It'll be best for you to step down and not cause a ruckus. I'm causing a ruckus? Trembling with rage, Zhang Xian burst into laughter instead. Then, he shook his head. It seems like the sky of Linglong is ganging up against me for being an outsider. He had taken the grass of God King there and paid a heavy price in order to have the pill successfully forged. Yet, they were now claiming otherwise? It seemed like they were really taking advantage of his weakness in order to distort the truth to their advantage. Audacious, conferred God King Bei has magnanimously turned a blind eye to your insolence because you have accrued some merit capturing the pill, but instead of feeling grateful toward her, you continue to spout such brazen words. Are you asking to be killed? Fu Jiangxian bellowed authoritatively. Those words immediately caused Zhang Xian's rage to hit the roof, and right after, he heard Fu Jiangxian's telepathic voice in his head. Brother Zhang, conferred God King Bei is too used to having her way. Even if I side with you, she'll still likely try to make a move on you after you have left Linglong Royal City. If you really wish to go ahead with it, I can report the matter to conferred God King Shangwan to have her judge this matter on our behalf, but ultimately, those two conferred God Kings are equal in strength. If conferred God King Bei insists on having her way, there's nothing we can do. I think it would be best for you to concede defeat. You are saying that I should just let her do as she pleases? Zhang Xian sneered. There's no way around it. That's a conferred God King. We don't stand a chance. Even after she takes the pill king, you still have the other 4 pills to use. If this goes on, I fear that she might resort to violence. By then, not only will you be walking out of here empty-handed, your life will be in danger. Fu Jiangxian exclaimed worriedly. There was a common saying that a normal citizen could never defeat an official in power. Bei Qinghong was one of the rulers of Linglong Royal City, as well as a conferred God King who boasted strength just beneath that of a God Monarch. Knowing that there was no point arguing with Fu Jiangxian over this matter, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Bei Qinghong and asked with his chin tilted upward, "What if I refuse?" As someone with his foundation based in the sky of Linglong, Fu Jiangxian had far too many lives he had to consider before going against a conferred God King. But that was not the case for Zhang Xian. It was true that the lady before him was ravishing, but what was the point of having such a beautiful appearance if what lay beneath was nothing more than a venomous heart? He had hoped to keep a low profile so as to not cause too huge of a commotion, but this was one of the things that he simply could not tolerate. This was not the time to be thinking about remaining humble and low profile. If he allowed it to happen this once, it would surely happen again and again. It was time for him to let the others know that even though he, Zhang Xian, had only arrived in the firmament a month ago, he was not a person whom anyone could bully that easily. Conferred God King Bei. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian's rage swiftly cooled down as he gazed at Bei Qinghong with cold, rational eyes. I'll give you a chance. Declare the truth and concede your mistake. Despite knowing conferred God King Bei's identity, he still dares to make such a bold statement? Is he insane? He must be out of his mind. Those who were keeping a lookout on the situation exclaimed in shock. I have been polite to you so far out of consideration that you are a guest in our sky of Linglong, and that you have helped me capture my pill. However, you seem to be testing my patience. Did you think that I dare not make a move on you? Bei Qinghong gazed down at Zhang Xian chillingly. An indomitable pressure burst forth from her, shrouding the entire Linglong royal city. The sky darkened, and the air turned incredibly heavy. This pressure was felt by everyone within Linglong Royal City, but this was even more so for Zhang Xian, whom this pressure was directed toward. His breathing became ragged as a result of that, and his zhanqi seemed to have frozen in place. If not for the God King's sword in his grasp warding away some of the pressure, he might have plummeted from the sky. This was a force that even real God Kings would not be able to withstand, let alone a high-tier celestial god. The powers of a conferred God King were indeed frightening. Zhang Xian swiftly drove his pathos of heaven, and the pressure on him finally alleviated. He shook his head and remarked in pity, I presented the opportunity to you, but you don't know how to cherish it. There's nothing else I can do then. Seeing how Zhang Xian was still spouting such words when he was already standing right before death's gates, Bei Qinghong harumphed coldly. Humph, the arrogance of a person who doesn't know his place. It had been far too long since the last time someone dared speak to her in such a manner. She raised her hand to teach the young man before her a lesson, but before she could even move, her body suddenly stiffened in place. An overwhelmingly powerful force had suddenly locked onto her, sealing her strength. Shocked, she quickly raised her head, only to see a golden book floating quietly above her. "What is that?" Bei Qinghong uttered. The book that was floating above her actually left her with a feeling of deep trepidation. She felt as if a higher being had set its eyes on her, and she would not be able to retaliate or escape no matter what she tried. It was as if her existence was being rejected by the heavens themselves. "It's just a book," Zhang Xian replied. He did not want to resort to this, but he could not tolerate this anymore. He had given her a few chances to back down, and since she was not willing to turn back, there was no reason for him to show her mercy. He knew that this move could very well offend Fairy Linglong, but he did not care that much anymore. "You exploited your strength to oppress those weaker than you, and you display an absolute lack of regret and repentance in your actions. I can't even begin to imagine what evil you have committed over the course of your long life. Since there is no one else to pass judgment upon you, I shall be the one to do so," Zhang Xian said with a grand wave of his arm. Hong Long. With the sound reminiscent of a collapsing mountain, the Book of Heaven's path descended from the sky. No. Bei Qinghong had thought that her opponent was just an ordinary high-tier celestial god whom she could suppress with ease. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect the other party to have such a powerful artifact with him. She tried to gather her strength to stand against the golden page, but under the crushing weight of the book, her entire arm immediately fractured upon impact. She could not even last a single breath. Chapter 2203 Intervention. What the heck is this? Bei Qinghong exclaimed with a voice filled with fright. It was known in the world that the only ones who could truly stop a conferred god-king were the god monarchs. It was for this reason that Bei Qinghong dared to act as she pleased without worrying about the consequences. Yet, she had never expected the high-tier celestial god she was confronting to have such a powerful artifact with him. She felt as if the weight of the heavens was pressing down on her. It was a force that was comparable to the strength of a god monarch. Even though she was a conferred god-king, she did not stand a chance against such a powerful force. "I can't die like this. Shatter! Shatter!" Bei Qinghong screamed with all her might as she furiously pumped her energy outward to stop the book above her. Ripples appeared in the sky as she forcefully drew in all the anima of yearning within the sky of Linglong to protect herself. In terms of individual prowess, a conferred god-king was not too different from an ordinary god-king. The truth behind their strength lay in their ability to manipulate the anima of yearning within their conferred territory, turning it into their strength. That effectively made them nigh invincible existences within their own conferred land. But no matter how much energy Bei Qinghong tapped into, she could not possibly hope to rival the strength of the heavens. The barrier that she had formed with the anima of yearning dissipated with little resistance. Pooh! This had really left Bei Qinghong utterly terrified. In this instant, she was truly panicked. She realized that if she did not do something to stop the book soon, there was a good chance that she would be reduced to minced meat within the next few breaths. "Spare my life. I have wronged you. I saw the concentrated energy within the pill and got greedy. I shouldn't have tried to selfishly claim it. The truth is that I don't know what pill it is and where it came from." Without any hesitation, Bei Qinghong cast aside her reputation and admitted to her guilt. Between her reputation and her life, the latter was clearly the priority. Conferred God King Bei tried to snatch the pill of another person? She spoke with such gusto earlier that I really trusted her. To think that it was all an act. I have viewed her as my goddess for the past few centuries, ever since I was just a 20-year-old lad. I can't believe that a proud conferred god king would resort to something as despicable as this. Hey, you also saw how much energy lies within that pill. Can you say for certain that you wouldn't do the same as her if you were in her position? This. I guess I can understand her rationale for doing that, but still. Those who were watching the situation with their spiritual perception were all taken aback. Given how Bei Qinghong had appeared right after the pill was captured, as well as how confident she had spoken all this while, Everyone had swiftly been convinced that the pill was indeed hers. To think that she was the plunderer. This admittance had effectively soiled her reputation as the goddess of countless men. In the end, even conferred god-kings were mortals. It was impossible for them to be completely devoid of greed. Your words mean nothing to me anymore. It's always easy to express your regret after you realize the consequences of your own actions. I gave you a chance earlier, but you failed to grasp it. You have to take responsibility for your own decisions, Zhang Xian replied with utter nonchalance. Even the worst villains in the world would unhesitatingly apologize if there was a sword pressed against their neck. What was the point of receiving such an apology? Kacha. With the previous upgrade of his library of Heaven's Path, the duration for which the golden page was able to remain materialized in the world increased yet again. Under Zhang Xian's will, it crashed down on Bei Qinghong with greater force than before. The latter swiftly succumbed under the pressure, and the bones all over her body began fracturing. Fresh blood spurted out of her every orifice, dyeing her body crimson. As powerful as conferred god-kings were, they had not surpassed the limitations of the heavens yet. Thus, they were powerless before it. Please hold on a moment. There was an abrupt pulse of wind, and another ravishing figure appeared in the area. The other conferred god-king of the sky of Linglong, Shangguan Yunwan. Bei Qinghong is a conferred god-king chosen by her sovereignty herself. Your act of killing her will be blatant defiance toward her sovereignty's authority. You have already made your point clear, so I ask of you to spare her life, Shangguan Yunwan said. Are you threatening me in the name of your god monarch? Zhang Xian glanced at Shangguan Yunwan coldly. The eyes of the conferred god-kings and god monarch of the sky of Linglong Shore were convenient. While Bei Qinghong was attempting to plunder his pill, they were blind enough not to see anything at all, allowing Bei Qinghong to arrogantly act as she pleased. Yet, when the tables were turned, they did not hesitate to see and intervene. What right did they have to ask him to compromise? Their strength? Dream on. Even if I didn't say anything, you should also know what I mean deep down. The honor of a god monarch cannot be sullied, Shangguan Yunwan said. The god monarchs were the strongest existences in the world. Bei Qinghong was a person appointed by Fairy Linglong to serve as a conferred god king to the sky of Linglong. So the only one who could hold Bei Qinghong responsible for her actions should be Fairy Linglong. The act of killing Bei Qinghong could be viewed as an attempt to challenge Fairy Linglong's authority. I do understand what you are saying. However, to confer a person like that as her conferred god king, it doesn't seem like Fairy Linglong is a good judge of character. Leaving such a person to manage the sky of Linglong is exactly what will sully Fairy Linglong's honor. Allow me to rid the black sheep on her behalf then, Zhang Xian declared. And no. Bam! With a cry of agony, Bei Qinghong was smashed into the ground. Her soul also dissipated in that instant, leaving nothing behind at all. Why you? Shangguan Yunwan did not think that the other party would still kill Bei Qinghong despite having brought out the god monarch's name. Her lips quivered in rage as she raised her hand to point at him. How dare someone like you have the gall to? But before she could finish her sentence, the other party shot her a piercing glare and said frostily, "Shut your mouth if you don't want to die." Shangguan Yunwan's body trembled in anger, but having witnessed the prowess of the book, she dared not say another word. Even Bei Qinghong, who was equal to her in terms of strength, had been killed in an instant. If she dared say another word, it was likely that she would meet the same fate. The God Kings and the other experts who had been keeping an eye on the situation also went completely quiet. They could not stop their bodies from shuddering after witnessing what had just happened. That was a conferred God King, an existence whom no one could stop other than the God Monarchs. Yet, in the blink of an eye, such an existence was killed, and the other one had been berated in public yet dared not utter a word of complaint. Just where in the world did this frightening fellow come from? At the same time, Fu Jiangchen's body was also trembling fearfully. He had always viewed Zhang Xian in high regard, believing that he would achieve great things in the future. Yet, who could have known that he wielded the strength to kill a conferred God King and scare his goddess into not daring to speak a word? It was fortunate that he did not think of attempting anything while helping him forge his pill, or else he would have probably been reduced to a corpse by now. Wait a moment, isn't he Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian? Are you referring to the Zhang Xian from the Sky of Drifting Spectre who came up with the breakthrough pill, Apothecary Zhang? Yes, that's him. I was at the Sky of Drifting Spectre on the day of the launch, and I happened to see him. So, I remember him quite clearly. Ah, that explains it. As someone who could come up with the beauty pill and breakthrough pill, I suppose it's no surprise if he could come up with that frightening pill over there too. If he's able to kill a conferred god king so easily, does that mean that he has a god monarch backing him? I wonder who it is. There was someone amid the spectators who recognized Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian had caused too huge a commotion back in the Sky of Drifting Spectre, such that his reputation had already spread all the way there. After berating Shangguan Yunwan, Zhang Xian collected the pill king bound within his sword chi with a flick of his finger before stowing it into a jade container. All of a sudden, he felt a whiff of danger coming from the center of Linglong Royal City. The silent space suddenly began rumbling furiously as the energy within Linglong Royal City swiftly surged toward the center. A despairing pressure suddenly fell out of nowhere. Is Fairy Linglong going to make a move as well? Zhang Xian muttered with narrowed eyes. Chapter 2204 Reunion with an Old Friend. He had witnessed the strength of the conferred God Kings with his own eyes, and it had been shown that the golden page was more than enough to curb them. However, the energy that was gathering in the sky was even stronger than that of a conferred God King. Just like the massive sun in the sky, it felt like an imposing and otherworldly force that mortals could not hope to oppose. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was for a god monarch to have gotten involved. It seemed like the sky of Linglong's Fairy Linglong was still quite involved in the affairs of her territory. She could not resist making a move after seeing her conferred god king getting killed. Her sovereignty? Fu Jiangxin and the others also noticed the anomaly, and their faces warped in horror. They quickly lowered themselves to the ground and bowed their heads downward, not daring to raise them in the least. Shangguan Yunwan also kneeled to the ground, but her tensed face was swiftly replaced with relief. Her heart would really be chilled if their god monarch was able to remain nonchalant after watching a conferred god king getting killed in their territory. Hong Long Long. The accumulated energy swiftly morphed into a massive face that loomed over the entire sky, as if the sun, instead of appearing in person, Fairy Linglong sent a sliver of her will down instead. I never thought that there would be someone so audacious as to kill my conferred god king. Fairy Linglong's voice pierced right into one's soul, leaving one with a looming feeling of helplessness. The massive head above was just a sliver of the god monarch's will, but it was already far beyond what a mere high-tier celestial god like him could deal with. Receive your punishment. Zhang Xian knew that there was a good chance he would be killed once Fairy Linglong made her move, so he quickly channeled the golden page, which had depleted half of its energy but had not vanished after subduing Bei Qinghong, to strike the massive face in the sky instead. The massive face in the sky harumphed. You overestimate yourself. Pop. The golden page abruptly vanished into thin air, as if it had never even appeared. The trump card that allowed him to defeat a conferred god king so easily could not even withstand the mere will of a god monarch. Zhang Xian's body stiffened upon seeing such a sight. He had thought that even if he could not wound Fairy Linglong, he would still be able to hinder her for a moment. Who could have known that he would not even be able to last a single breath? He still had another golden page in his library of Heaven's Path, but given the circumstances, he did not dare use it recklessly. It's the privilege of the young to act recklessly, but excessive arrogance is a huge taboo. The massive face remarked as it gazed down on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly raised his God King sword and executed his strongest sword art. Before his sword chi could get far, it had started unraveling by itself. The next instant, he felt a stabbing pain in his arm before the God King's sword was knocked out of his grasp. Following that, a powerful impact struck his chest, causing him to fall to the ground severely wounded. Tzz. The golden threads in his muscles swiftly repaired his wounds. You are stronger than I thought. The massive face was a little surprised to see that Zhang Xian was able to withstand its attack. It began to reassess him once more before speaking. As a god monarch, I shan't take advantage of your weakness. I can spare your life, but punishment is inevitable. Despite only being a high-tier celestial god, you arrogantly killed my conferred god king in my own territory, not showing the slightest regard for me. If I condone such an atrocity, our sky of Linglong will be looked down on by others. Then, with a powerful voice, it proclaimed, I hereby declare that you will be stripped of your cultivation. Boom! Zhang Xian swiftly found a powerful force wrapping itself around him, and the zhenqi within his dantian began to dissipate as if someone was sapping it out of his body. Alarmed, Zhang Xian tried to resist the force, but he found himself completely powerless. It was as if Fairy Linglong's words had turned into a law of the world, leaving him unable to even struggle. Am I really going to meet my end here? No. So what if she's a god monarch? I won't be killed that easily. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian was just about to bring out his final golden page to deal with the massive face in the sky when the force around him suddenly scattered. Raising his head, he saw a round orb spinning non-stop between him and the massive face. Along with its revolution, the space in the area seemed to freeze in place. Even the powerful might of a god monarch was unable to bypass the spatial manipulation of the orb. Zhang Xian was stunned. The dimension silencer? The orb was none other than the hereditary treasure passed down within the Luo clan and currently in Luo Qiqi's possession, the dimension silencer. Luo Xianqing had told him that shortly after he departed from the master-teacher continent, Luo Qiqi had left as well. He had thought that the latter might have gone to the Azure, but despite having tasked the 6 sects with searching for her, there had been no news whatsoever. As such, he had suspected that she might have gone to the firmament. So, he had instructed the 6 sects to continue looking for her and take care of her well if they found her while he headed up to the firmament. After he arrived at the firmament, he had also heard some news that suggested that she might actually be there. That being said, he had never expected her to suddenly appear at this moment to protect him from the attack of a god monarch. The massive face in the sky was also taken aback by the sudden intervention. With a displeased voice, it questioned, Qiqi, what are you doing? Who? The dimension silencer quivered a little before morphing into the form of a beautiful lady. The beautiful lady clasped her fist and said, He is the person whom I like. Your sovereignty, I ask of you to show him mercy. She was none other than Luo Qiqi. It had been several months since they had last met, but she was still the same as the quiet and gentle lady in his memories. When she turned around to look at him, he could see a hint of anticipation mixed together with many complex emotions. Even though she appeared to be the same as before, her strength far surpassed what it used to be. Taking a closer look, she was actually at God King Realm Pinnacle, just like Fu Jiangqian. Zhang Xian had been perplexed for a long while about why the anima of yearning he had collected suddenly increased so much. But thinking about it now, her sentiments probably played a huge part in that. A God King Realm Pinnacle Dimension Silencer. In terms of fighting prowess, she was definitely far stronger than Fu Jiangqian. Perhaps she might even be able to rival Bei Qinghong in a fight. Seeing how the young lady unhesitatingly threw herself before a god monarch for his sake, he could not help but clench his fists tightly. My feelings for you aren't just at the level of like, Luo Qiqi said with a slightly bittersweet smile. Then, she turned to the massive face in the sky and clasped her fist. He is the person I like. Your sovereignty, I ask of you to spare him. Seeing this, Zhang Xian could not help but recall how the young lady had once turned against her own clan for his sake, and it felt like history was replaying itself yet again. This was a sentimentality he had never really been able to understand. Not once had he given her any promise or any hope, but despite that, she was still willing to toss aside everything else for him every time. It made him feel both grateful and guilty. The person whom you aren't able to forget about is him? The massive face asked doubtfully. But he doesn't have any feelings for you. I can see from his eyes that there is already someone else in his heart. Qiqi, is it worth it for you to turn against me for someone who doesn't even like you? Somehow, those words felt like advice from one friend to another. I don't know, but as long as he's safe. Standing right before a god monarch, Luo Qiqi's face did not have much emotion on it, just her unyielding determination. That would be enough for me. Chapter 2205 Glomp. Why do you do this to yourself? The massive face sighed deeply. Fairy Linglong had known all this while that there was a person that lived in the heart of this reserved young lady, but she had never thought that it would be this man. Luo Qiqi raised her head and said, Your sovereignty, I believe that you saw everything that happened earlier. It was conferred God King Bei who was greedy, so she attempted to take advantage of him. Zhang Xian only retaliated due to her oppression. If we trace the chain of responsibility, it's unfair to pin the blame all on him. So, your sovereignty, I ask you to spare him and allow him to leave. She had never thought of herself as a headstrong person, but when it came to something involving Zhang Xian, she was determined to never back down. That is no longer the problem here. Even if my subordinate has done wrong, I should be the one to punish her. If he, an outsider, gets away scot-free after willfully killing my subordinate, our sky of Linglong will be made light of by others, the massive face replied. She knew that Zhang Xian was not at fault, but the sky of Linglong was a part of the firmament, not a closed-off dimension isolated from the rest of the world. Reputation was important when it came to dealing with others, so she could not afford to compromise. If that's the case, I am willing to take the punishment on his behalf, Luo Qiqi said with gritted teeth. Not expecting the young lady to go this far, the massive face in the sky frowned. Qiqi, back down. I'll settle this matter myself, Zhang Xian said as he flew into the sky and stood in front of the young lady. He was already indebted to the young lady after all she had done for him. How could he allow her to come to harm due to him again? His strength might be lacking, but having taken in the bloodline of the little yellow chick, his body had become undying. It would not be that easy for Fairy Linglong to kill him in his current state. Furthermore, he still had a golden page with him. It might not be enough to defend against the might of a real god monarch, but it could surely stand its ground against a sliver of Fairy Linglong's will. I guess you still have some guts in you, the massive face remarked quietly after seeing Zhang Xian's actions. To face your own trouble by yourself, you still have a sense of responsibility in you. Had it been anyone else, even if it was a conferred god king, they would not have dared say anything excessive before a god monarch. Yet, the young man was willing to step forth under such circumstances to take responsibility for his own actions. Perhaps that was why Luo Qiqi was so devoted to him. My initial verdict was to cripple your cultivation, but since Qiqi has pleaded on your behalf, I'll make an exception and show you leniency. This sliver of my will is formed through the spiritual energy within Linglong Royal City, and it harnesses roughly 1/100th of my prowess. If you can withstand an attack of full might from me, I'll let the matter today go. Otherwise, you can only blame yourself for your weakness. The massive face said, Your sovereignty. Luo Qiqi protested with a pale face. While the massive face was formed out of spiritual energy, the fact remained that it harnessed the will of a god monarch. Putting aside Zhang Xian, even ordinary conferred god kings would not be able to withstand it. I have already made up my mind. If he can't even survive something of this extent, he's not worthy of your feelings. A powerful will descended from the sky, and Luo Qiqi immediately fell silent. She suddenly found herself unable to speak or move. Most likely, Fairy Linglong had chosen to immobilize her temporarily to prevent her from meddling in this. Let's get started then. Knowing that there was no avoiding this, Zhang Xian began channeling his zhenqi to its limits in preparation of facing Fairy Linglong's attack. Even though the attack only harnessed 1/100th of her full strength, it was still a force not to be underestimated. With a wave of his hand, the God King's sword immediately flew back into his grasp, and he swung it toward the face with great power. Through this slash, Zhang Xian executed the 3 sword arts of the pathos of heaven simultaneously, and he manipulated the sword chi to form a massive barrier right before him. Despite your young age, you have comprehended your own sword art. Not bad. The massive face nodded. The next moment, a powerful force crushed down from above, and the barrier that was created using the 3 sword arts began to break apart at a visible pace. What terrifying might, Zhang Xian murmured. He would have expected no less from a god monarch. Even 1/100th of Fairy Linglong's strength was still way beyond what he could deal with. I can only put my life on the line then. Once his sword art caved in and the force struck down on him, he would surely sustain severe injuries. To be frank, Zhang Xian was still fairly confident that he would survive this ordeal. After his body had been tempered through the lucid lunar lake, it was able to recover from even the most severe of injuries as long as he was given enough time. However, the problem was that he had to rush back to the Sky of Spirit Origin to make it in time for the tournament to earn the qualification to enter Spirit God Palace. If he missed it, the next opportunity would be 100 years from now. So, he could not afford to be crippled. Thus, he was trying his hardest to avoid sustaining any injuries at all. Left with no choice, Zhang Xian turned to his library of Heaven's Path to summon his golden page. But at this crucial moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Let me do it instead. Following that, Little Chick leaped out of his dantian and opened its beak wide. Glomp! With a huge breath, it swallowed the massive face in the sky, leaving a big bloated yellow chick reminiscent of an oversized balloon floating quietly in the air. Zhang Xian's cheeks twitched. He knew that the little yellow chick was capable of swallowing artifacts and items that were far stronger than it. But that was a sliver of a god monarch's will. Is it really fine for you to swallow it just like that? Shouldn't we at least spare her some face? Zhang Xian was far from being the only one taken aback by this sight. Everyone who witnessed the scene was as dumbstruck as he was. That massive face could be considered a representation of Fairy Linglong herself, and a chick had actually swallowed it just like that. Luo Qiqi also turned to look at Little Chick with a look of disbelief on her face. If she had known that Zhang Xian had such a powerful trump card, she would not have intervened at all. Before everyone's shocked gaze, the massive yellow chick released a resounding burp before its body began contracting back to its original size. While it was still contracting, it licked its lips with an expression that looked as if it was not fully satisfied yet. Wong. Shortly later, yet another massive face appeared in the sky. This time around, however, without ample spiritual energy to fuel it, the face looked a little blurred. Nevertheless, the will that was harnessed within it still cast a heavy pressure on those standing before it. Instead of flying into a rage, the massive face looked at Little Chick with an indescribable expression on its face. I am Zhang Xian's tamed beast, Little Chick. If you want to make a move on my master, you have to get past me. Little Chick stuck its chick wings on its waist and spoke proudly. Tamed beast? Little Chick? The massive face twitched a little upon hearing those words. Do you know your true identity? Of course. Little Chick replied proudly. I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. Supercock, the massive face twitched yet again before looking at Zhang Xian with an assessing gaze. If Fairy Linglong had thought that the young man was just a talented cultivator who possessed some special means previously, she did not dare think that way anymore. It was one thing for the young man to have comprehended a cultivation technique and sword arts that surpassed the heavens and possessed a book that could kill a conferred god king. But she never could have imagined that the young man would actually tame that person as his tamed beast, even brainwashing him into thinking that he was a cock. Furthermore, that person even took pride in such an embarrassing name. Was this really happening? It really felt like everything in the firmament was going haywire. Chapter 2206 An Edict from the Sky of Freedom. Since you have managed to block a blow from me, I'll consider this matter settled. As a god monarch, Fairy Linglong could not afford to renege on her promise. No matter what kind of means the young man had used, it was a fact that he had managed to withstand her attack. So, the massive face harumphed. You can leave now. Thank you. Zhang Xian clasped his fist as he heaved a sigh of relief. While Little Chick was able to devour that massive face in the sky, they were still in a disadvantageous position given that they were in the sky of Linglong. If Fairy Linglong decided to make a move personally, they would not stand a chance at all. So, this was already the best outcome for him. Zhang Xian turned around to talk to Fu Jiangchen. Apothecary Fu, I am thankful that you helped me forge my pill. I helped you raise your cultivation, and I gave you some insights into pill forging during the process earlier. That should be enough to compensate you for your assistance." To be frank, he was still a little angry at how Fu Jiangxin had backstabbed him at a crucial moment earlier to help Bei Qinghong. He understood that Fu Jiangxin was indeed in a difficult position considering the circumstances, but he could not simply treat it as if nothing had happened at all. So, it was inevitable that their relationship would have to drift apart. "I am grateful for your guidance, Apothecary Zhang." Fu Jiangxin bowed deeply. He had still treated Zhang Xian as his junior earlier, but after witnessing how the latter was able to kill a conferred god king easily and devour the will of a god monarch, there was no way he would dare act in such a manner anymore. Furthermore, he also felt deeply guilty about his earlier actions. Chi-Chi. After addressing Fu Jiangxin, Zhang Xian turned to the young lady behind him and called out to her with an awkward look on his face. He was not sure how he should face her. She had done so much for him thus far, but he could not give her what she wanted the most. Just as he was at a loss as to what to say, the young lady looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Zhang Shi, would it be fine for me to continue following and learn pill forging from you?" Hearing those words, a slight chuckle escaped from Zhang Xian's lips as he nodded. Of course. As if the arrival of spring, a beautiful smile blossomed on Luo Qiqi's lips. "That's great." She then turned to the massive face in the sky and kneeled down before saying, "Your sovereignty, I am extremely grateful to you for saving me from the spatial turbulence and bestowing me with plenty of resources, allowing me to raise my cultivation swiftly. Due to your help, Taihat, I was able to grow so quickly. Almeve Carrot, you have done for me." Those words made the massive face in the sky frown. "Your sovereignty, I once told you that once I received news on him, no matter what kind of danger lies ahead, I'd seek him and stay by his side. Now that he is right before me, I wish to leave together with him. I hope that you'll grant me your blessing," Luo Qiqi said as she kowtowed solemnly several times. The massive face was silent for a moment before sighing deeply. "I already knew about it when I heard about the breakthrough pill and beauty pill. I didn't tell you because I feared that you would leave right away, but it seems like what that will happen will eventually happen." Given the ruckus that Zhang Xian had caused in the sky of drifting specter, how could Fairy Linglong, as a god monarch, possibly remain oblivious to it? She had just worried that Luo Qiqi would leave right away after hearing the news, so she had chosen to intentionally keep the matter from her. Yet, shortly after that, the young man had gone there on his own and caused an even larger commotion than before. Seriously, this young man sure was a troublemaker. It was a mystery why someone as nice as Chi-Chi would fancy such a man. "Forget it. Go on and pursue your own happiness," the massive face said. "I don't believe that the person he likes can be even more outstanding than you." Fairy Linglong knew that the young lady whom she had saved from the spatial turbulence was the manifestation of the Dimension Silencer. Even in the firmament, the Dimension Silencer could still be considered a top-tier treasure. That was also precisely why the young lady had been able to become a god king within such a short period of time. With such talent, there was probably no one in the firmament who could compete with her. Fairy Linglong did not know whom Zhang Xian liked, but she did not believe that it was possible for any man to resist the pursuit of a lady as fine as Luo Qiqi for too long. "Thank you, your sovereignty," Luo Qiqi replied in delight before turning back to face Zhang Xian. After she heard of his departure from the master-teacher continent, she had immediately torn apart the dimension barrier to pursue him. However, she did not expect to make her way all the way up to the firmament in one shot. She had thought that it would take a very long time before they would be reunited, so this sudden meeting had come as a huge surprise to her too. Zhang Xian nodded at Chi-Chi before turning to the massive face in the sky to say, "Chi-Chi has been under your sovereignty's care all this while, so it's only right for me, as her teacher, to thank you and repay the favor." "Repay the favor? How do you intend to repay my favor? By killing my conferred god king and devouring my will?" The massive face harumphed. As soon as Fairy Linglong heard those three words, "repay the favor," from Zhang Xian's mouth, she felt a surge of anger rising from her chest. "You killed my conferred god king shortly after arriving in my territory, and you even had your tamed beast devour my will. While it was true that there was not much damage to her, it still caused her reputation to be sullied. Of course not. Zhang Xian chuckled awkwardly. If I'm not mistaken, Your Sovereignty, you haven't been able to sleep well, right? He had realized that he could not use the Library of Heaven's Path to peer into the flaws of the God Monarch, but nevertheless, he was still able to discern some things from Fairy Linglong's will. Fairy Linglong was an extremely powerful God Monarch, wielding powers that placed her at the forefront of her peers. However, she suffered from a major issue, and that was a lack of sleep. Typically speaking, those who had reached her level of cultivation did not need to sleep. Even if she did not rest for 10,000 years, her physical condition would not be phased in the least. That being said, most experts still slept as a form of relaxation for their body and mind. As a person who had reached the peak of the world, there was no need for Fairy Linglong to cultivate desperately. Left without much of an aim in life, it became even more important for her to rest well to avoid getting too restless. Those words made the massive face in the sky frown. The young man's words were spot on. She was indeed suffering from insomnia, and no matter what she did, she was unable to fall asleep. But how did the other party know about this? Not even Luo Qiqi was aware of this matter. Your Sovereignty, please rest assured. I am an apothecary. While I don't have a solution for your affliction at the moment, I'm confident that I will be able to think of something in time. I hope that I can repay the grace you have showered upon Qiqi with this. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. His cultivation was still too weak, so it would be hard for him to deal with a problem that even Fairy Linglong herself was unable to solve. Nevertheless, as he raised his cultivation, he should be able to figure out a way to solve her affliction. He'll be waiting then. The massive face left behind those words before dissipating from the sky. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Qiqi and said, "Let's go." Luo Qiqi turned to him and smiled before nodding quietly. With that, the two of them began making their way outside the city. In Linglong Royal City, within a massive palace floating in the middle of a sky, a lady gazed upon the departing figure of Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi with her hands behind her back. If Zhang Xian saw the face of this lady, he would be surprised to find that it was identical to that of the massive face that had appeared earlier. She was Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong. I wonder just what is so great about love that it drives people frenzied in pursuit of it. Fairy Linglong muttered to herself, "Qiqi, I can only hope that you won't regret the decision you have made today. However, I doubt that that man is completely devoid of feelings for someone as outstanding as you. It's pretty obvious who he should choose between you and that woman. Humph, if I find out who that woman is, I'll surely teach her a lesson." Before Fairy Linglong could finish her words, the space around her suddenly began trembling as a golden board materialized out of thin air. Seeing this, Fairy Linglong hurriedly lowered her posture, not daring to even breathe lowly. Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong, receive the edict. The golden board declared grandly, "You are to head to the Sky of Freedom right now. God Monarch Lingxi wishes to meet with me." Fairy Linglong was taken aback. However, she dared not go against the order, so she quickly replied, "I have received the edict." With a slight waver of her body, Fairy Linglong vanished from the spot. Chapter 2207 God Monarch Lingxi. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Linglong tore apart the fabric of space to follow the golden board. The next moment, she was standing before a massive gate shrouded amid a layer of fog. Sky of Freedom, Heavenly Palace of Freedom. The gate was still tightly shut. Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong has come to pay respect to God Monarch Lingxi. Fairy Linglong lowered her body and waited patiently for the gate to open. The term 9 skies 9 monarchs made it sound as if the 9 god monarchs were of equal standing, but only those who had reached the level of a god monarch would know that the true master of the firmament was none other than the person lording over the sky of freedom. The surroundings were absolutely silent. There was no breeze or the calls of any beasts around. The air in the area was so still that it felt suffocating. Fairy Linglong continued waiting patiently amid this stifling environment. But on the inside, she was trying to figure out the reason behind this summon. The other party had sent the golden board over to invite her there, but despite her arrival, the gate still remained firmly closed. There was no one to receive her, and there were no indications as to what she was supposed to do. She did not recall doing anything that would have offended God Monarch Lingxi. Fairy Linglong waited for a while longer, but there was still no response at all. So, she raised her voice slightly and announced her presence once more. Fairy Linglong of the sky of Linglong has come to pay respect to God Monarch Lingxi. It had been an hour since she arrived, and her posture had remained lowered the whole time. It was not that she could not stand upright. She dared not. She waited for yet another hour after that, but the massive gate still showed no signs of opening. Just as Fairy Linglong was wondering if she should take her leave and return another day, a voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the heavenly palace of freedom. This is a clone formed by a sliver of my will. I'll give you 3 moves to defeat it. Wong. Right after those words were spoken, a young lady appeared before Fairy Linglong. The young lady was dressed in a simple but elegant white robe. She had an aura that seemed to meld into nature, making her presence nearly imperceptible. Fairy Linglong's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. She did not recall doing anything to offend God Monarch Lingxi. Why did she have to defeat the other party's will within 3 moves? All right then. Even though Fairy Linglong was bewildered, she knew that she could not go against the other party's will. So, she straightened her posture and took a step back before abruptly charging forward to strike the young lady with a palm strike. Sla. The surrounding space ripped apart as though it was as flimsy as a sheet of paper, causing a black dimension rift to appear on the young lady. Yet, the dimension rift did nothing to faze the young lady at all. It was almost as if she did not exist in the world. 1. The white-robed young lady uttered nonchalantly. Fairy Linglong was taken aback to see that her attack was not able to faze the other party. Biting her lips, she did not dare hold back at all. She lifted both of her fists and struck down on her opponent simultaneously. In terms of strength and talent, she was ranked among the top few in the 9 god monarchs. Even the Cloud Dragon monarch would have to tread carefully around her. With her fusing her entire strength into both of her fists, a destructive prowess wreaked havoc upon the world. Her assault did not just cause a dimension rift anymore. Instead, the space that stood in her path was all disintegrated into fine dust. Stable space was one of the foundations of life. The act of tearing down space was the act of destroying all life within that space. However, the white-robed young lady still did not make a move at all. She allowed the destructive force to ripple through her body, but it did not even leave a trace on her. 2. The white-robed young lady counted. Knowing that this was her last move, Fairy Linglong extracted a droplet of blood from her glabella and set it ablaze. The next instant, her aura surged furiously. Gathering all her strength into her palm, she struck down once more. This time, her palm strike was at least 2 times stronger than her first attack, but instead of shattering or disintegrating, the space distorted this time around. The palm strike landed squarely on top of the white-robed young lady, but the latter remained rooted to the spot, not affected by the offense. A voice echoed by Fairy Linglong's ear. 3. Then, the white-robed young lady lifted her finger and flicked it. Pong! Fairy Linglong was immediately sent flying. Blood spewed from her mouth as she tumbled through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground with a pale face. This single strike had left her with severe injuries. It was obvious that the 2 of them were not on the same level. Enduring her pain, Fairy Linglong gritted her teeth and rose to her feet. She lowered her head and said, God Monarch Lingxi, thank you for your guidance. If I may ask, have I done something wrong? The God Monarch of the Sky of Freedom rarely summoned the other God Monarchs. The fact that the other party had called her all the way here only to treat her in such a manner, it could only mean that she had done something that displeased the other party. But the issue was that, I don't even know what I have done to offend you. Why don't you at least tell me what I have done so that I can take note of it in the future? You called me here and started pummeling me without telling me the reason. What am I supposed to make of this? You need to work a lot harder if you wish to teach me a lesson. Your current strength is still far from sufficient. Leaving those words behind, the white-robed young lady morphed into a droplet of clear water and fell to the ground. To think that the opponent she had been facing all this while was a clone made out of a mere droplet of water. The god monarch of the sky of freedom was indeed on a different level from the rest of the god monarchs. While she was astonished by the prowess displayed by god monarch Lingxi, she could not help but be baffled by the words of the other party. Teach you a lesson? Given your prowess, I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson even if someone were to inflate my guts by tenfold. Wait a moment. It was right after I muttered to myself that I would teach the person whom Zhang Xian likes a lesson that the golden board appeared and summoned me here. Could it be that? A look of horror suddenly appeared on Fairy Linglong's face. If what she was thinking right now was really true, then Zhang Xian was truly a terrifying individual. To have such a tamed beast and such a girlfriend, was he really just a high-tier celestial god? It feels like nothing is going right for me these days. I really should try my best to steer clear of that fellow in the future. Fairy Linglong was not sure whether her conjecture was right, and she dared not verify it. In any case, it was best to avoid trouble wherever possible. Sighing deeply, she waved her hand and returned to the sky of Linglong. Shortly after she returned to her palace, a middle-aged lady suddenly rushed into the room and kneeled before her. My deepest congratulations, your sovereignty. Congratulations. A conferred god-king of hers had just been killed, but she had not been able to deal with the culprit, and just a moment ago, she had been summoned to the sky of freedom, only to get pummeled. She could not think of anything that could lift her spirits at a moment like this. Your sovereignty, the two people whom you brought back from the celestial mountain have been cultivating in the space-time mirror, and just a moment ago, they managed to reach God-King Realm Pinnacle while clearing the trial, the middle-aged lady reported. They've cleared the trial? Fairy Linglong's eyes widened in surprise before a delighted smile emerged on her face. This was indeed the best news that she could have received heard after the day of setbacks. She had picked out two talented cultivators from the Celestial Mountain, and she had devoted a lot of resources to groom them. With their breakthrough, the sky of Linglong would be in a much better position in the upcoming flood of spiritual energy. At the very least, they would not be forced to take a passive position as they did previously. Let's head over there to take a look, Fairy Linglong said as she quickly made her way over to the space-time mirror. On the outside, the space-time mirror appeared to be no different from an ordinary mirror. Concealed within it, however, was a dimension where time flowed 10,000 times faster than that of the firmament. In other words, several hundred years had already passed for those two cultivators ever since she brought them back from the Celestial Mountain. It was truly an impressive feat for those two people, who had barely reached the God Realm when she first brought them to the sky of Linglong, to reach God King Realm Pinnacle within just several hundred years. With a thought, she brought the two cultivators inside the space-time mirror out. They were two ladies. One looked quiet and reserved, whereas the other one emanated a frostily cold vibe. Despite having spent hundreds of years within the space-time mirror, it did not seem like the passing of years had left its mark on them. They still looked almost the same as they did when they first entered the space-time mirror. As soon as they appeared from the mirror, auras powerful enough to tear apart the fabric of space burst forth from their bodies. Despite only being at God King Realm Pinnacle, the auras they emanated were already even more powerful than those of normal conferred god kings. Be it their cultivation techniques or their temperament, they were indeed ideal candidates for conferment. The more Fairy Linglong looked at them, the more satisfied she was with them. She looked at them with eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "The two of you have already reached God King Realm Pinnacle, which means that you are strong enough to bear the power of conferment. Are you willing to become my conferred god kings?" Chapter 2208 Fairy Linglong's Mental Breakdown 1:2208 Fairy Linglong's Mental Breakdown 1. Conferred God King, the two female cultivators asked hesitantly. A cultivator who had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, as long as he was able to earn the recognition of a god monarch, could be granted a conferment. This conferment would entitle them to greater powers, making them the strongest existence beneath the god monarchs. Those who could not receive a conferment from a god monarch would find their cultivation capped. No matter how talented they would only be a little more powerful than ordinary god kings. Indeed, Fairy Linglong nodded. Her initial plan was to reserve the conferment for Luo Qiqi after Bei Qinghong's death, but the latter had chosen to leave with Zhang Xian instead. Nevertheless, everything still turned out fine in the end. While the sky of Linglong had lost a conferred God King, it could potentially gain 2 more if the conferment went through. That would put it on par with the rest of the 9 skies. Seeing how those 2 were hesitant, Fairy Linglong frowned. Are you unwilling to become my conferred God King? We would be glad if the conferment grants us greater powers than before, but... The quiet and reserved lady paused for a brief moment here before continuing. If we become your conferred God King, will we have to follow your orders unconditionally, such that we'll have to turn against our kin as long as you order us to? Fairy Linglong chuckled after hearing the other party's question. You have misunderstood. Becoming a conferred God King means to receive the acknowledgement from a territory of the firmament, thus entitling you to the anima of yearning of those living in the area. If you receive the acknowledgement from a territory within the sky of Linglong, you will be considered my subordinate, but there is no restriction on the conferment that forces you to obey my orders unconditionally. If a conferred God King had to obey every single one of their God Monarch's orders, that wouldn't be a conferred God King but a puppet. Hearing those words, the 2 female cultivators nodded in realization. If that's the case, we are willing to become the conferred God Kings of the sky of Linglong. Good. Fairy Linglong raised her hand, and a brilliant light embraced the 2 female cultivators. At the same instant, the countless lives living within sky of Linglong heard a voice sounding in their heads. To the people of the sky of Linglong, heed my words. For her imprudence and dishonorable actions, Bei Qinghong has been stripped of her conferment. I hereby declare that Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan will be replacing her as conferred God Kings of the sky of Linglong. The countless life forms of the sky of Linglong immediately saw the figures of 2 beautiful ladies in their heads, and they hurriedly kneeled down, paying respects to the conferred God King Wang Ying and conferred God King Wei Ruyan. The lifespan of a conferred God King exceeded 100,000 years, so every conferment represented the rise of a lasting major power. For a long time, the sky of Linglong had only had 2 conferred God Kings. When news started spreading that Bei Qinghong had been killed, many were worried that the sky of Linglong would lose the power to curb the other skies. Yet, contrary to that, Fairy Linglong had conferred 2 new God Kings right away. Not all cultivators who had reached God King Realm Pinnacle could be conferred. Those who were able to receive the conferment were all exceptional individuals who possessed talent beyond their peers. Honglong. With the submission of the populace, the 2 young ladies immediately felt a powerful will seeping into their bodies. As if they had been recognized by the world, they found that they were able to tap into a greater reserve of power from the world. Is that the will of the world? The 2 female cultivators widened their eyes. Fairy Linglong chuckled softly as she answered their doubts. Receiving the conferment of a God Monarch won't affect your jinchi or cultivation. However, your soul will receive the acknowledgement from the will of the world. This allows you to truly tap into the powers of the world, thus increasing your fighting prowess significantly. Conferred God Kings were not powerful because of their superior cultivation or pure jinchi. Rather, it was because of the rights they received as a result of the conferment. These rights came from the acknowledgement from the will of the world, and it allowed them to tap into a reserve of power far beyond what any God Kings could hope to match. I see. Feeling the greatness of the power, the eyes of the 2 female cultivators glowed in excitement. From the moment they received the acknowledgement from the will of the world, they realized that even though the power was conferred to them by Fairy Linglong, unless they died or gave up on it voluntarily, it was impossible for anyone to take this power away from them. Not even Fairy Linglong had the authority to revoke these rights. Thank you, your sovereignty. The 2 of them bowed down deeply as they voiced their gratitude. Fairy Linglong nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the 2 young ladies dotingly. Aren't you going to call me teacher? She was the one who had taken them from the Celestial Mountain, and she had used the power of the space-time mirror to accelerate their growth and offered them guidance from time to time. If not for her help, there was no way they could have cleared the trial required for the conferment so quickly. Their relationship had never been officially acknowledged by either side, but Fairy Linglong could feel the sentiments of a teacher and a student between them. This was also the first time that she had accepted anyone as her disciple. She had not spent much time with these 2 female cultivators, but she was very fond of them. Wang Yin was reserved, but she was extremely kind to those around her. Wei Ruyan was cold, but she was extremely loyal to those whom she was close to. Fairy Linglong thought that it would be great if she could have these two as her disciples. Pardon us, your sovereignty, but the both of us mentioned previously that we already have a teacher. Wang Ying clasped her fist. I know that you already have a teacher, but how can he compare with me? He's just the person who has guided you through the first phase of your journey. Fairy Linglong frowned. She had learned that these two had a teacher back when she was still fetching them from the Celestial Mountain. Back then, they had initially resisted leaving with her, and they had insisted on leaving a message for their teacher. And to be frank, it was the respectful attitude that they had toward their teacher that made her even more satisfied with them. She had thought that they would forget about their previous teacher with time and favor her instead, but who could have known that that only teacher they recognized was still him? It was not that she could not understand their loyalty, but she was a god monarch. As long as she gave the word, there were countless people in the world who would do anything to become her disciple. Yet, after all she had done for these two, they still refused to acknowledge her as their teacher. Just what was so good about their previous teacher? In the end, was their teacher not nothing more than an ordinary god who offered them some guidance in the earlier phases of their cultivation? Was there really a need for them to go this far for him? Your sovereignty, I will have to ask you not to insult our teacher, Wei Rian said. He has done far too much for us to ever repay him, and if we really have to choose between the two, we can only return our cultivation to you. Your sovereignty, he's the only teacher we have recognized in this lifetime, and this will never change, Wang Ying said. Please pardon our obstinacy. It can't be helped then. Fairy Linglong could only shake her head regretfully after seeing how determined those two were. After heaving a deep sigh, she looked at them and asked, Do you know of the flood of spiritual energy? Wang Ying nodded. We have heard of it. The news had been going around furiously in the firmament. Even though they had been in seclusion most of the time, they had still been able to hear a thing or two from the guards. If not for the flood of spiritual energy, even if their talent was not too bad, there was no way a god monarch would regard them so highly as to go all out to help them raise their cultivation. The flood of spiritual energy happens once every decade, and it's a major affair in the nine skies, Fairy Linglong explained. During that period, even conferred god kings and god kings can easily lose their lives. Even though you have become conferred god kings, you still aren't the strongest of them all yet. Similar to how I found you on the Celestial Mountain, the other god monarchs have also managed to find their own successors. These successors are bound to receive personal guidance from their respective god monarchs, so we can expect them to be extremely difficult opponents to deal with. If you don't acknowledge me as your teacher, I won't be able to impart more advanced battle techniques to you. That will put you in a very dangerous position against them, and you might even lose your lives. Putting everything aside, have you heard of the young man known as Zheng Yang whom the Blazing Sun Monarch took away with him? According to what I've heard, that young man received his conferment several days ago, and in terms of fighting prowess, he's able to stand his ground against some of the veteran conferred god kings. If you face him during the flood of spiritual energy, the chances of you winning are really slim. We have heard of him. Wang Ying nodded. He's my fourth junior. Chapter 2209 Fairy Linglong's Breakdown 2, Fourth Junior? Fairy Linglong was dumbfounded. Wait a moment. What? That young man named Zheng Yang is already famous throughout the sky of Blazing Sun for his powerful cultivation and ingenious spearmanship. With his frightening fighting prowess, he has already defeated quite a few veteran conferred god kings. Due to that darn pervert has already bragged about this matter to me several times. And you are right now that Zheng Yang is your junior? So, he's also a student of that teacher you mentioned, is he? Fairy Linglong asked with bulging eyes. That's right. Wang Ying nodded. Her teacher had decided on their rankings when he finally accepted them as his direct disciples, and Zheng Yang happened to be ranked fourth. Fairy Linglong was unable to speak for a very long while. She had never expected to hear something so shocking. To think that they were under the same teacher. She had thought that it was already amazingly fortunate for the teacher of Wang Ying and Wei Rian to take them in as his disciples, but who could have known that Zheng Yang was his disciple too? It was no wonder those two were unwilling to acknowledge her as their teacher. It seemed like their teacher was quite a figure, too. But so what? She was still a god monarch. On the other hand, their teacher was a mere god realm cultivator. Even if he was lucky enough to have taken in 3 talented cultivators, he could not compete with her. Fairy Linglong felt that she still had an advantage. No matter what, she had to convince these two about the perilous situation they were in. Otherwise, she would not be able to impart her techniques to them, and they would not be able to compete with the conferred god kings of the other skies. Fairy Linglong quickly calmed herself down before carrying on with a solemn voice. Even if Zhengyang is your junior and will go easy on you, there are still other strong conferred god kings that you need to pay attention to. Take the disciple whom God Monarch Fuming has taken in, Zhao Ya, for example. She is rumored to be on par with Zhengyang in terms of strength. The sky of adamant gold is located in the west of the firmament, whereas the sky of Linglong is located in the southwest. Due to our close proximity, there's a great likelihood that we'll come to blows with one another. If you don't brush up on your skills under my guidance, it'll be hard for you to stand against her. That's my first senior, Wang Ying replied quietly. Fairy Linglong's eyelids twitched upon hearing those words. Unable to keep her cool, she asked, "What about conferred God King Lu Chong of the Sky of Drifting Spectre? He should have nothing to do with you, right? He's actually really powerful. That's my 6th junior." Fairy Linglong's facial expression was starting to run amok at this point. What about conferred God King Lu Yang, conferred God King Zhang Zhouxiao, and conferred God King Kong Shiryao of the Sky of Cloud Dragon? Surely you can't be related to them too. They are my 3rd junior, 8th junior, and 9th junior. Wang Ying was feeling quite relieved to hear that her senior and juniors were faring well in the firmament. However, Fairy Linglong looked as if she was going to descend into lunacy. What about the new conferred god kings of the Sky of Acheron, Yuan Tao, Dan Xiaotian, and Bai Ruanqing? They are my 5th junior, 10th junior, and 11th junior. Pooh. Unable to take it any longer, Fairy Linglong spurted a mouthful of blood. She could not help but recall how all the god monarchs were delighted to have managed to find their own successors. All of them were confident that they would be able to gain more resources for themselves for the flood of spiritual energy. But in the end, it turned out that all their successors had the same teacher. They were all from the same lineage. It could still be considered luck if a teacher accepted 2 or 3 talented cultivator as his disciples, but to have 11 of such disciples, such a thing definitely could not be shrugged off as mere luck. Is your teacher really just a god realm cultivator? Fairy Linglong asked. Indeed. When we entered the celestial mountain, our teacher was still at the god realm. An ordinary god wouldn't have had the privilege of enjoying an abundance of cultivation resources and the space-time mirror, so I reckon it's unlikely for him to have become a celestial god. For such a person to actually have so many conferred god kings as his disciples, Fairy Linglong could hardly come to terms with this reality. Was that fellow not a little too frightening? No, wait a moment. Since their teacher had not caught the gaze of any god monarchs yet, if she found him first and convinced him to submit to her, would she not gain control over all of those conferred god kings as well? With such thoughts in mind, Fairy Linglong's eyes lit up as she asked, "Is your teacher still in the Sky of Drifting Spectre? Is there anyone who knows of his relationship with you?" Wang Ying pondered for a moment before replying, "Our teacher has always preferred to keep a low profile. He'll be content as long as we're getting along fine, so it's highly unlikely that he'd talk about his relationship with us of his own accord. As for whether he's still in the Sky of Drifting Spectre or not, we haven't contacted him for a month now, so we don't really know for certain. If there was anyone who knew Zhang Xian the best, it was his direct disciples. Kind, humble, and low profile, their teacher was a person overflowing with virtues. Even though they had already been through 3 worlds together, they still had not been able to see anyone who could match him in terms of character. Unless any of them were in a position of danger, it was unlikely that he would show himself before the god monarchs. Currently, her juniors and senior were getting along well, and they had even managed to become conferred god kings. Given her understanding of their teacher, he would probably try to stay out of their path to avoid troubling them. That's good. Fairy Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. The The fact that the person's identity had not been revealed yet meant that the other god monarchs would not be able to get to him before her. Forcefully calming herself down, Fairy Linglong asked, "May I know your teacher's name? What does he look like?" She would have to first find him based on his name and appearance before figuring out a way to forge a good relationship with him. Our teacher seeks a humble and low-profile life. He'll be displeased if he finds out that we revealed his identity to another person. Your sovereignty, I have to ask for your understanding in this matter. Wang Ying bowed deeply. As her teacher's disciple, she had to respect her teacher's wish for privacy. I understand that you are concerned about your teacher, but once your relationship with Zhaoye, Zhengyang, Yuan Tao, and the others is known by the others, there will surely be people who start looking into this matter. No matter how low profile your teacher might be, it's only a matter of time before someone figures out his relationship with the rest of you. By then, he might face a great deal of trouble, especially from the other god monarchs. You must understand that I'm not trying to make things difficult for you or your teacher. If possible, I would like to help you protect your teacher as well so that you can set your mind at ease, Fairy Linglong explained. This, Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan looked at each other hesitantly to decide on what they should do. There was a grain of truth to what Fairy Linglong had said. With their current fame in the firmament, there would surely be curious individuals who would try digging into their background. Unlike them, their teacher did not have the guidance of a god monarch, the aid of overpowered artifacts such as the space-time mirror, or an abundance of cultivation resources. If someone intended him harm, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. So, it would be wonderful if Fairy Linglong was sincere in wanting to help them protect their teacher. That would really set their minds at ease. Rest assured, I am a woman true to my words. I only want to know his identity in order to protect him. I have no plans of causing him any trouble. As a god monarch, I won't stoop so low as to spout lies to you too. Fairy Linglong further reassured them. Your sovereignty, we trust you. There was no reason for someone as powerful as a god monarch to fool them like that. Knowing that Fairy Linglong had good intentions at heart, Wang Ying hesitated for a moment before adding, "If you manage to find our teacher, I hope that you can bring us over so that we can pay respects to him." "That isn't a problem," Fairy Linglong replied. "All right then. It's unlikely that your sovereignty will have heard of our teacher. He's a humble cultivator who goes by the name of Zhang Xian. Puthong." Fairy Linglong's foot slipped, and she fell to the ground. Chapter 22 Tin Feng Hanqiu. Fairy Linglong was utterly flabbergasted to discover that the Zhang Xian they were talking about was indeed the same Zhang Xian whom she knew of. For the entire conversation, those two had been emphasizing again and again how humble and low profile their teacher was, such that she actually believed their words. After all, he was indeed a person who managed to groom so many talented experts without making his name known. Yet, their teacher was actually Zhang Xian. You said that he keeps a low profile? Low profile your head. You said that he is an ordinary god? Ordinary your head. There's hardly any cultivator who doesn't know of his name after he launched the beauty pill and breakthrough pill in the sky of Drifting Spectre. Not only so, just a few hours ago, that man came over to the sky of Linglong and killed one of my conferred god kings, devoured my will, and took the dimension silencer away with him. As if that isn't frightening enough, that man had that person as his tamed beast, and his girlfriend is actually the strongest person in the firmament. You call that low profile and ordinary? Pooey. He is the very antithesis of low profile and ordinary. There is no celestial god who is more high profile and extraordinary than him. More importantly, the reason I asked you for his name is so that I can find him and rally him over to my side. But after that bitter spat between us earlier, how am I supposed to do so now? Fairy Linglong's mind began churning non-stop as she tried to figure out what she should do with the current situation. Even if we didn't have a conflict with one another earlier, it wouldn't be easy to bring him over to my side, given his tamed beast and girlfriend. Should I just bestow him a conferment for the sake of it? But it would be better to keep this news under wraps. It wouldn't be good if the other god monarchs learned about this matter. Having successfully left Linglong Royal City without any issues, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Little Chick had stepped forward and protected him earlier, or else he would have been in a really difficult position. Zhang Xian was not worried about anyone else making a move on him, especially after what he had done earlier. So, while he made his way over to the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation, he glanced over at the young lady behind him and asked, "How did you get here? And how did you get to know Fairy Linglong?" After I left the Master Teacher continent, Luo Qiqi began recounting her story. She had morphed into the Dimension Silencer and broken the Dimension Barrier. However, in a series of unfortunate events, she had ended up getting caught within a spatial turbulence. In the end, she had been found and saved by Fairy Linglong, who then brought her over to the firmament. In the first place, the Dimension Silencer was an artifact that was from the firmament, but had somehow fallen to the Master Teacher continent. After returning there, her cultivation had swiftly improved. Within a short month, she had raised her cultivation all the way up to God King Realm Pinnacle. Paired with her abilities as the Dimension Silencer, even ordinary conferred God Kings would find it hard to put up a fight against her. On the other hand, Zhang Xian did not expect Luo Qiqi to have met with so many hardships. With a deep sigh, he shared with her how the Luo clan had been faring when he returned to the Master Teacher continent a while back. "I have really let my clan down," Luo Qiqi mumbled with reddened eyes. The flow of time in the firmament was 10,000 times that of the Master Teacher continent. A month up there was equivalent to 10,000 months beneath, which equated to the passing of around 800 years. Most of her kin were probably aged by now. After arriving there, she had realized that she could not break the dimension barrier as easily anymore. Most likely, she would not meet her family members again in her lifetime. Zhang Xian patted her back quietly in consolation for a while before asking, "While you were with Fairy Linglong, did you happen to meet my two direct disciples, Wang Ying and Wei Rian?" "I didn't meet them personally, but based on what I've heard, it seems like they have been cultivating inside her sovereignty's space-time mirror. Their cultivation should be no weaker than mine at the moment," Luo Qiqi replied. Hearing that Fairy Linglong had been treating his direct disciples well, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. While chatting a bit about various matters, they finally arrived before the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. "Do you have the token to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation?" Zhang Xian asked. His token could only allow for the teleportation of him and his tamed beast, so he would not be able to take Luo Qiqi with him. But if they were to attempt to fly over to Spirit Origin Royal City, it would probably take several years before they arrived at their destination. Luo Qiqi chuckled softly and said, "I don't need that to travel around." The token primarily served to protect cultivators from getting hurt. As the Dimension Silencer, she governed over the spatial laws of the world. The spatial turbulence during the teleportation could not hurt her. In fact, while it would take quite a toll on her to do so, she could already rip space apart and travel freely from one place to another. So, the two of them went on to use the Great Displacement Teleportation Formation. With a brilliant glow of light, the two of them vanished from the spot, and the next moment, they were already in the sky of Spirit Origin. Zhang Xian quickly turned his gaze over to Luo Qiqi, and fortunately, she was unharmed. Entering Spirit Origin Royal City, they quickly made their way over to the Inferno Phoenix clan. As soon as Zhang Xian walked through the entrance, Feng Jioga, who appeared to have been pacing back and forth waiting for him, rushed up to him anxiously. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. "Shortly after you left, we received an announcement saying that the tournament would be brought ahead. I sent you quite a few messages on your communication jade token, but there was no response," Feng Jioga said nervously. The three great clans of Spirit Origin Royal City had initially set the time of the tournament roughly an hour later, but according to the rumors, it seemed like something had happened within Spirit God Palace, causing it to continuously radiate light. Taking it as a sign that something major was going to happen, the three conferred God Kings had decided to bring the tournament ahead to quickly get it over and done with so that they could focus on what that was to come. In other words, during the period that Zhang Xian was away, the person who was to enter Spirit God Palace had already been chosen. Hearing that the tournament had already concluded, Zhang Xian could not help but frown. He had already rushed all the way there, but it was still too late in the end. However, it could not be helped. The communication jade token that he used had limited range, and it would only work if both the sender and receiver were in the same sky. Given that he had gone all the way to the sky of Linglong, There was no way he would have been able to receive Feng Zhuge's message. He could only hope that his disciple had claimed first place instead. This way, he might still be able to impersonate his disciple and sneak in. So, he quickly turned to Feng Zhuge and asked, "What place did you finish?" "I." Feng Zhuge's face reddened. He quickly kneeled onto the floor and kowtowed. "I have let you down. I only managed to place second in the tournament." His teacher had gone through so much trouble to decipher the mysteries of combat for him, allowing him to even overcome the 9 Phoenix stellar formation. Yet, in the end, he was still defeated by another in the final round. "You finished second?" Zhang Xian was surprised. "Who came first?" Feng Zhuge had fought practically the strongest experts in the Inferno Phoenix clan, and he had managed to defeat them with ease. So, unless his opponent was Zhang Xian himself, he should have been able to defeat any celestial gods. So, how did he end up placing second? Were there even stronger experts in the other 2 clans? "I am the one who placed first." Before Feng Zhuge could respond, a voice suddenly echoed behind them. Following that, several young men walked into the courtyard with widened strides. The one that was leading the group appeared to be in his 30s, and he had a pair of lofty eyes. "Teacher, he's the one who placed first in the tournament. He is an expert from the Glacier Phoenix clan, Feng Hanqiu," Feng Zhuge explained to his teacher through Zhenqi telepathy. "Feng Hanqiu?" Zhang Xian frowned. "A god king?" At first glance, it would appear that there was nothing special about the young man. However, when taking a closer look, one would realize that there was a frightening amount of energy harnessed within his body, reminiscent of a massive snow mountain that had the potential to cause a terrifying avalanche. It was clear that he had already reached the level of a god king. But was the tournament not intended for celestial gods? Why would there be a god king in the tournament as well? Besides, what was the point of a god king going into Spirit God Palace? "He made a breakthrough on the spot while fighting against me," Feng Zhuge said. Initially, he had still had the upper hand against Feng Hanqiu, but perhaps due to the pressure continuously heaped on him, Feng Hanqiu managed to make a breakthrough on the spot and become a god king. That resulted in a vast difference in their strength, and eventually, Feng Zhuge lost. Zhang Xian finally nodded in realization. While he had imparted his combat skills to Feng Zhuge, the latter had not managed to grasp the quintessence of them yet. It was inevitable that he would be no match for a real god king. "I heard that you are the strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the Inferno Phoenix clan. Do you dare have a match with me?" Feng Hanqiu asked. Chapter 22:11 What have I been doing all my life? Even though he had managed to defeat Feng Zhuge, he still has not fought with the latter's teacher yet. As such, the first place that he had received through the tournament was not exactly proper. For this reason, he had headed right over to the Inferno Phoenix clan as soon as the tournament ended in order to wait for Feng Xian's return and challenge him. "If I defeat you, will you pass the opportunity to enter Spirit God Palace over to me instead?" Zhang Xian asked. "If you are able to defeat me, that right will naturally be passed down to you," Feng Hanqiu replied. Spirit God Palace contained the artifacts that the Deathless Monarch had left behind. Through studying the artifacts of the Deathless Monarch, a celestial god could greatly increase their chances of becoming a god king. However, Feng Hanqiu was already a god king, so it did not matter whether he entered Spirit God Palace or not. In the past, when the Deathless Lava Reservoir was still functioning, it would still have been worthwhile for him to enter it to temper his body and possibly comprehend the crux of deathlessness. However, the Deathless Lava Reservoir had also become defunct in recent years, so there was not much for Feng Hanqiu to look forward to anymore. Besides, if the young man was able to defeat him, it would go to show that he should have been the true victor of the tournament. The other candidates should have no issues with him passing down the right to someone like that. That's a relief. Let's begin then. Zhang Xian nodded. "I have already made a breakthrough to God King, so the battle is disadvantageous to you. Out of consideration for fairness, I'll give you a 3-move advantage," Feng Hanqiu said. God Kings and celestial gods were 2 vastly different existences. It was already improper for a god king like him to challenge a high-tier celestial god to a battle, so it was only right for him to offer a handicap. But in response to his offer, Zhang Xian shook his head and replied, "There's no need for that." The other party had only just made a breakthrough to God King. In his view, there was no need for such a handicap. Not wanting to waste his time on words, Zhang Xian took a step forward and appeared right before Feng Hanqiu in an instant. Just by raising his hand lightly, the air in the courtyard suddenly seemed to freeze in place. He's formidable. Feng Hanqiu had still planned on handicapping himself when he sensed the tremendous might building up before him. His eyes narrowed in astonishment, and he did not dare lower his guard anymore. He quickly drove his zhenqi furiously as he retaliated with a punch. Pong. However, Zhang Xian seemed to be completely unaffected by Feng Hanqiu's retaliation. He struck his palm down leisurely, and the latter's face immediately paled. The next instant, his body skidded all the way back till he knocked violently against a wall. The victor had been decided within a single move. Despite having become a god king, Feng Hanqiu was still no match for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian walked up to Feng Hanqiu and said, "Hand your slot over to me." His zhenqi capacity had reduced significantly after he neutralized his Heaven's Path zhenqi against the gray surge of energy, but in return, the increased purity of his zhenqi granted him greater burst power. Even a God King realm pinnacle expert like Fu Jiangxin would not be a match for the current him, let alone Feng Hanqiu. "Thank you for showing mercy on me." Feng Hanqiu stood up with a look of disbelief. While he found it all hard to accept, he could tell that the other party had gone easy on him with the earlier strike. Otherwise, he would not have gotten away with such minor injuries. With a flick of his finger, he passed a jade token over to Zhang Xian. It was the insignia required to enter Spirit God Palace. Zhang Xian quickly accepted the insignia in relief. With this, he would finally be able to enter Spirit God Palace and find Luo Ruoxin. "Brother Feng Xian, may I know how you were able to become so strong despite being only a celestial god?" Feng Hanqiu asked in wonderment. He had been ranked first on the Sky of Spirit Origins board of potential god kings previously. He was indubitably one of the strongest celestial gods in the entire firmament. Yet, even after he made a breakthrough to the god king realm, he was still no match for the young man before him. He really could not fathom how it was possible for a celestial god to be able to become so powerful. There's nothing special to it. Once you accumulate enough, it'll eventually lead to a qualitative difference, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Accumulate enough? Feng Hanqiu repeated those words contemplatively before nodding in realization. Brother Feng Xian, what you mean to say is that I should spend more time and effort trying to reinforce my cultivation so as to build up a firm foundation instead of rushing to make a breakthrough, right? Feng Hanqiu had thought that he had already spent a lot of time building up his cultivation at high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle. It was due to his diligent accumulation that he had been able to make a breakthrough in the midst of a duel. But as it turned out, he was still lacking a lot compared to the other party. Was his foundation still not strong enough? But he had clearly felt himself reaching his limits. He had no idea how he could go any further than that. It was just like piling up boxes. Beyond a certain height, it was impossible to go any further. There was simply a limit to how much a cultivator could reinforce their cultivation. If one tried to push beyond the limit, it could have adverse consequences. Indeed. Sometimes, even though it might seem like you have already reached your limit, if you work just a little harder, you might find that there is still room for improvement, Zhang Xian said. It was similar to how he thought that the Heaven's Path zhenqi was the most formidable zhenqi in the world. But when he finally cultivated the pathos of heaven, he realized that there was actually a level even higher than where he already was. I have benefited from your guidance. Hearing those words, Feng Hanqiu lowered his head and thanked Zhang Xian. A curious glint flickered across his eyes as he asked, Brother Feng Xian, it must have taken you quite a bit of effort to reinforce your cultivation to such an extent, right? Indeed. Recalling all the difficulties he encountered in his cultivation, Zhang Xian felt like he could grumble for days on end. Ever since I reached high-tier celestial god 5 days ago, I have been working hard every single day to reinforce my cultivation. No matter how busy I am, I still reserve at least an hour every day specifically for my cultivation. Sometimes, I might even cultivate up to 4 hours without rest. You can probably imagine the hardships I have been through in order to reach my current level. F5 days. Feng Hanqiu was stunned. You have only cultivated for at most 4 hours a day for 5 days after reaching high-tier celestial god? After hearing what Zhang Xian had said, he thought that the latter would have cultivated for at least decades in order to reach his current level, but 5 days? Scram. Hardship my ass. Even a single seclusion of mine would be far longer than that. Furthermore, there was even a day when you cultivated for an hour. Indeed, it has already been 5 days, so I should have already made a breakthrough by now, but I just can't find a suitable cultivation technique, Zhang Xian said. This sure is a bummer. Oh right, Jyoga, why don't I help you make a breakthrough? If not for the fact that he had an urgent need to enter Spirit God Palace, he could have devoted his time to figuring out the next level of the pathos of heaven, and he could have already made a breakthrough by now. It was obvious that he was lagging behind. Just by imagining how strong his direct disciples would be, by now made him feel a little anxious. He really had to pick up his pace, or else it sure would be awkward if he met them. So, you have spent less than 20 hours cultivating since you made a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle? Feng Hanqiu was really feeling a little frenzied. Brother Feng Xian, it's not that I want to nag at you, but becoming a god king is more than just reinforcing your cultivation. You need to be able to grasp the powers of nature, and that will take quite a bit of effort and time in order to do it. Halfway through his words, Feng Hanqiu realized that Feng Xian was not paying attention to him at all, and his words slowly trailed off. While he was talking, Feng Xian had already walked up to Feng Jioge, and the latter was nodding excitedly. Since I have some spare time, let's do it right now. Without further ado, Zhang Xian took out a pill and placed it into Feng Jioge's mouth. Following that, he placed his palm on Feng Jioge's back and sent a powerful surge of zhenqi into his body. Kacha kacha kacha. Feng Jioge's eyebrows shot up as he swiftly overcame the limitations of his cultivation. An amazing amount of energy gathered within his dantian before bursting outward in the form of an indomitable aura, rising right toward the clouds. This is the power of a god king. Standing by the side, Feng Hanqiu and his group of followers clawed at their hair in disbelief. Feng Jioge really managed to make a breakthrough just like that? It was just a moment ago that Feng Hanqiu had talked about how difficult it was to become a god king, and the next moment, Feng Xian had already helped his disciple make a breakthrough. Was there a worse way to slap a person's face than this? More importantly, the person whom he had helped achieve a breakthrough was known to have his cultivation regressing continuously for the past 2 years due to his unique condition, such that he had even been expelled from the Inferno Phoenix clan a few days prior. Given that Feng Jioge had just regained his cultivation, he should still have been in the midst of reinforcing his cultivation. Yet, with just a single pill, Feng Jioge had managed to reach the realm that he had worked hard for decades to reach. Feng Hanqiu could not help but feel as if his world had been turned upside down. When did becoming a god king get so easy? If it had been so easy all this while, what had he been doing all his life? Chapter 22:12 Become the clan head. Even though Feng Jioge's cultivation had regressed for 2 years, he had managed to temper his soul and spirit well within this period. From his lofty position as the genius of the Inferno Phoenix clan, he had fallen to the bottom and experienced the warmth and coldness of the world. These experiences were invaluable in building up who he was, and it had made his soul more resilient than ever. Due to this, the God King Breakthrough Pill was particularly effective on him, allowing him to successfully make a breakthrough. Had it been anyone else, it would have been difficult for them to make a breakthrough so successfully. Other than that, Feng Jioge's body had been thoroughly cleansed by Zhang Xian's zhenqi while he was getting rid of the gray congregation of energy. That had played a huge part in building up Feng Jioge's foundation too. After his breakthrough to God King, Feng Jioge spent some time reinforcing his cultivation. When he finally opened his eyes once more, he quickly kneeled to the floor and bowed. "Teacher, thank you for your guidance." "There's no need to stand on ceremony," Zhang Xian replied. "How are you feeling right now?" Feng Jioge rose to his feet and perceived his newfound powers for a moment. "My zhenqi cultivation has reached the God King realm, but my soul cultivation is still lacking at the moment. I'll have to nourish it quite a bit in order to restore the balance within my body. Even though he had been through quite a bit within this short period of time, he was still too young. As such, his soul was slightly lacking. His fighting prowess had risen considerably due to his breakthrough, but due to the disharmonious state his body was in, he would still be weaker compared to a real god king. The soul is the hardest to cultivate of all, Feng Hanqiu remarked. If one was lacking in terms of Jinqi, there were plenty of cultivation resources that could provide one with more spiritual energy. However, when it came to raising one's soul cultivation, there were only so few things that one could do. For example, even though Feng Hanqiu had made a breakthrough to God King as well, he was still a long way off from fully grasping his powers as a God King due to the weakness of his soul. Indeed, Zhang Xian said, this is quite a problem to deal with. Despite the huge commotion he had caused through the breakthrough pill and the beauty pill, he had only been able to raise his soul cultivation to high-tier celestial god realm pinnacle thus far. From this, it could be seen that raising one's soul cultivation was rather difficult. But halfway through Zhang Xian's words, he suddenly felt a massive surge of anima, of yearning gushing into his soul. This caused his high-tier celestial god realm soul cultivation to begin rising at a swift pace. Zhang Xian was a little taken aback. This time around, the anima of yearning he received was several hundred, or perhaps 1,000 times more than what he had received previously. Is a conferred God King thinking about me? And a dozen of them at that? He could hardly believe what was happening. Incredibly pure anima of yearning was surging into his soul continuously, as if 10 additional conferred God Kings had started thinking about him. Honglong. Before he could even say anything, his soul cultivation surged past his bottleneck, causing a staggeringly powerful aura to burst forth from his soul. Just like that, his soul cultivation had reached the God King realm. Feng Hanqiu was frenzied once more. Could cultivation become more like child's play than this? Even though it was baffling to see Feng Jioge to achieve a breakthrough to the God King realm all of a sudden in his Zhenqi cultivation, it was still within the realm of reason. After all, he had achieved a breakthrough in the midst of a battle as well. But for someone to suddenly make a breakthrough in his soul cultivation with such incredible vigor, the heck? If you had the ability to do this in the first place, why did you agree with me in saying that it's hard to raise one's soul cultivation? It is almost as if you were trying to break my sanity. Stop it. Feeling a little faint-headed from all the shocks that kept coming non-stop, Feng Hanqiu swayed weakly on his feet. Unfortunately, the worst had yet to pass for him. As he lifted his gaze, he realized that something that was even more ridiculous was happening right before his eyes. Even after the other party's cultivation had made a breakthrough to the God King realm, it was showing no signs of stopping. God King realm primary stage. God King realm intermediate stage. At a rate visible to the eye, the other party's soul cultivation rose all the way to God King realm pinnacle. It was only at this point that his swiftly rising soul cultivation finally slowed down. Seeing this, Feng Hanqiu felt his eyes becoming a little moist. He really felt like weeping. He had still felt so good about himself a moment ago when he successfully made a breakthrough in the midst of his battle. He had thought that his time had finally come, and he would be able to forge a legend about himself in the world. It was with such confidence that he marched to the Inferno Phoenix clan to challenge their number one. But all that had happened was him suffering mental traumas one after another. It was harder to raise one's soul cultivation than one's Zhenqi cultivation. Yet, the other party had made consecutive breakthroughs, climbing all the way up to God King realm pinnacle in a single shot. Those that had gone there along with Feng Hanqiu were also traumatized beyond words. What a pity. I don't have a cultivation technique that would help me make a breakthrough to God King realm for my Zhenqi cultivation, Zhang Xian murmured. While he had no idea why so many conferred God Kings had suddenly started thinking about him, he was more than happy to accept their anima of yearning. He had been getting worried because his soul cultivation did not seem to have grown much over the past 5 days. But with this breakthrough, he would not have to worry about it for a long time. It would set a strong foundation for his Zhenqi cultivation to make a breakthrough to the God King realm in the near future. Let me give it a try. Zhang Xian channeled his condensed soul energy together, and he could immediately feel the space around him rippling in response to his might. This is the strength that God Kings wield? Zhang Xian was astounded. When he fought with God Kings, he had thought that their strength was just. However, after making the breakthrough himself, he could really see the huge gap between a celestial god and a god king. Just the pressure he emanated from his soul would be enough to halt the Zhenqi circulation of any celestial god. With his current strength, even without resorting to his golden page or little chick, he would be able to stand his ground even against a conferred god king like Bei Qinghong. While he could not say that he was confident of victory, at the very least, he would be able to put up a fight. Once I make a breakthrough in my Zhenqi cultivation, I should be able to subdue someone of Bei Qinghong's prowess. While there was supposedly a huge gap between god kings and conferred god kings, through the pathos of heaven, a cultivation technique that surpassed the heavens, and the superior resilience of his soul, he was confident that he would be able to fight them as equals and even kill them once he became a full-fledged god king. That would also mean that he was another step closer to Luo Ruoxin. After exploring his newfound strength, Zhang Xian breathed out deeply before opening his eyes once more. Rising to his feet, he was just about to check if there were any unexpected side effects from Feng Jioge's breakthrough when he suddenly noticed that a middle-aged man had entered the room and was staring at him with a look of agitation. "Who are you?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. "I am the clan head of the Inferno Phoenix clan," the middle-aged man replied. "The clan head?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Thinking back, he had met the first elder and second elder thus far, but he had not met the clan head before. Junior Feng Xian pays respect to the clan head. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bowed. There's no need for such formalities. Even though you have made a breakthrough in your soul cultivation instead of your Zhenqi cultivation, you are still a God King realm cultivator. That makes us peers, the clan head said as he quickly pulled Zhang Xian upright. For a clan like the Inferno Phoenix clan where there were many experts who lived long lives, it would incredibly bothersome and ineffective to really classify one's seniority through relations. For this reason, as long as two members of the clan were not direct kin and were of the same cultivation realm, they could be considered peers. Aware of this rule, Zhang Xian nodded and dropped the formalities. He was about to ask the reason behind the other party's sudden visit, but the middle-aged man had already started murmuring excitedly to himself. He actually managed to raise his soul cultivation to God King Realm Pinnacle. With his talent, I think that there's a good chance that he might be able to clear the trial of conferment and reach for greater heights. Then, the clan head suddenly raised his head and asked with anticipation in his eyes, "Before I move on, may I ask if you are interested in succeeding me as the next head of the Inferno Phoenix clan?" Chapter 22:13 Light Up. Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "I am too used to living a leisurely life, so I must say that I'm not comfortable with taking up such heavy responsibility." The only reason he had gone to the sky of spirit origin and assumed the identity of Feng Xian was to enter Spirit God Palace. There was no way he could take on the additional burden known as the Inferno Phoenix clan. Not expecting Feng Xian to turn down the offer, the clan head was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to ask the reason behind it, Zhang Xian asked a different question. "You mentioned the trial of conferment earlier. Is there a trial that God Kings have to undergo in order to become conferred God Kings?" All along, he had thought that conferred God Kings were chosen by God monarchs based on their merits, and they gained great power as a result of their favor. So, it was a little odd for him to hear that there was a trial for that. Conferment refers to the act of a god monarch bestowing the jurisdiction of a territory over to an individual, granting him the rights to access the anima of yearning in the region. However, the anima of yearning is a natural force that nature depends on the sentiments of those creating it. Due to that, the anima of yearning in a region is often extremely chaotic, and to control such a force requires one's soul to be extraordinarily powerful. For this reason, the basic requirement for one to become a conferred God King is for one's soul cultivation to reach God King Realm Pinnacle. Contrary to popular belief, one's Zhenqi cultivation is actually of secondary importance. Your chances of succeeding are actually quite high, so won't you give it some thought? The clan head said. Each living being was unique and had its own set of beliefs and emotions. These would all be mixed within their anima of yearning. and to use a person's anima of yearning meant to take on the sentiments they carried. If a conferred God King's soul was not strong and pure enough, they could easily be influenced by the malevolent emotions within the anima of yearning and fall into a state of confusion. For this reason, the strength of one's soul was of paramount importance for one's conferment. It was true that the young man before him was still a high-tier celestial god, but it should only be a matter of time before he became a full-fledged God King given his talents. With the level of his soul cultivation, the chances of him successfully becoming a conferred God King in the future was at least 50%. The reason their Inferno Phoenix clan had been able to prosper was because of their old ancestor, the Fire Feather conferred God King. If another conferred God King appeared among them, there was no doubt that the position of the number one clan in the sky of spirit origin, or perhaps even the whole firmament, would be theirs to claim. I see. Thank you for your high opinion for me, but I'm afraid that I'll have to refuse, Zhang Xian replied. Seeing how reluctant the other party was, the clan head knew that it would be hard to convince him right away. So, he decided to take a step back for the time being. I understand your thoughts. Why don't we do this instead? There is a stone phoenix sculpture just outside of Spirit God Palace that is used to control the formation within the palace and test the potential of a God King. Even though you aren't interested in it, there's no harm giving it a try, right? With the flood of spiritual energy looming around the corner, there was no power that would not want to increase the number of conferred God Kings on their side. This young man was probably the closest to become a conferred God King in the sky of spirit origin. As long as they could prove his talent to the other two clans, he would be able to convince them to devote their resources to help him achieve a breakthrough in his Shunchi cultivation. If everything worked out, not only would the forces of the sky of spirit origin be bolstered, more importantly, it would also guarantee the prosperity of the Inferno Phoenix clan for the next 100,000 years. You are going to enter Spirit God Palace anyway. Why not just give it a try while you are there? The clan head pushed his case further. Zhang Xian nodded. All right then. The clan head was right. There was no harm in him giving it a try, especially since he had been wanting to head to Spirit God Palace anyway. Spirit God Palace floated above Spirit Origin Royal City. Flying behind the clan head of the Inferno Phoenix clan, he soon arrived before it. There were already two other people waiting outside the palace for him. They were the heads of the other two clans. Feng Yuanqi, you said that his soul cultivation has already reached God King Realm Pinnacle? As soon as they landed on the ground, one of the clan heads stepped forward with a look of displeasure in his eyes and an ice-cold aura. He was the head of the Glacier Phoenix clan, Feng Hanxue. It should have been their clan's Feng Hanxiu to enter Spirit God Palace, but he ended up being replaced by someone from the Inferno Phoenix clan. Furthermore, the Inferno Phoenix clan had even gained a God King and a God King Realm Pinnacle Cultivator in succession over the last few hours. There was no way he could have been happy about it. That's right. The head of the Inferno Phoenix clan, Feng Yuanqi, nodded. Feng Hanxue turned to look at Zhang Xian, and he found that the latter's soul was indeed unfathomably deep. Despite being a God King, he was actually unable to see through the young man's soul cultivation. This made him even more stifled, but it would not be appropriate for him to kick up a fuss. So, he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Let's start the trial. Let me say it in advance. The trial of conferment is very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness can result in your soul getting crushed." Feng Yuanqi nodded before turning to Zhang Xian and discreetly sending him a message through Zhenqi telepathy. Your goal is just to test if you have the potential to push for a breakthrough to conferred God King. That will put us in a better position to demand more resources from the other two clans for you. So, if you find yourself reaching your limits, back down right away. Don't force yourself to persevere through it, all right? Zhang Xian nodded before asking, how does the trial work? Do you see the stone phoenix sculpture ahead? Behind the sculpture, you will find a constellation map of the sky of spirit origin. Through channeling your soul energy into the stone phoenix sculpture, you'll be able to light up the stars in the constellation map. If you can light up a star, it shows that you have potential. If you can light up 100 stars, it means that you have the right to become a conferred God King, Feng Yuanqi said as he pointed ahead. Zhang Xian glanced over, and right outside Spirit God Palace, There was indeed a massive stone phoenix sculpture. Behind it was an even larger constellation map with countless stars twinkling on it, numbering in the tens of thousands at the very least. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a massive phoenix soaring in a boundless sky. To only need to light up 100 stars on the constellation map in order to qualify as a conferred god king. Was it not a little too easy? Feng Yuanqi saw through Zhang Xian's thoughts and explained with an awkward chuckle, "Don't underestimate the trial. The stone phoenix sculpture has his sovereignty's will infused within, so you'll experience a tremendous amount of pressure as you attempt to infuse your soul energy in. In other words, you will need to overcome his sovereignty's will while lighting up the stars, making it an extremely difficult trial. I, together with the other two clan heads, have tried the trial before, but in the end, we couldn't even light up a single star." "I see." Zhang Xian nodded. If it was that easy to become a conferred god king, there would not be just 3 of them in the entire sky of spirit origin. The 3 clan heads had already discussed this matter beforehand, so there were no issues hindering them. Zhang Xian walked up to the stone phoenix sculpture and placed his hand on it. As soon as his palm touched the sculpture, he immediately felt a powerful pressure coming from within the sculpture. Without any hesitation, he began to channel his soul energy into the sculpture. Hong Long, Zhang Xian's soul rattled a little under the pressure, and vaguely, he could see a massive phoenix appearing before him. In comparison to this massive phoenix, his soul energy appeared to be no more than a speck of dust in the midst of a desert. Do I have to overcome this phoenix in order to clear the trial? Things were indeed not as easy as he had expected. The pressure coming from the phoenix was simply too great. Even though he had made a breakthrough in his soul cultivation, it still would not be easy for him to overcome it. I should still give it a try anyway. He was already there, so no matter how difficult it might be, he should not give up without at least putting up a fight. Above the god kings were the conferred god kings. If he wished to become a god monarch like Kong Shi, this was a route that he had to take. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to run away from it. So, he swiftly gathered his soul energy before directing it toward the phoenix before him. This isn't right. Zhang Xian soon realized that something was amiss. Given the tremendous pressure weighing down on him, he thought that it would get progressively harder for him to push his soul energy forward. Yet, as he got closer to the phoenix, he oddly felt a sense of intimacy. Instead of getting repelled, he was able to easily channel his soul energy past the phoenix to reach the constellation map. Zhang Xian was not too sure what was happening, but he was just glad that he was able to bypass the phoenix for the time being. So, he directed his soul energy toward one of the stars. As if someone had flicked on the switch, all the stars lit up simultaneously to radiate a brilliant light. Zhang Xian was stunned. It's all lit up. Is it supposed to be so simple? Chapter 22:14 The Deathless Monarch. Should it not have been difficult to light up even a single star on the constellation map? Why would everything suddenly light up together when he had not really done anything? While Zhang Xian was still trying to make sense out of this abnormal situation, the 3 clan heads behind were rubbing their eyes again and again, fearing that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lighting up 100 stars meant that one possessed the ability to receive the conferment of a god monarch. If all the stars lit up, did it mean that the conferment was not a big deal to him at all? How could this be? The 3 clan heads found themselves incapable of accepting such an outcome. It was not just about the young man lighting all the stars up, but how fast he was able to do so. It had only been 10 breaths since he came into contact with the sculpture, and all of the stars were already releasing brilliant glows, as if they were desperate to outshine one another. Even the old ancestors of their clans, full-fledged conferred god kings, would not be able to do something like that. Could it be that the constellation map is malfunctioning? Feng Hanxue asked doubtfully. His sovereignty's will is inside. How could it possibly be malfunctioning? Feng Yuanqi immediately shot down that notion. This was a constellation map of the entire sky of spirit origin, and the will of the deathless monarch was infused within it. The very idea that it could malfunction was ridiculous. The only possibility, as difficult as it might be to believe it, was that the young man had cleared the test with his true skills. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian reassessed the stone phoenix sculpture before him. Since the pressure coming from the phoenix had finally alleviated, he could not help but notice that the aura it emanated was extremely familiar. It was something that he had felt many times before. This is Little Chick's aura? Zhang Xian thought with clenched fists. Was his previous conjecture correct? Was that fellow really the deathless monarch of the sky of spirit origin? With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian quickly sent a telepathic message to Little Chick. Hey, come out and see if you recognize this phoenix. Who? Little Chick materialized right in front of Zhang Xian. Looking at the sculpture before it, it cocked its head to the side as saliva started dripping from the corner of its lips. With dazed eyes, it muttered beneath its breath, hungry. Without any warning, it leaped into the air. Who? In a single mouthful, it swallowed the whole sculpture. You. What are you doing? Feng Yuanqi and the others were taken aback by this abrupt development. That sculpture had the will of their god monarch in it, and a chick had swallowed it whole. Zhang Xian was also horrified. I only called you out here to take a look so as to see if you were able to remember anything, but you actually swallowed the other party whole. How am I supposed to explain this to the clan heads? They will dice me into pieces. Zhang Xian's head slowly creaked in trepidation to look behind him, and just as he had thought, there were 3 heads with infernos blazing in their eyes directed toward him. The stone phoenix sculpture was clearly something of great significance to the sky of spirit origin, possibly on the level of a national artifact. So watching someone else swallow it right before their eyes was like a huge slap to their faces. There was no one in their position who could tolerate something like that. Feng Xian, hand that chick over right now. You are courting death. The 3 clan heads bellowed furiously as powerful auras burst forth from their bodies. They were going to make their moves. But before they could really make a move, the ground began trembling intensely. The stone phoenix sculpture was the centerpiece of Spirit God Palace, and its disappearance dealt a fatal blow to it. The spiritual energy harnessed within the palace began dissipating into the surroundings, and chunks of the buildings began falling to the ground. The 3 clan heads had to struggle for a brief moment before they regained their balance. Boom! As if an earthquake had struck the massive Spirit God Palace, an entire half of it immediately collapsed inward. Furthermore, with spiritual energy continuously leaking from it, it looked like the palace would collapse from the sky at any moment. This, Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears as he watched the destruction unfold before his eyes. He had heard from his direct disciples that back when he was still on the master-teacher continent, there were quite a few people who called him the god of destruction. Back then, he had felt a little confused about why other people addressed him like that. After all, he had never intended to destroy those things. It was always due to a series of unfortunate coincidences, but he had never thought that the day would come when he ended up tearing down his girlfriend's home as well. It was like a son-in-law was visiting his father-in-law for the first time. But before the father-in-law could open the door, the son-in-law had already thrown a stick of dynamite in to blow the house into pieces. Oh dear heavens! Why did you have to play such a prank on me? Zhang Xian wanted to cry out loud that it was not his fault, but it was a fact that Little Chick was his tamed beast, and he was the one who had summoned it out. There was no way he could explain himself like that. Wait a moment. I know that all of you are very agitated now, but as fellow members of a civilized society, let's talk things out and not resort to violence. You see, I don't think that Little Chick intended to do that either. There must be a good reason for that. So let's listen to its explanation, all right? Zhang Xian said as he quickly formed a barrier around him in case the 3 clan heads made a move. He was setting up the barrier not to fend off the 3 clan heads' attacks, but to protect them from being harmed by Little Chick. As adorable as Little Chick might appear to be, looks were deceiving. It was actually a very dangerous animal that would not hesitate to gobble a person whole. If Little Chick really devoured the 3 clan heads as well, he would really be in deep trouble. Humph! You can slowly tell us all of the reasons you have once we have taken you down. The 3 clan heads bellowed furiously as they gathered their strength to tear apart Zhang Xian's barrier. At this moment, however, a resounding voice suddenly boomed deafeningly in the air. What happened? 3 more silhouettes appeared right before the crowd. There was a cold glint in their eyes. Paying respects to the old ancestors, the three clan heads immediately bowed down to pay respects to the three silhouettes. They were the three conferred god kings of the sky of spirit origin. The fire feather conferred god king, the glacier feather conferred god king, and the tempestuous feather conferred god king. These three old ancestors had been alarmed when they sensed the instability of Spirit God Palace. Let's first stabilize Spirit God Palace before dealing with this. A portion of Spirit God Palace had already collapsed, and the formation sustaining it was swiftly losing energy. Without any hesitation, the three conferred god kings immediately channeled their energy together in order to form a large sphere around the floating Spirit God Palace. The destruction slowly ground to a halt, and the dissipating spiritual energy was trapped within the sphere as well. The collapsed portions had not been repaired yet, but at the very least, they had prevented the worst from occurring. Once that was done, they turned their gazes back to the three clan heads, and the fire feather conferred god king ordered, "Explain yourselves. Old ancestor, Feng Xin here is the most formidable genius among the younger generation of our clan." Feng Yuanqi quickly began explaining how things came to be. This included how Zhang Xian's soul cultivation had reached God King realm pinnacle despite his young age, how he had lit up all the stars on the constellation map, and the sudden appearance of a little yellow chick that swallowed the sculpture of the god monarch. "You managed to light up all of the stars on the constellation map?" The three conferred god kings stared at Zhang Xian with incredulous expressions. Even they would be unable to pull off a feat like that. "I was lucky." Zhang Xian clasped his fist. "Little chick is my tamed beast, and it didn't intend to swallow the god monarch sculpture. I ask of you to pardon it." The fire feather conferred god king harumphed as he looked at the little yellow chick with cold eyes. "It's an act of blasphemy to treat his sovereignty sculpture in such a manner, as well as a show of grave disrespect toward the sky of spirit origin. This warrants the death penalty." The glacier feather conferred god king glanced at Zhang Xian and said frostily, "Even though it wasn't your primary intention for this happen, it doesn't change the fact that the chick is your tamed beast. You have to take responsibility for its mistakes. Let's not waste time and do it." The tempestuous feather conferred god king said. The three conferred god kings raised their hands, and the entire world began trembling uncontrollably. It was almost as if the Armageddon was happening right before their eyes. At this moment, an impassive voice rumbled from Spirit God Palace behind them, causing the world to turn even darker. "The three of you wish to kill me? The gall of you." Right before everyone's eyes, a humongous silhouette of a black phoenix appeared behind the adorable little yellow chick. Its wingspan was large enough to rival the size of Spirit God Palace, and there was no being that could not appear insignificant in its presence. "God Monarch." The three conferred god kings gasped in astonishment, and they quickly kneeled on the ground. Chapter 22, 15 Little Deathless. The silhouette of the black phoenix flew out of Little Chick's body and towered before everyone in the sky. Even Spirit God Palace appeared to be small before it. "That is the Deathless Monarch?" Zhang Xian's body trembled as he looked at Little Chick with a complicated expression. He had thought of such a possibility before, but he could not help but be shocked witnessing such a sight before him. It was no wonder the little yellow chick kept mentioning that it was a legendary beast that had ruled over the lands when it was still a gourd. For a very long time, he had thought that the other party was bragging, but to think that it was one of the 9 god monarchs. It was no wonder it sensed a feeling of familiarity back in the city of collapsed space, and the air of degeneration was completely ineffective on it. In the end, it was actually Little Chick City. To have accepted a god monarch as his tamed beast. No, that isn't right. All of a sudden, a new thought arose in Zhang Xian's mind that caused his body to jolt in shock. Little Chick is a new will that was born after the death of the Deathless Monarch, which is also why it submitted to me so easily. The black phoenix in the air comes from the previous Deathless Monarch. If he refuses to acknowledge our relationship, I will be in grave danger. He had not figured out the secrets behind the Deathless Monarch's resurrection yet, but if one thing was clear, it was apparent that Little Chick's memories had been sealed, and it did not know a thing. From the Black Phoenix's point of view, it would appear as if he had taken advantage of its weakness to turn it into his tamed beast. Would it go on a rampage for that? And as if his worst worries were coming true, the massive black phoenix in the sky suddenly turned its eyes toward him. While it did not attack him, Zhang Xian could feel an overwhelming pressure weighing down on him. It almost felt as if the sky was collapsing down on him. Even with his recent breakthroughs in his soul cultivation, he was still completely powerless before such pressure. His body slowly shriveled together as he shuddered weakly in the face of the pressure. No. Zhang Xian hurriedly drove his shunqi to ward off the pressure, and his bent body slowly straightened up bit by bit again. My moniker as the Deathless Monarch doesn't mean that I have fully transcended death. My soul can dissipate, and my body can die, but in due course, I will rise from ashes and return to life, the Black Phoenix said with a voice devoid of feelings. In order to protect myself during my resurrection, my body seals off its own memories until my cultivation reaches up to par. Yet, you exploited my weakness to turn me into your tamed beast. Such reprehensible and dishonorable creatures humans are. There's no one in the world who is worthy of becoming the master of the Deathless Monarch. Boom. As the Black Phoenix spoke, the space seemed to compress inward, squeezing the air out of the lungs of those present. Zhang Xian felt as if he was carrying a massive mountain on his back, and the sheer weight of it caused his spine to bend once more. He felt like he would succumb very soon. Even the world would be shattered in the face of a god monarch's rage. That person actually dared to exploit his sovereignty's weakness during his resurrection to tame him? How brazen! How could someone think of something as ridiculous as that? Even if his sovereignty hasn't regained his strength, he still harnesses the aura of a god monarch within him. Isn't that fellow afraid of suffering the backlash? The three conferred god kings stared at the young man in disbelief. The 9 god monarchs had reached the peak of evolution in the world. Even if the Deathless Monarch was still in his weakened state from his resurrection, his bloodline would still be beyond what any ordinary human could withstand. Just how foolish must that fellow be to have taken the Deathless Monarch as his tamed beast? More importantly, just how foolish must the will of the resurrected god monarch be to agree to something like that? In any case, knowing that this concerned the honor of the Deathless Monarch, they decided to hold their tongues. I am Little Chick, not the Deathless Monarch. He's my master. None of you are allowed to touch him. Boom. Just as Zhang Xian was reaching his limits, roars suddenly echoed in the air. The little yellow chick was struggling with all its might to stop the Black Phoenix. You. The Black Phoenix stared at the little yellow chick with a complicated gaze. No matter what, the other party was still born from him. How could it possibly be so foolish? How could a god monarch acknowledge a mere celestial god as its master? This was disgraceful. However, this was a huge problem. If the little yellow chick rejected it, it would not be able to do anything at all. If things were left to develop as they were, he would be bound to the young man, forced to serve him. Realizing how dangerous the situation was, the Black Phoenix forcefully held Little Chick in place as it yelled, "Kill that fellow right now." Hearing those words, the 3 conferred god kings immediately got to action. They flitted forth and encircled Zhang Xian without any hesitation. They knew clearly where their loyalty lay, and they would not defy the will of their god monarch. How dare you? Little Chick bared its teeth as it cried out with reddened eyes. It had not awoken its memories yet, so the feelings it felt were not aligned with those of the Black Phoenix. To it, the closest kin it had was its master, so there was no way it would allow its master to be killed. You and I stem from the same origin. I might just be a mere will, but you are not strong enough to defy me yet. The Black Phoenix harumphed as he sealed the movements of Little Chick tightly. The Black Phoenix retained all the memories of the Deathless Monarch, so he knew of the secrets and means that Little Chick possessed. With such knowledge, it was not too difficult for him to restrain it. Despite being surrounded by 3 conferred god kings who bore hostile intentions toward him, Zhang Xian did not appear worried in the least. Instead, he looked at them calmly as he said, "This is a personal matter between me and your god monarch, so I advise you not to get involved in this. If you kill me today, do you think that Little Chick will spare you once it regains its full strength?" This The three conferred god kings could not help but hesitate upon hearing those words. The young man was right. The deathless monarch that was commanding them was no more than a sliver of the old deathless monarch's will. It was only a matter of time before it dissipated. On the other hand, Little Chick was the newly resurrected god monarch. If they killed Little Chick's master, once it regained its strength and returned to its throne, it would surely kill the three of them in vengeance. This was something far greater than they had imagined. Their decision would seal their fates. Hurry up and kill him. The Black Phoenix bellowed in fury. Do you think that I will still acknowledge a man as my master after I regain my memories? And those words caused the three conferred god kings to waver yet again. They had known the deathless monarch for over 10,000 years, and they were familiar with the latter's temperament. Having been in a lofty position for so long, how could the great deathless monarch possibly acknowledge a mere high-tier celestial god as his master? This was a joke in itself. Boom. The three conferred god kings finally made up their minds. They gathered their powers together to form an energy sphere around Zhang Xian to prevent him from escaping. Seeing that these three conferred god kings were really intent on dealing with him, Zhang Xian shook his head. Since Little Chick had been curbed by the Black Phoenix, he could only rely on himself to deal with those three. While his soul cultivation had reached God King Realm Pinnacle, his Zhenqi cultivation was still at high-tier celestial god. It would be hard for him to face a conferred God King face-on, let alone three of them. It looks like I can only rely on my golden page once more then. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. There was no other way around this. He could only hope that he could deal with all three of them at once with his golden page. It was just that there was a problem regarding that. In order to encircle him, the three conferred god kings had taken positions all around him, so if he brought his golden page out to deal with all three of them at once, he would be caught within its attack as well. He would have to find a way to make the three of them get closer together first. Sla. Just as Zhang Xian was still thinking about how he could pull that off, a surge of sword chi suddenly flew in his direction. Taken aback, he quickly tilted his body sideways to dodge it, but his robe ended up getting torn in the process of doing so, causing the crimson pendant that Luo Ruoxin had given him to be revealed. Wong. The crimson pendant buzzed lightly as it began to heat up once more. It was at this moment that the Black Phoenix in the sky saw the crimson pendant. Shocked beyond words, it released Little Chick as it slowly descended from the sky to stand before Zhang Xian. Then, it lowered its body and cried out, "Your tamed beast, Little Deathless, pays respects to Master." Chapter 22:16 Luo Ruoxin, God Monarchlingxi, The three conferred god kings who were in the midst of attacking Zhang Xian froze in place. What is happening now? Should we continue attacking, or should we stop? Didn't the will of the deathless monarch tell us to kill that fellow? So why would it suddenly fly over here and act all cutesy, calling itself Little Deathless? Why does it feel like something is really off about this? Are you really our lofty and merciless god monarch? However, before they could remain phased for too long, they suddenly found the eyes of the Black Phoenix glaring at them in displeasure. What do you think you are doing, raising your hands against my master? Are you asking to be killed? Despite having lived for tens of thousands of years, is violence the only thing that you have in your heads? Don't you know what a peaceful resolution is? Just because you have the power to destroy doesn't mean that you should. Do you know that each time you destroy something, it takes others a great deal of effort to conduct reparation work? Boom. The space quivered a little before the attacks of the three conferred god kings dissipated into the surroundings, as if it had never appeared before. The three conferred god kings were utterly frenzied. It could not be that the Little Chick had possessed the Black Phoenix, could it? They were not the only ones who were flabbergasted by this turn of events. Little Chick and Zhang Xian were also shocked. Earlier, when the Black Phoenix heard Little Chick calling Zhang Xian its master, it had been so furious that it looked as if it would unleash hell upon the world. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it became the most subservient servant that one could ever imagine. When did the deathless monarch become a comedic relief character? Or is this actually the deathless monarch's true temperament? Zhang Xian wondered as he recalled just how unreliable the little chick could be at times. Considering that little chick was the reincarnation of the deathless monarch, they should be pretty similar in terms of character. If so, it was understandable that the Black Phoenix was so shameless. However, there was still one thing that baffled him. Why would the Black Phoenix suddenly recognize him as his master all of a sudden? Could this have something to do with the Crimson Pendant? Now that he thought about it, it was shortly after the pendant started heating up that the attitude of the Deathless Monarch began changing. Had the Deathless Monarch recognized the Crimson Pendant? As this idea surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, he hurriedly turned to the Black Phoenix, held up the Crimson Pendant, and asked anxiously, "Could it be that you recognize this pendant? Then, do you know where Ruoxin is?" He had traveled all the way to the sky of spirit origin and competed for the right to enter Spirit God Palace just to find Luo Ruoxin. However, even after causing such a huge commotion, Luo Ruoxin was still nowhere to be found. That could only mean one thing. She was not there at all. Ruoxin? The Black Phoenix asked in incomprehension. "I am referring to the owner of this pendant." Zhang Xian exclaimed in agitation. "That is blood of the—" The Black Phoenix nodded in realization. "I think I get it. The Ruoxin you are talking about must be referring to God Monarch Lingxi." God Monarch Lingxi? Zhang Xian was stunned. That name was very familiar to him. Back when they were on the Master-Teacher continent, when he took on the persona of Luo Tianya, the name that Luo Ruoxin took on seemed to be Lingxi. Back then, he had even clapped in delight, saying that no matter how far apart they were, their hearts would be connected with one another. Yes, the person I am looking for is indeed God Monarch Lingxi. Do you know where she is? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. He had been guessing all this while that Luo Ruoxin was a fake name, and it was indeed just as he had thought. But the truth was that she had told him her real name as well, but she could only reveal it under the guise of a fake name. How could he have missed such an important clue all this while? God Monarch Lingxi is the God Monarch of the Sky of Freedom, so it goes without saying that she is in the Sky of Freedom. The Black Phoenix replied with a doubtful on his face. "You have already accepted me as your tamed beast, but you don't even know the names of the 9 God Monarchs? Sky of Freedom?" Zhang Xian's face stiffened as he muttered to himself. "No, I should have known." He had already learned about the names of 8 of the God Monarchs from Fu Jiangchen, and the only one that remained a mystery to him was the God Monarch of the Sky of Freedom. He should have known as soon as he heard the title God Monarch Lingxi. In the end, the person he was seeking was not in the Sky of Spirit Origin, but at the centermost Sky of Freedom. Seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, the Black Phoenix suddenly recalled something and said, "There is going to be a life-and-death duel between God Monarch Lingxi and the Heaven Subjugation Monarch on the night of the next full moon." Even though he had only been a sliver of a will trapped within the stone phoenix sculpture, he was still aware of the happenings around the firmament, especially the upcoming fight between the 2 God Monarchs. Life-and-death duel on the night of the next full moon? That is in 5 days? Zhang Xian's body shuddered as he narrowed his eyes in shock. He had heard of this duel shortly after he arrived in the firmament, and all this while, he had not been paying any attention to it. He thought that Kong Shi would surely emerge victorious in the battle. But he did not think that the opponent would be Luo Ruoxin. And to make matters worse, it was actually a life-and-death duel. Did that not mean that one of them would not walk out alive of the battle? Yes. So far, the battles between God Monarchs have never gone to the extent of life and death, but those 2 made the decision to proceed like that. I believe that there's a deeper reason behind their decision, but I'm afraid what I know is quite limited, the Black Phoenix replied. "I need to head to the Sky of Freedom and stop them," Zhang Xian murmured beneath his breath. Luo Ruoxin was the only person he had ever harbored romantic feelings for, and while he had never met Kong Shi, he had heard many things about the latter, and he carried the deepest respect for him. He could not stand the idea of anything happening to either of them. Stop them? The 2 of them have already made up their minds, so who could possibly stop them? The Black Phoenix gazed down at Little Chick and shook his head. "I wouldn't have been a match for either of them even when I was at my peak, let alone in my current state." At this point, Zhang Xian suddenly paused as another thought came to his mind. Given the ruckus that he had caused in the sky of Linglong, it would be safe to assume that Luo Ruoxin, as a God Monarch, had heard of the matter. Yet, there was no movement from her. Was this a sign that she was reluctant to meet him? But why would that be the case? Did it have something to do with her upcoming battle against Kongshi? And this brought him back to the very first question. Why did they need to have a life-and-death duel with one another? The reason Ruoxin descended to the Master-Teacher continent was to claim the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. That is an artifact that Kongshi devoted many years to forging, and it's highly likely that he has infused the power of the Heaven's Order into it. Even though Luo Ruoxin had never explicitly told him about the reason behind why she descended to the Master-Teacher continent, he was still able to guess as much. Right after she got her hands on the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, she broke open the dimension barrier and left shortly after. It would not take a person too much to figure out as much. All along, Zhang Xian had been wondering why someone from the firmament, like her, would pay such a heavy price to descend to the Master-Teacher continent to obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. After all, there were far more powerful artifacts here. But looking at it once more, it was clear that she was preparing for the upcoming fight against Kongshi. Why does she have to kill Kongshi then? Zhang Xian muttered. All the questions filling up his mind made him feel as if his head was going to explode. Just as the Black Phoenix had mentioned, Kongshi had challenged the other 8 god monarchs so far, and they had all been friendly spars. To date, the other god monarchs were still living perfectly well. So, why did the final match with the god monarch of the Sky of Freedom have to be a life-and-death duel? Even if I can't stop them, I need to at least find out the reason behind it, Zhang Xian said with clenched fists. Given his current strength, he was indeed in no position to interfere in a fight between god monarchs. But so what? No matter how impossible it was, he would still give it a try. Even if it did not work out, he should at least find out what the hell was going on. Chapter 22:17 The Truth of the Otherworldly Demonic Tribe. Having seen through Zhang Xian's intention, the Black Phoenix in the Sky advised, Master, you'll require the strength of a god monarch at least if you wish to head over to stop them. Without that much, you won't be able to do anything. You're right. I need to grow stronger in order to have a greater say in matters. Otherwise, I might not even be able to meet them at all, Zhang Xian said grimly. There had to be a compelling reason behind why Kongshi and Luo Ruoxin had made such a decision, so it was unlikely that his words would somehow be able to magically convince them out of it. If he wanted to make a difference, he needed to have the strength to make it happen. But alas, his rate of cultivation was still too slow. He had been in the firmament for a month now, but his soul cultivation had only reached God King Realm pinnacle thus far. If he could become a god monarch on par with Kongshi within the next 5 days, would he be able to stop the battle? But Zhang Xian knew that this was impossible. He had not even comprehended a God King Realm cultivation technique yet, so it was clearly impossible for him to make so many breakthroughs within such a short period of time. Zhang Xian felt a deep sense of helplessness weighing down on him. Master, it's indeed nigh impossible for your cultivation to reach the level of a god monarch within the next few days. However, you still have little Deathless here with you, the Black Phoenix said shyly. Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up as a spark of hope appeared right before his eyes. Indeed, it was practically impossible for him to become a god monarch within the next 5 days. But he could help Little Chick recover its strength as the Deathless Monarch. Even if its strength was beneath that of Kongshi and Luo Ruoxin, at the very least, it felt like he would be able to do something with a god monarch on his side. 40 years ago, when I was defeated at my peak, Spirit Origin Royal City ended up collapsing inward, resulting in the deep abyss that we see beneath the floating city today. If we can find the collapsed city and retrieve my powers from it, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to recover my memories and return to my peak, the Deathless Monarch said. Zhang Xian trembled upon hearing those words. It just so happened that he knew where that collapsed city was, the Azure City of Collapsed Space. As long as they could find a way to get there, they would be able to retrieve Little Chick's powers and allow it to return back to its peak. But there was a problem. There was a dimension barrier between the Azure and the firmament, so how could they descend to the Azure? You are a god monarch, so you should at least know a thing or two about how god monarch Lingxi was able to descend to the lower worlds, right? Zhang Xian, asked the Black Phoenix. I don't really know the details. My will is quite weak at the moment, so I spend most of my time sleeping. However, not too long ago, God Monarch Lingxi paid me a visit and borrowed my seal of Supreme Monarch, which is an insignia representing my identity as the spirit god. The Black Phoenix replied. Seal of Supreme Monarch? Zhang Xin frowned. As it would turn out, it seemed to be something similar to how the royal seal worked in his previous world. Whenever the god monarch passed down their edict, they would use their seal of Supreme Monarch as their insignia. In other words, it was a token that represented their unparalleled authority. The person who holds my seal of Supreme Monarch will be able to represent me, the spirit god, in the sky of spirit origin, the Black Phoenix said. This? Zhang Xin's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Ruoxin borrowed your seal of Supreme Monarch in order to relay an edict to the people of Spirit Origin Royal City who are currently living in the Azure and the Master Teacher continent? That's how she was able to have them conduct a ritual to open up the dimension barriers for her descent. He recalled a past conversation with Du Qingyuan, and the latter had mentioned that they had not heard anything from the spirit god for the past several thousand years. It was only some time ago that the spirit god suddenly contacted her and instructed her to hold a ritual to allow her to descend to the lower worlds. It did not sound like a big deal when he first heard about it, but that was only because he did not know just how resilient the dimension barrier of the firmament was. One must know that even god monarchs were not able to breach the dimension barrier. This was probably the only loophole that one could exploit in order to get to the lower worlds. That would also explain why Luo Ruoxin was known as the spirit god on the Master Teacher continent and the Azure. At the same time, this verified his conjecture about the otherworldly demons being the people of Spirit Origin Royal City that had fallen from the firmament. It was likely that their bodies were tainted by the impure spiritual energy of the lower worlds, causing their cultivation to regress and their nature to become warped. Going through the chain of events once more, 40 years ago, disaster struck Spirit Origin Royal City, causing it to fall to the Azure and become known as the City of Collapsed Space. A portion of the semi-divinities that had fallen along with the city survived and founded Starchaser Palace. Meanwhile, a number of the survivors fell into the cracks of space and ended up on the Master Teacher continent as otherworldly demons. This was why Starchaser Palace and the otherworldly demonic tribe shared similar altars, and they possessed the exceptional ability to communicate across worlds. That would also explain why Little Chick, despite being the resurrected form of a god monarch, had ended up in the Master Teacher continent. Most likely, Kong Shi had found it in the otherworldly demonic tribe and sealed it in the vicinity of the Sanctum of Sages. In the end, Luo Qiqi had ended up finding it through a map and told Luo Xianqing about it. 40 years ago on the firmament, 4,000 years ago on the firmament, and 40,000 years ago on the Master Teacher continent. The timeline fit. Most likely, the key to breaking the dimension barrier was the spirit god seal of Supreme Monarch. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xin turned to the Black Phoenix and asked, "Where is your seal of Supreme Monarch?" Did Ruoxin? No. Did God Monarch Lingxi return it after using it? It's with me now. She returned it shortly after using it. The Black Phoenix opened his beak wide, and a token roughly the size of a round plate flew out of his mouth. As the round plate revolved quietly in the air, Zhang Xin felt as if all the energy within the sky of spirit origin was swaying along with its movements. If the conferred god kings governed over the territories within the sky of spirit origin, this seal effectively granted one authority over the entire sky. This included not just the land but the sky as well. Can you lend it to me? Zhang Xin asked. Of course. Everything that little Deathless has is yours, master. The Black Phoenix replied with a fawning smile. With a flap of his grand wings, the seal immediately flew into Zhang Xin's palm. Taking a closer look at the seal, Zhang Xin's body trembled in agitation. He could see countless inscriptions carved on top of the round seal. These inscriptions were a miniature version of what he had seen on the altars of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Previously, he could not really understand what these inscriptions meant, but after spending some time in the firmament, he had become rather familiar with the geography of the nine skies. As such, He was able to tell that these inscriptions were actually the landscape and constellation map of the sky of spirit origin. The seal was created based on a fusion of those two. All this while, the rituals of the otherworldly demonic tribe were not directed at any specific individual, but the sky of spirit origin itself. Had he not seen the map of the sky of spirit origin before, he would not have been able to figure out all of this. Let me give it a try and see if I can use it to communicate with the Azure. Taking in a deep breath, Zhang Xian drove his energy toward the seal of Supreme Monarch. Wang. A brilliant light escaped from the seal, a sign that it had been activated. Seeing this, Zhang Xian began speaking in an obscure language. It was the same language that Du Qingyuan used for her rituals. He had learned it back in his time on the Master Teacher continent and the Azure. That's the God Monarch's deathless celestial phoenix language. The fire feather conferred God King said grimly. Other people might not be able to comprehend this language, but as a conferred God King, one of the strongest existences of the sky of spirit origin, he could tell what it was. It was the deathless celestial phoenix language of their God Monarch, and its reputation in the firmament was equivalent to that of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 22:18 Descending into the abyss, the seal released a buzz for a moment before the light gradually dimmed. Seeing this, Zhang Xian frowned. Based on his theory, he should have been able to communicate with Du Qingyuan and the others through the altar via this ritual, but for some reason, he was unable to reach them. It felt like there was something hindering him, preventing him from delivering his message. If that was the case, how did Luo Ruoxin communicate with them? Would it easier if we head to that distorted space from before? Little Chick, who had been silent all this while, suddenly proposed. It had been with Zhang Xian through the Azure, so it was able to tell what Zhang Xian was planning to do. The distorted space. Zhang Xian repeated before nodding excitedly in agreement. Indeed, if his previous conjecture was correct, the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City should be linked to the Azure. Even if there was still a dimension barrier there, it should be much thinner compared to elsewhere. Perhaps this was how Luo Ruoxin was able to successfully descend to the Azure and enter the Master Teacher continent. Let's head there to take a look, Zhang Xian said. Little Chick nodded as it spat out the stone phoenix sculpture that it had swallowed earlier. Without any hesitation, the black phoenix immediately entered the sculpture once more. It was already in a feeble state due to its earlier exertion, and it looked like it would not be able to last too long. Seeing how even the will of the old deathless monarch had acknowledged Zhang Xian as his master, the fire feather conferred God King and the others did not dare utter a word of objection. They bowed deferentially to send Zhang Xian off. Descending from Spirit Origin Royal City, Zhang Xian was just about to enter the abyss when he was suddenly joined by Luo Qiqi. "Bring me with you," she said with a determined gaze. Understanding Luo Qiqi's intentions, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. If they descended to the Azure, Luo Qiqi would be able to return to the Master Teacher continent and meet Luo Xianqing and her other family members. This was one of her greatest regrets all this while, so it would be good if she could resolve it. The 2 humans and a chick quickly descended the passageway of the abyss, and about an hour later, they were finally standing before the spatial vortex. "I'll be heading down first." With the previous experience, Little Chick unhesitatingly dived into it. "I'll give it a try, too," Luo Qiqi added with a chuckle. Before her body even fell into the spatial vortex, the space around her had begun warping to mimic the movements of the spatial vortex. As a result, she was able to maneuver freely within the spatial vortex without sustaining any injuries. As the spirit of the Dimension Silencer, she was extremely sensitive to the manipulation of spatial laws. Furthermore, her cultivation had already reached God King Realm Pinnacle. With that, it was not too difficult for her to pull off this feat. "I guess I'm the only one left," Zhang Xian muttered as he took a deep breath. Unlike the last time he was there with Feng Jioge, his soul cultivation had already reached God King Realm Pinnacle, and he had the Spirit God Seal of Supreme Monarch in his possession. It should not be too dangerous for him to enter the spatial vortex. Thus, he channeled his soul energy to form a massive barrier around him before leaping into the spatial vortex while clutching the seal of Supreme Monarch tightly. Wang. As soon as his body touched the spatial vortex, he began to twist as if he was a noodle. Despite having straightened his body, he could still see his feet warping like a reflection in a distortion mirror. He was unable to control his body. Luo Qiqi swam over to his side and said, "The space within a spatial vortex is actually not too different from normal space. Don't believe what you are seeing through your own eyes. Don't believe what I'm seeing through my own eyes. Our eyes and senses perceive what we see and sense in normal space to be right because it is what we are accustomed to. So, in an area of distorted space, we must view the world from a distorted perspective in order for it to make sense to us." Luo Qiqi explained the unique properties within the spatial vortex to him. As the spirit of the dimension silencer, she was able to grasp the secrets of the spatial vortex shortly after entering it. After hearing Luo Qiqi's words, Zhang Xian quickly adjusted his point of view, and he could finally perceive the world in the same way that he was used to. Seeing that Zhang Xian was finally adapting to it, Luo Qiqi gestured forward and said, "The spatial vortex is not the same throughout. The degree of distortion can change very quickly as we move from place to place, such that even conferred god kings will have trouble trying to venture too deep." Looking in the direction that Luo Qiqi was gesturing toward, Zhang Xian saw the world ahead of him distorting in countless bizarre ways. There were some areas that were incredibly broad and some areas that were almost as thin as a needle. It was as if the laws of the world had suddenly collapsed within this area. To make matters worse, the space was flowing non-stop, such that what he saw a moment ago could become drastically different a few breaths later. With such vast changes in the spatial laws, even the conferred god kings would face grave danger in there. It was not to say that conferred god kings were not strong enough, but the laws that governed this spatial vortex were very different from those of the firmament. Their conferred powers would not work in this area, so they could only wield the strength of a god king in there. That would mean that they would not be any stronger than Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi. The two humans and the chick advanced through the spatial vortex for roughly 2 hours, but in order to adapt to the distorted space, they actually only managed to advance 500 meters within this period of time. The spatial vortex ahead of them stretched on, and it could possibly be hundreds and thousands of li. If they were only able to cover 500 meters within 2 hours, how long would it take for them to get to the end of it? Most likely, they would still be wandering around there even after Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi had finished their duel. "This isn't working," Zhang Xian said with a deep frown. He had been trying to use the seal of Supreme Monarch all this while, but he still was not able to establish a connection with the Azure. The dimension barrier was still too strong. "I'll lead the way. Follow closely behind me and make sure that you don't lag behind," Luo Qiqi said. Zhang Xian was surprised. He was just about to ask what she was going to do when she suddenly morphed into the round form of the dimension silencer. She released an aura that caused the distorted space to freeze, as if someone was forcefully holding it in place. "Let's go," Luo Qiqi exclaimed. Zhang Xian and Little Chick quickly followed her and darted ahead. With the dimension silencer stabilizing the space, they were able to progress swiftly ahead. 4 hours later, after covering tens of thousands of li, a dark gray screen appeared before them. Swirls of gray currents rippled on the surface of the screen, and they emanated a pressure that made it difficult for one to breathe. "Who?" Luo Qiqi reverted to her human form as she gasped desperately for air. Her face was pale from overexerting herself. It was clear that the earlier flight had depleted her energy greatly. Zhang Xian quickly passed a pinnacle god essence pill to her so that she could replenish her energy. Roughly an hour later, her face finally regained its glow once more. "Something is really weird about these gray currents of energy," Luo Qiqi remarked as she examined the sight before her contemplatively. "It is weird." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. The gray currents of energy were what Feng Jioge had absorbed into his body previously. He had thought that there were just little traces of it around the abyss, but who could have known that they would form a massive wall further in? Luo Qiqi moved toward the gray wall and reached toward it. Seeing her action, Zhang Xian immediately exclaimed with a horrified face, "Don't do." However, before he could finish his words, the young lady had already gotten afflicted with the gray energy. With its ability to devour energy, Luo Chichi's cultivation swiftly fell from God King Realm Pinnacle all the way to God King Realm Primary Stage within a few breaths, and it was continuing to fall further. Chapter 22:19 God King 1. Don't use your Zhenqi to fend off the gray energy. After the experience with Feng Jioge, Zhang Xian knew that the gray energy had the ability to devour the Zhenqi within one's body. He quickly rushed over to Luo Qiqi's side and placed his palm behind her back. Not even the Heaven's Path Zhenqi was able to stop the gray energy, let alone other Zhenqi. The more a cultivator tried to use their Zhenqi to fend off the gray energy, the faster they would deplete their Zhenqi. Channeling the pathos of Heaven Zhenqi into Luo Qiqi's body and circulating it through her meridians, Zhang Xian was able to quickly seal off the gray energy that had seeped into her body earlier. After that, he had Luo Qiqi quickly swallow some medicine to recover her vitality. At the same time, he quickly drove the Heaven's Path Divine Art to create some Heaven's Path Zhenqi to infuse into the young lady's body. The clash between the Heaven's Path Zhenqi and the gray energy produced a brilliant green light. It took a while, but the gray energy was eventually fully neutralized. That allowed Luo Qiqi to slowly recover her cultivation, but her face remained pale with fright. For a moment there, she had thought that she was going to die. If not for Zhang Xian's swift reaction, she had a feeling that the gray energy would have corroded her soul. She might even have turned into an otherworldly demon, just like the semi-divinities of Spirit Origin Royal City. Back then, Feng Jioge had been afflicted with it while he was still a distance away from the distorted space, and that had caused him to suffer for 2 years straight before being kicked out of his clan. This time, the gray swirls of energy rippling across the wall were at least 1,000 times more concentrated, making it a far more frightening force. Don't cultivate or absorb anything here. It'll be extremely difficult to deal with if the gray energy seeps into your body, Zhang Xian instructed. Luo Qiqi and Little Chick quickly nodded. After the previous encounter, they came to realize just how frightening the gray energy was. Even with the Little Chick's regenerative prowess, it would still be unable to deal with it properly once it was afflicted with the strange energy. The pathos of Heaven Zhenqi is unaffected by the gray energy, so I might just be able to fend off the gray energy with it. From the looks of it, it seemed like all energies that were beneath the level of the firmament's heavens would be unable to ward off the gray energy. However, his pathos of Heaven Zhenqi had already surpassed the level of the heavens, which was likely the reason that the gray energy was unable to phase it upon contact. Most likely, they would have to rely on his Zhenqi in order to overcome this obstacle. To test out this theory, Zhang Xian wreathed his arm in his pathos of Heaven Zhenqi and slowly placed it on the gray wall. The gray energy swirling in the area was pushed away, and his arm remained completely unharmed. It does work. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. With a smile of relief, he turned to Luo Qiqi and Little Chick and said, "Stay close to me. We'll be traveling past the gray wall right now." Luo Qiqi and Little Chick moved over to his side, and he quickly covered them with his pathos of Heaven Zhenqi. Then, they began making their way into the gray wall together. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. The gray energy swirls within the wall relentlessly threw themselves against the 3 intruders, and the furious hissing of corrosion echoed all around them. Yet, they were unable to breach the protective sphere formed by the pathos of Heaven Zhenqi. After taking a few steps, Zhang Xian glanced backward to check on Luo Qiqi and Little Chick's statuses, and it seemed like they were doing fine. So, he continued ahead. But less than a minute later, he halted and started to retreat backward. "What's wrong?" Luo Qiqi asked. After leaving the gray wall, Zhang Xian released the protective sphere of energy around the 3 of them and gasped for air. In just 3 short minutes, he had expended all of his pathos of Heaven Zhenqi. While the gray energy was unable to phase the pathos of Heaven Zhenqi, there were simply too many swirls around. This put a huge strain on Zhang Xian, causing his Zhenqi to deplete swiftly. The key problem was that he had not been able to restore the amount of Zhenqi he had back to its maximum capacity all this while. In his current state, it would be difficult for them to pass through this region. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian sat down and cultivated for roughly an hour before he finally restored his Zhenqi. I need to find a way to fill up my dantian once more. If I could raise my Zhenqi cultivation to the God King realm, that would be even better. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. His dantian had originally been filled with an ocean of Zhenqi, but it had all dissipated as green light after clashing with the gray energy, causing it to become completely empty. If he wished to pass through the gray wall, he would have to either increase the amount of Zhenqi within his dantian or find a way to continuously replenish his Zhenqi so that he would not run out of it. Otherwise, if he ran out of Zhenqi halfway through, they would be doomed. The only problem was that he had only received 3 Pinnacle God Essence pills from Fu Jiangchen, and he had given the last one to Luo Qiqi. Furthermore, even if he had the luxury of having an unlimited number of Pinnacle God Essence pills to squander, it was unlikely that he would be able to restore his Zhenqi fast enough to match his rate of depletion. If it comes down to it, I should just eat the Pill King. Currently, the most potent pill he had with him was the Pill King. It was a treasure that could move even a conferred God King. He would certainly be able to replenish the Zhenqi in his dantian by consuming it, and there was a good chance that he could push for a breakthrough to the God King realm as well. The only issue was that he still had not comprehended a God King realm cultivation technique yet. The Pill King was his trump card for making a breakthrough, and it would be a huge waste to use such an invaluable pill just to replenish his Zhenqi. For the pathos of heaven, I have already comprehended the ties between a subordinate and a master, the camaraderie between brothers, and the relationship between a teacher and a student. If my gut feeling is not off, the next realm probably should be the sentiments of a parent. Zhang Xian sat on the ground and began thinking it through. He had been an orphan in his previous life, and he did not have anyone around him that could be considered a parental figure. In his current life, he was privileged to have found his parents, but the time he had spent with them was very short. His inability to fully comprehend familial ties made him unsure about how he should carry on, and he had ended up putting it off again and again. But he could not do that anymore. No matter what, he had to give it a go. Closing his eyes, he began to think about all the time he had spent together with the Xingming Sword Saints. In order to find him, his parents had gone through a lot. Even as the whole world told them time and time again that he was already dead, they had persevered for the sake of the slim chance that he might still be out there in the world. For him, they were willing to cast aside their lives. The sentiments that they carried for him were nobler than anything in the world. But while Zhang Xian could understand all of that rationally, he was unable to connect to those feelings emotionally. Sitting quietly on the ground, he tried his best to stand in their shoes and grasp their feelings, but the willful emotions simply would not obey human will. Sighing deeply, he raised his head to look at Luo Qiqi and asked, "Say, what do you think are the feelings that a parent would feel toward their child?" Luo Qiqi was taken aback by Zhang Xian's abrupt question. Her face reddened a little as she replied, "I can't really tell either. I guess only those who have a child can understand those feelings." Emotions were experiences, not explanations. The two of them were only in their 20s, and they had not had their own children yet. Without being in that position themselves, they would not be able to comprehend such sentiments. Seeing that Luo Qiqi had misunderstood him, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. He was just about to explain the reason behind his question when little Chick suddenly tucked its head beneath its small fluffy wings and said, "Isn't it easy enough if you want to have a child? There's no one else here anyway. You are a man, she is a woman, and all of your physical functions are working perfectly fine. Just make one here. Don't worry, I'll cover my eyes and not peek." Zhang Xian's lips twitched. He knew that he should have fried this darn chick back then. Zhang Xian quickly turned to look at Luo Qiqi, only to see that her face had turned so red that it looked as if it was going to burst. Zhang Xian sighed deeply and said, "I'm not messing with you. I am asking this question so that I can make a breakthrough to God King and get us through the gray wall." "What do you mean by that? Does it look like I'm joking around? How can you understand the feelings of a parent without having a child?" Little Chick replied indignantly, "Since the both of you are here, why don't you just make one? Once you have a child, you'll surely come to have a deep understanding of the sentiments that come with being a parent." Seeing how this fellow was still shamelessly spouting bullsh**, Zhang Xian kicked him flying before harumphing. "Can't you talk properly? Even if they really did it then, They would still need 10 months of pregnancy and years of raising the child before they could truly comprehend the feelings of a parent. But they did not have that much time to spare. Chapter 22:20 God King 2. Hey, I'm talking properly too. If you are worried that there isn't enough time, or you don't want the commitments that come along with it, you can do it in a dream. You will be able to make as many babies as you want right away as long as you create the right environment, Little Chick replied. The god monarchs had the ability to create transient dreams through formations. That kind of formation would place an individual within a dreamscape where time was accelerated. It would only take a few hours for one to live an entire lifetime within the dream. Hearing this, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. To be frank, it was a plausible solution. It was a dream anyway, so it should not count as anything. But he was only 20 years old. If he lived a lifetime in a dream at such an age, he would be a completely different person by the time he returned. He would have lost his youthful spirit and his hot-bloodedness. Furthermore, once he had a wife and a child in a dream, regardless of whether it was a dream or not, it would be unfair to Luo Ruoxin. So, he shook his head and asked once more, "Do you have any other ideas in mind?" Tisk, Little Chick clicked its tongue in annoyance before replying, "How troublesome. Well, you might not have any children, but you do have quite a lot of disciples. As they say, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Your sentiments for them can probably rival those of their parents, so it might work if you can comprehend it from such a perspective." It really could not stand that blockhead of a master. He has such a beautiful young lady who's devoted to him, but he simply refuses to grasp the opportunity. It serves him right to be single. Humph. Ah, wait a moment. I'm also a single chick. At least this darn fellow has someone who likes him, but I don't even have a chicken or duck that is into me. Little Chick sank to the ground in depression. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's thoughts were triggered into action after hearing those words. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. He was unable to comprehend the feelings of a parent because he was without a child, but there was no denying that he cared and doted on his students quite a lot. He was willing to do anything just so that they could lead a better life, and he would not hesitate to stand up for them if anyone dared take advantage of them. Despite that, there was not a single moment when he thought that he was sacrificing himself for their sake. On the contrary, as long as they were doing well, he felt fulfilled and content. Were these the feelings that parents had toward their children? As Zhang Xian thought of this, the smiles of the Xingming sword saints surfaced in his mind. There were many times when they had stood in front of him to protect him from danger, even when they were weaker than him. Nothing could shake their conviction to keep him safe, and they would do anything for his sake. Those were the sentiments of a parent, the deepest and noblest love in the world. The act of humbly supporting their child, not expecting anything in return. Thread in the hand of a compassionate mother, clothes on a wanderlust son. Just before his departure, she sewed closely, in her mind worrying about his late return. How could the inch-high grass ever repay the nourishing sunshine of spring? An emotion rippled through Zhang Xian's heart as his zhenqi began circulating throughout his body along with his words. At the same time, sword qi began to form and revolve around his body, slicing through the distorting space. He is comprehending his cultivation technique and sword art together? Little Chick remarked in bewilderment. Having followed its master for quite some time now, it knew that its master would usually comprehend his cultivation technique first before figuring out the corresponding sword art. Yet, he was actually comprehending both together this time. The wind batters unceasingly on the unwilling tree. A son seeks to be filial, but time slips through his fingers. His sword qi was filled with both indignation and melancholic longing. In his previous life, his parents had died prematurely, so he had never been able to meet them before. In this lifetime, he had been so wrapped up by everything around him that the time he spent together with parents was miserably limited. He could not fully understand what it was like to be a son, but he could imagine his parents' worry for him. It would be similar to how he felt for his students. His 11 students were divided across the 9 skies, and it would be a lie if he said that he was not worried about them. By taking on such a perspective, he could see just how worried and conflicted they must feel about him. They did not wish to tie down their child and limit his future, but at the same time, They could not bear to see him braving so many dangers. This was the contradictory feeling of a parent, the sentiments they felt for their children, who, without any hesitation, Zhang Xian took out the Pill King and swallowed it. Rich medicinal energy flooded his body. Through circulating the medicinal energy around his body, he refined it into pathos of heaven Jinshi and deposited it into his dantian. The Pill King contained the purest medicinal energy contained within the grass of God Kings, harnessing almost as much power as a real God King. His dantian, which had emptied out due to the depletion of his heaven's path Shunqi, filled up at an incredible pace. Kacha. As his dantian was filled up, he finally overcame the bottleneck in his Shunqi cultivation and rose to the level of a God King. Zhang Xian's aura surged like a majestic dragon rising from the seas, transforming into something deeper and stronger. Sometime later, the fluctuations of his energy finally came to a halt. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply before rising to his feet. He had successfully reached the God King realm, but he was only at primary stage. He had simply depleted too much energy before, and the pathos of heaven's requirement on the purity of the spiritual energy was also too steep. If he wanted to reach God King realm pinnacle, he would need at least several pills on the level of the Pill King. The fact that the Pill King was able to fill his massive dantian and allow him to raise his cultivation to the God King realm was evidence of its rich medicinal energy. I should keep the 3 remaining God King breakthrough pill for my parents and Sunchang, Zhang Xian thought with a smile. It would indeed raise his cultivation if he swallowed them, but the effects would not be too apparent. It might not even be enough for him to reach God King realm intermediate stage. They would be put to better use with his parents and Sunchang. Zhang Xian examined the changes in his body as a result of his breakthrough, and he found that his Zhenqi had become even purer. At the same time, his Zhenqi capacity had also increased considerably. He would not have to worry about running out of Zhenqi quickly anymore. Let's go. Knowing that there was no need to worry anymore after making a breakthrough, Zhang Xian took out the God King sword and swung it lightly. It swiftly generated several surges of sword chi that warped around their bodies to form a protective barrier. This was the God King realm sword art that he had comprehended from the pathos of heaven, filial piety. The sword art contained the emotions of regret and longing. So what if his cultivation was high? So what if he was rich? It was easy to put his parents in second place in his list of priorities in order to pursue all else, but it would be too late by the time he finally wanted to accompany them. This was simply how humans were. They always put off things that they should be doing until it was too late, and they blamed themselves regretfully for not cherishing what they had. Who? Little Chick and Luo Chi-Chi entered the barrier of sword chi as well, and the 3 of them began venturing through the gray wall. The gray currents of energy ahead of them were sliced apart by Zhang Xian's sword intent, allowing them to venture forward without any issues. They had to travel for almost an hour before they were finally out of the gray wall. It was also at this point that they came to a halt. They had come to the end of the road, and there was nowhere else to advance to. The space ahead of them was utterly sealed. Let me see if I can reach the azure from here, Zhang Xian said as he took out the seal of Supreme Monarch. He infused his consciousness into it, and the inscriptions carved on the seal swiftly lit up. Energy quickly surged through the entire seal. It's working! Zhang Xian exclaimed in delight. He could already sense Du Qingyuan answering from the azure. Have Du Qingyuan conduct a ritual for my descent. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately sent a set of instructions over to the other side. Azure, here I come. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.